Well, this is going to be a lot of fun. Settle in, relax. We have a long night ahead of us, Pierre McGuire. Welcome to our Daily Faceoff, the Sheet Draft Special, right here at our Daily Faceoff YouTube channel for everybody tuning in on their favorite podcast platform. Your Spotifys and your Apple Pods. We thank you for your attention on this night where it's just after 7 o'clock Eastern, Pierre, as we get started. As always, we want to thank our friends at FanDuel. Tonight's draft special is presented by our good friends at FanDuel, North America's #1 sports book. We thank our friends at FanDuel. And Pierre, you know, it's been an interesting day, and we're going to get to the picks here as they happen. We all expect Matthew Schaefer to go first overall to the Islanders. But the Islanders were one of the big teams that made a huge splash today. You know, the last time we were on together a couple of days ago on the sheet, we talked about both general managers and agents testing Matthew Darche. Well, so far, Matthew Darche has passed every test, and there's another one coming up in a couple of moments, but I don't think that Matthew Darche is done yet. So the news of the day leading into the draft, Noah Dobson goes to the Montreal Canadiens. Emil Heineman, who's going to challenge Mike Sillinger for most NHL teams played on, heads up 12 is directly in his sights, along with 2 first-round picks, and then a contract extension, which is a really nice number. Signed by Noah Dobson, 8-year contract, $9.5 million. Before we get to the draft, your thoughts on that big news?
I thought it was great for the Montreal Canadiens. I think Matthew Darche passed his first test with flying colors. It generated enthusiasm around the Islanders organization. It really endeared him to the ownership group, Jeff. And I think the biggest thing that it does, it sends a message that we're doing business differently with the New York Islanders compared to when Lou Lamoriello was there. On the Montreal Canadiens side of things, This is exactly what they needed. A right shot defenseman that's offensive, that can help Lane Hudson run the power play if he needs it. But the biggest thing to me is if you look 1 through 10 now, the Montreal Canadiens, whether it's Caden Gooley, whether it's Mike Matheson, whether it's Jaden Struble, whether, you know, it doesn't matter, Lane Hudson, Alex Carrier, Logan Mailloux, David Reinbacher, Arbor Jackeye, the sheriff. So you go 1 through 10. They're as deep and as good as any team in the National Hockey League right now on defense. And Noah Dobson's a huge addition for them.
I would not be surprised to hear Logan Mailloux's name this weekend. That is one of the names that teams have said the Montreal Canadiens have very much made available. But having said that, here's what I wondered with this trade. Is this the indication that, as I wrote on Twitter, Montreal is now out of the green banana business? It's no longer about prospects. To your point, they have prospects. You know, Laval looked fantastic this season. You've talked plenty about netminders like Jacob Fowler. Does this indicate that they're out of the prospect business? And does it also indicate that perhaps the New York Islanders are going to try to do this on, let's say, a younger timeline? Maybe a Schaefer timeline, an Yzerman timeline? Is one ending a rebuild and is one beginning, essentially, is my question.
I think one's beginning a very aggressive rebuild. Talk about the New York Islanders. I'm so glad you brought up Cole Yzerman's name. Nobody's talked about Cole Yzerman very often. He's such a good goal scorer, and it's something they desperately need. They're a pure offensive point producer. And then you look at Matthew Schaefer going in on the back end as a left shot who can play both sides. He's going to be able to log a lot of minutes. I don't know whether he's going to make their team or not this year. I don't know if they want to rush him into it. But the Islanders are really on the right direction. And if they get down deep enough where they can get James Hagens, that only helps them. In terms of Montreal, that business is over. The rebuild's over. I'm telling you, I'm not saying they're winning the Stanley Cup. Yeah. They took their first step this year by making the playoffs. They're going to take another step next year. That defense is too good. Their goaltending's too deep. And the biggest thing to me is they have the draft collateral and they also have the player collateral to go out and make a deal to get a second center. And if they do that, this team is going to be slotting down the middle unbelievably well.
Okay, one more note on Matthew Darche, because you mentioned James Hagens there. And we're all waiting for this to happen. Like, where is Matthew Darche going to try to pull the trigger? And a lot of this groundwork will have to have been laid this afternoon. Like, probably the busiest general manager, I would imagine. You know, the manager that needed 2 phones today was Matthew Darche. As he tries to figure, okay, where can I pull the trigger on a deal from Hagens? Is it Utah? Is it Nashville? Could it be Philly? Could it be Boston? How late can I wait until I pull the trigger? And then you have to have an interested party as well. Is it, comme on dit en français, un fait accompli? Is this going to happen? And we know we can kind of see this one coming from a mile away. Is this what the play is going to be for Matthew Darche? A second top 10 pick that turns into James Hagens?
I think so. But I would say one thing that you talked about yesterday when I was on with you, and I thought it was such a good point, the Barry Trotz factor in Nashville, the importance of character in a Barry Trotz built team. Yeah. And you talked about Caleb Desnoyers. Yep. And you couldn't have been more right. You couldn't have been more correct. We'll see whether he goes to Nashville or not. But I think that you could probably get James Hagens at 7 where Boston's picking. Maybe you can get him 1 before, but I don't think Philly's going to move that. I don't know what Utah's going to do. I think we're locked on Frundell and Misa 2-3. I think you would agree.
Yep.
Whatever order. But I just think that I think Hagens. I've seen the history of the Bruins and the Islanders. They're not afraid to make trades with one another. Now, I know Darche is different. He's not old school. But I tell you right now, like, if you really want that kid, you're going to have to get to at least 7, I think, or he'll be gone.
So here's what I wonder, too, when we talk about trading partners. I wonder about 2 teams, Nashville and Utah. Like, today's been a very, very bizarre day. Like, rumors and smoke and mirrors and misrepresentations and falsehoods and half-truths and all the. So I'm today wondering if there's any chance, because we've seen them make moves before and we've seen them also consummate trades at the draft in Nashville. I wonder about the Nashville Predators trying to move up to get number 2 for Michael Misa. You know, Pierre, how long they've looked for a number 1 center, a highly skilled center. I know, and Caleb Desnoyers is not in the same cut as Michael Misa. Doesn't have the same offensive slant that Michael Misa has. I do wonder if a team like Nashville tries to move up, because Mike Greer said, like, look, if the deal's right, we'll make the deal. Do they need Michael Misa, or is that a luxury item for them? Could they be in the business of maybe moving down, getting something else, and picking up an asset from the Nashville Predators here? I'm throwing this one against the wall, and I'm wondering, could Nashville do this?
Wow, I never even thought in those terms, but that would be very interesting. I mean, the thing that's cool about Michael Misa, and I know you're the expert on the Ontario Hockey League, but I follow pretty close. You'd have to go all the way back to 06-07 and Patrick Kane to find a guy in his draft year that had as many points as Michael Misa. And the last guy is Patrick Kane. Yeah. Like, think about that for 1 second. Of all the players that have had exceptional status in the Ontario Hockey League, John Tavares didn't have more points. Connor McDavid didn't have more points. Shane Wright didn't have more points. I didn't talk about Sean Day, and I didn't talk about Aaron Ekblad because they're defensemen. But think about that for 1 second, Jeff. That's unbelievable. Mm-hmm. So I wouldn't be looking too far past Michael Misa. And what's really cool about it, and your theory really holds water to me. I started thinking about it. But let's just say everything stays pat. Yep. And let's say Chicago picks at 3. And let's say Chicago takes him. So think about that. Kane at 1. The guy that had almost as many points as Kane in his draft year is Michael Misa. Pretty good sell in their community. The last time they played in the IHL, their farm team was in Saginaw. It was coached by Brent Sutter, the Saginaw Gears.
Yeah.
Yes, the Saginaw Gears. So where did Michael Misa play this year? Saginaw. So it fits perfect in Chicago. I hate to rain on your parade, but I just thought we'd throw that out there.
Wow. Okay, so let's say that everybody does make their picks. It's funny, too, because every year we go through this exercise, Pierre. I'll just be blunt. We go through the whole week, and we talk about the potential trades, and we talk about who's going to draft where, and who's going up, and who's moving down, and switching picks and all that. And then we get to the draft, and everybody makes their picks. And then everybody goes home. Oh, actually, you know what? I wanted to mention, and we won't see this year because this is not a centralized draft, but they're going to go back to it next year. Do you have a thought on one thing? There's one thing about the draft that's always bothered me. And normally the draft is a really, really happy day. And this might be my favorite day on the calendar because the kids are happy, the parents are happy, the teams are happy. It's a day of smiles. Everyone's happy. It's great. It's wonderful.
Great.
There's one thing that always bothered me. When the last team makes their pick, even before the kid goes up on stage to put on the jersey, everybody's folding their books and making for the exits. They won't stay that extra 5 minutes to give that kid his moment. We keep talking about doing what's right for the game, and it's all about the kids and right for the kids and all that. And then as soon as that pick is made, everyone's hightailing it for the saloon, even before he gets up on the stage. It's always it's like the one negative moment in the draft. And next year we're going to get away from, this decentralized draft and go back to a traditional draft. Is this just a me thing, or does that bug you as well?
Bugs me a lot because this is my 36th draft. And one of the things I took great pride in was really being knowledgeable and up to speed on the players, whether I was working in a front office, whether I was a pro scout, or whether I was a coach in the league. And I've done all of them. I always cared about the draft, and I always did a lot of extra time interviewing players and making sure I went to their practices just for what you just talked about, Jeff. I think respect to the players is so important, and it doesn't matter what age they are, whether they're coming into the league or whether they're leaving the league. I've coached a lot of older players too, and the hardest part is to say, it's over. I'm heartbroken to tell you, but it's over. And so you try to do it in a dignified way so you're not crushing the guy's spirit for the rest of his life. Yep. And I won't say the player's name, but there was one time where I was working for Brian Burke, and Brian threatened the team that was trying to get the guy. And the team said, well, we're not going to take your false bravado. We're still going to take the player because it was one of those expansion deals.
Yeah.
And Berkey told the player, tell him you're going to retire. And the player goes, but I'm not going to retire. I'm not going to lie about it. And sure enough, Berkey did a great job, by the way, with our team. I mean, the way he engineered the Pronger deal was unbelievable. But eventually the player moved on, and every time we would play the team he moved on to, I'd go and see him because I was heartbroken not to see that guy leave our organization because he was such an important part of it.
It's interesting with the 93 draft, how he was able to maneuver Pronger to second. Now, Berkey would tell me the stories about how he would have fake Hartford Whaler draft lists that he would leave around the lobby of the hotel for other teams to find and be completely, oh, look, Hartford, oh, those dummies, they've left their draft list here in the lounge at the hotel. Look, we got Brian Burke's brain trust in here. He said we'd leave phony draft lists all over the draft hotel.
He wasn't lying. That's true, but he doesn't give himself enough credit though on the Christopher Pronger deal. Yeah. He had Doug Riseborough, Calgary, and he had Dean Lombardi and Jack Farrar in San Jose. And try to facilitate a three-way deal, especially with two teams, San Jose and Calgary, that were kind of rivals at the time, wasn't easy. And Berkey found a way to massage it so it worked for everybody. And it really was brilliant how he did it. We ended up picking it too. San Jose, I think, went at 5. They took Victor Kozlov.
The Russian.
And all I remember is just how poised Brian was. And when the deal was finally consummated, he said to everybody going to our draft table, your tie has to be done up. You can't have a shirt. You have to have your jacket on, not just take your jacket off when you get there. And we're going to look like a dignified organization. And you know what? If you look at the pictures of that draft table, everybody's tie was done up and everybody had their jacket on. And we got Chris Pronger.
What's interesting about that one of the great stories about, and that's a wonderful story. By the way, Matthew Schaefer has just been drafted first overall. No surprise. I do have a Pronger draft story that I do want to get to, but we're going to have Matthew Barnaby on here. The whole show, we're going to sort of sprinkle in guests that have a background with a lot of these players. He's given his brother a hug. This is tears, and this is all about his late mother, his late billet mom as well, his late owner Jim Waters as well with the Erie Otters. I mean, this young man has grown up around a lot of personal tragedy, family tragedy, billet tragedy. His owner passing away early. I'm sure you knew Jim, and he was one of like the wonder. I met him when he first worked at Standard Broadcasting in radio before he bought the Erie Otters. Just like really good, decent people all the way around. Matthew Schaefer, as he makes his way up to the stage, the one thing that I think about with Matthew Schaefer, outside of the hockey, Pierre, this guy's had to grow up really fast. And you talk to him, and he sounds like someone that's grown up really fast. Before we get to Matt Barnaby, do you have a quick comment on Matthew Schaefer, who goes first overall to the Islanders?
As good a player as he is, he's a better human being. I've heard it from scouts. I've heard it from opposing players. I've heard it from people that have worked with him in the summer. I've heard it from agents, and I've heard it from general managers that have had talk to him, interview him, and they all say the same thing. I haven't heard one person say, you know what, this guy's fake. He's not the real deal. This guy's a real deal. And I'm prepared to do this as an athlete. If he doesn't break his collarbone at the World Junior this year, I'm convinced Canada wins a medal, and it might be more than the medal that a lot of people think. I think they play for gold, and I think they have a chance to win.
I don't disagree. Let's bring Matthew Barnaby aboard, who will be a part of our free agent coverage on July 1st here at the Nation Network and Daily Faceoff, who knows the Schaefer family well. Barney, first of all, how are you today? And your thoughts as you watch Matthew Schaefer walk up the stage, put on the jersey, first overall pick. You know the family. Your thoughts?
Yeah, pretty awesome. How are you, Pierre and Jeff? And thanks for having me on. I coached against the brother, know the family well, and all the things you guys alluded to before. Great player. I mean, we can all tell great players. We can tell that they skate well. We can tell that they have great hockey IQ. They make the right plays. Those things jump off the page at you when you watch Matthew Schaefer play hockey. What people don't know that they're getting is an incredible human being, and that comes from the family. That comes.
He's fighting back tears on stage right now.
I tweeted it out just as it came through, and this is an emotional day. It's the best day in this family's life, and his role model was his brother Johnny, who was a very good player in the OHL, and they grew up in Hamilton, obviously. So going first overall. Matthew to Erie, and not having your mom there, the rock behind this family. This is a funny family. This is the family with levity all the time, and the dad Todd, just an amazing dad. Never one to pressure his kids into being the best player. Just be a good teammate, be a good person, and work your ass off. Just that's all he ever asked, and that's the thing that reminds me when I watched his brother play. And Matthew was just a little boy coming around the rink with the mini sticks and having fun. And then you watch him grow. And his brother was a great player, a great person, but it all stems from the family, the father and mother, and God rest her soul. She was around the rink, always laughing. And I've seen so many things on her laugh. And again, Pierre said it. It's about the character they're getting. Great player. He's going to be a great player, a great skater, going to run a power play, going to create offense from the back end, from turning pucks over, but they're getting a character family and a character kid.
All zones player and all situations, Pierre.
Oh, no, 100%. Matthew touched on it, Jeff, and I know how much you've watched them play. Breakout passes, they're there. Defending one-on-one, they're there. Neutral zone gap control, it's there. Making a read and react at the offensive blue line, it's there. Everything is there. Now, Matthew knows this because he had to go there a lot. He needs to get stronger to clear the crease. We all know that, but that's going to come. Like, he's 18 years old. Yeah. Matthew, you remember, like, when you were young coming in the league, how hard it is. But then you get man muscles, and all of a sudden you can do that. Once he gets that, this guy will take over games. I'm fully convinced of it.
Without a doubt. And there's a reason why he can create offense on turnovers, because he trusts his skating. And when you're a great skater and you trust your instincts, well, you can't do that if you don't skate very well. They all skate well now, but this is an elite skater with it's a little different than when I played. So yeah, it's much different. Again, there's not many 18-year-olds that step in at 6'4", 6'5". By the way, Roger McQueen. This is a kid that someone should jump on pretty early. That's a physical nature, but this kid's going to add size to his frame. They all do. That's just part of maturing. He will start in the National Hockey League next year. He'll have growing pains like all 18-year-olds do, especially on the back end. But he's going to be a special one.
Okay, really quickly, you two guys. So the first time I watched him in Erie, like I'd watched him play with the Hurricanes in Halton previous, and then he hit a whole different level when he was in Erie. And I said, this guy skates like Drysdale. And then I realized, no, it's just because he's wearing the Otters jersey. I think what he really skates like is Jay Bouwmeester. That's what I see in the skating. And I never thought that I would see anyone skate like Jay Bouwmeester again.
Yeah.
Is there like a skate? Like, what do you like? What elements of other players that you guys see in Matthew Schaefer? For me, it's the Bouwmeester skating.
So I see Tyler Myers skating. I see him skate like Tyler Myers. Myers, for a big man, could really move. This guy's got way better stick skills than Tyler, and I think he passed the puck better than Jay. I do. I think he passed the puck better than Jay. And I think he'll run a power play, like Matthew said, for a long period of time. My only concern about him is just getting rushed into the NHL and not being physically ready to dominate. It's my only concern. This is a franchise defenseman. He's a 15-year player for your team if you treat him right.
Barney?
Yeah. I mean, obviously a left-handed shot. You look at Jay Bomeister, and for a big guy, man, he could move and it was effortless. Tyler Myers is 6'7", so it's tough to move when you're a 6'7", but he really could move as a first rounder of the Buffalo Sabres and had a tremendous career. I think this guy's way better than both those players going forth in just his offensive mindset. He skates as well as Jay Bomeister, and that's saying a lot because Jay can really skate, but I think his offensive mind is way better than both.
You're great. Listen, Barney, thanks so much for stopping by. Really appreciate it. Look forward to working with you on July 1st, my friend, as the pens get out, as we like to say.
Cheers, my guys.
There he is.
See you, Matthew.
Matt Barnaby dropping by, knows the Schaefer family. The San Jose Sharks are now on the clock, and barring a trade, we imagine it's going to come down to two players here. Probably Michael Misa, outside chance of Anton Frundell. Agree, disagree with that? I
do agree, unless there's a deal.
Yeah.
Somebody told me, and you may have read this, that Anton Frundell has been the apple of the eye of Mike Greer for a little while now because Mike was watching the playoffs. And, for a guy that played over 1,000 games, which Michael did in the National Hockey League, and for a guy that played for the recently inducted Jack Parker into the Hockey Hall of Fame, Mike, you would have thought he would know about the physicality of the game. But he says, you know what? We might need somebody a little more physical than Michael Misa. We may need somebody like Gabriel Landeskog, who Frundell plays a little bit like. So this is going to be an interesting one.
This will be interesting. One person I want to bring on here, Dave Brown, the general manager of the Erie Otters. A little bit more on Matthew Schaefer as we're joined by Dave right now. First of all, Dave, thank you and congratulations. The Erie Otters have yet another first overall draft pick to complement Connor McDavid. Congratulations to the organization.
Thanks, guys. It's great. It's amazing to have somebody, like Matthew be around your team, especially the last 18 months and or the last 2 years, I guess, for that. But they talk about what a great player he is, but he's an amazing person, and I think generational in terms of his ability to just welcome people and just in how great he really is in terms of, the person, and he makes everybody feel so welcome. And I think that's what makes him such a great player.
Pierre?
Well, I was just going to ask about his ability to get bigger. Do you see that being a long-term problem, or will he just continue to evolve and get bigger and stronger?
I think he will. He's very determined in everything he does, and I think the beginning of the year, he had a setback with mono. I thought he had a great summer last year, the Hlenka and everything else, and then following mono, he obviously lost a lot of weight. I think he was down into the low 160s, and I think he's back. Yeah, he's back up to about 185 pounds right now. So I think, I don't know what he's a pretty tall kid, and he's got a good frame. I think he probably gets that from Todd. Todd's carrying a few feet, but and Todd probably wouldn't mind me saying that. So he maybe could borrow a few from Todd, but I think the work ethic is there to get after it in the gym, and I know he surrounds himself with really people in the off season.
San Jose is about to make their picks. So I've got time for one more question with you, and I know it's an awkward one because I'm sure you want him for the full compliment. But how close do you think Matthew Schaefer is to playing in the NHL? You've watched a lot of players.
Yeah, he's really close. Obviously, the question I get asked is, being a defenseman, how hard is it for a defenseman to do it? But he's very close, and I think Matthew Darsh and his group will do a great job of making that decision. So,
well, listen, it looks fantastic on your organization. Congratulations, not just to Matthew Schaefer, but the Erie Otters as well. Dave, thanks so much for hopping on. Really appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the evening and enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Awesome. Thanks very much, guys.
There he is,
Thanks,
Dave Brown,
Dave.
who's the general manager of the Erie Otters, popping by to talk about, to gush a little bit more about Matthew Schaefer. To your point, Pierre, like not just a great player, but a wonderful person as well. You know, the San Jose Sharks are on the clock here. The way this is working is Gary Bettman is on stage, and then they do the reveal to the war room or the draft room for the individual teams. And listen, last year the star of the show were the San Jose Sharks. It was Macklin Celebrini. It was Sam Dickinson. And for those that, watched Sam Dickinson play with the London Knights this year, might have been thinking to themselves, this guy might be in the lineup next year. Like, listen, Mark-Edouard Vlasic is getting bought out here by the San Jose Sharks, and we're wondering, that's just opening a spot, anticipating that Sam Dickinson's going to be on the lineup next year.
Yeah, no, I think Sam Dickinson will be in the lineup next year. With Will Smith, with Macklin Celebrini, Sam Dickinson, they're going in the right direction. Now, I think goaltending needs to be determined. Depth of the organization needs to be determined. But I know one thing, Mike Greer didn't inherit a rose garden there. There's a lot of work that has to go into that.
Oh, absolutely. And they have something in the neighborhood of $44 million of worth of cap space to play with. And Michael Misa has just been selected second overall by the San Jose Sharks. So now, we really wonder here. You have Michael Misa, you have Macklin Celebrini, you have Will Smith. I think Celebrini's sliding over to the wing. Does this pick indicate
serious firepower, my friend?
You got serious firepower. So what does this pick? Does this pick say to you, we're just taking the best player available, or does this pick say to you, we see Will Smith as a winger in San Jose?
I think we're taking the best player, and this. We talked about it before. You go back to 06-07 is the last time you had an Ontario Hockey League player with as many points as Michael Misa, and that's Patrick Kane, who was a first overall and a 3-time Stanley Cup winner. I think this is a great pick for San Jose. No disrespect meant to Anton Frundell or any other players that still are on the board, and obviously there are a lot of them. This is a spectacular offensive force. Now, I know they play wide open hockey with the Saginaw Gears, and I know
Saginaw Spirit. You're slipping.
Saginaw Spirit.
Your IHL days are coming back.
I dated myself. Saginaw Spirit. But the biggest thing to me, Jeff, when I look at this whole thing, this all it is fine-tuning defensively for this player. If there's one little hiccup in his resume, maybe not enough defense, but I understand it because those numbers are so gaudy offensively. He could get away with murder. That won't happen at the next level. But those numbers will still happen. I think that kid's going to be unbelievable offensively.
I first saw him play for the Senators in the GTHL, and Malcolm Spence was on this team. Like, this was a really, really good team. And even as an underager, and he was granted exceptional status as you've pointed out, and into the OHL, he was head and shoulders above everybody. There are people that have been talking about him since he was 11 years old, playing at the Hockey Hall of Fame All-Star game at Scotiabank Arena, Scotiabank Pond, way back so many years ago, and here he is, drafted second overall, and we're pleased to welcome his coach to the broadcast, Chris Lazary, head coach of the Saginaw Spirit, joins us on the Sheet Draft Special. Now, Laz, first of all, thanks for stopping by, because as I just said to Dave Brown about Matthew Schaefer, not just a huge day for the player, but a huge day for the organization. Michael Misa, the highest draft pick ever in the Saginaw Spirit history. Congratulations.
Yeah, sounds good. And excited and proud. I think, watch Mike's progression over the 3 years and to see it come to this moment. It's wild and it's exciting, and we're a proud franchise and so happy for a player and a kid that's earned everything.
Pierre?
Chris, what stands out about his offensive games that you say that translates immediately to the National Hockey League?
I think instincts. I think puck touches under pressure. I think his ability under pressure to try to hold pucks and manipulate. He's got a special knack when he's under pressure to be able to find plays in tight spaces. And I think the elite players can make plays through defenders. And he does that well. He always has. I like to take credit for it, but it ain't me. It's Mike. Because I haven't made one, but special at making plays through defenders.
I was going to say, once upon a time, we believed, Chris, that, oh, you can't teach touch. You're just born with it. But now coaches are actually, like, they're teaching offense. They're like, when you have someone like Michael Misa, and he comes in as an underager, granted exceptional status into the Ontario Hockey League, as you're working with Michael Misa, I'm curious because the offensive instincts are all there and the production is all there. As a coach, how do you work with Misa while at the same time not trying to blunt or stunt any of the creativity, because it's on display every night?
Yeah, it is. I think, like, one, you got to develop a relationship with the player. But I like what you said. We don't try to stunt our players. Like, I think in junior, we're a developmental league, and it's not my job to put players into a box. It's my job to try to pull out their skills and develop them. And I think Mike, coming to this program, obviously highly talented, highly skilled, we just wanted to put him in an environment where we could pull his skills and abilities out of him. And I think at the end of the day, I learned from him probably more than he learns from me when I pick his brain or watch his video or ask him why he did something. There's always things there that I'm grabbing as a coach that I hope I can share with another player to make them better. So he's teaching me as much as I'm teaching him.
Can he come back, Chris, and play for you next year and continue to evolve as a player?
100%. Like, I think, listening to what you guys said, obviously offensively, there's not much more you're going to do there. You can keep refining things. I still think, as good as he is, like, his abilities to make plays can still grow. I think his puck protection can still get a little bit better, but I think, breakouts and supporting pucks and playing through the middle ice as a centerman and down low as defending and his stick details and taking speed on angles and making sure when he does close on a player, like, he's learning how to rub and take speed and gain position all over the ice, because if you can't check, you can't play. So I think he'll come back, and I know if he does come back, he's going to be excited to work on that. And we'll work closely with San Jose to make sure whatever their program is or whatever their plan is, we're aligned with that, because at the end of the day, we want to make sure if Mike is back, he's back, and then he's in the NHL. So there's some work to be done. If it's with us, great. If it's with them, great.
This conversation is all revolved around the skill set and the player. Tell us about Michael Misa, the person, the guy as opposed to the player. What's he like day in, day out, around the other guys, coming to the rink, leaving the rink, with the billets, all of it. Give us a snapshot.
Well, the best way to describe it is when he does leave our program, it's a sad day because you won't get to interact with him every day. It's been such an honor, and I speak for the entire organization, to be around a person like him who does not like the limelight. He doesn't want the attention. He's just a good human that cares about people, that wants to do it the right way, the respect factor. Like, he's such if I had a kid or a son myself, I have 2 daughters, I hope they grow up with a lot of the characteristics that Mike has, because he's so impressive and he's so kind. And I'll miss the friendship when he does move on. I'll look forward to texting him, but I've been blessed here for the last couple of years to have him walk through the door every day.
Let me close on this. We got to get to Chicago, who's on the clock here. But, this is a wonderful day for Michael Misa and a wonderful day for Saginaw as well. And what a remarkable run it's been of late. Memorial Cup champions last year. Michael Misa drafted 2nd overall, highest ever in the organization. Do you have like a hot 30 seconds on, for those that may not understand hockey in Saginaw in the OHL? Like, this is back-to-back American OHL teams that are producing picks here. Give us a little 30-second snapshot on Saggy.
Unbelievable ownership, care about their people, care about their staff, crazy fan base, and just really an organization that it wants to be elite and stay elite. And I think we've gotten there, and we're lucky to be here every day. It's honestly a treat and a pleasure.
I love it. Thanks so much for stopping by. Congratulations to your player. Congratulations to your organization and your ownership. Thanks so much for doing this, Chris.
Okay, boys. Thanks.
There is Chris Lazary, who, by the way, is one of the more progressive coaches and progressive thinkers in the game. Like, there are just some coaches. Jeremy Roenick is on stage right now in Los Angeles, got the handshake from the commissioner. He's one of those, like, naturally curious. I was talking to Rocky Thompson on the sheet the other day, and he's another one of those guys. Always questions. Not going to make my mind up about anything. Laz is the same way. He really is. Like, that guy's got a future in the NHL outside of junior hockey.
I was really impressed by how he presented Michael Misa, because I couldn't agree more with everything. And he wasn't looking past the defensive deficiencies. He talked about stick details. He talked about the little things that Michael has to do to take the next step. I thought that was really important. He wasn't sugarcoating anything. Isn't it cool that Jeremy Roenick is on stage with Commissioner Bettman He played for San Jose, and he was drafted in the first round by Michael Keenan and the Chicago Blackhawks, who are on the clock right now. I think that's so fascinating. And the year that Jeremy was drafted by Mike Keenan, he was at my hockey school in the summer in Boston.
What was he? Okay, so take us back to then the young Jeremy Roenick and Anton Frondel. By the way, just got selected by the Chicago Blackhawks. Said we had.
So they just flip flop. Yeah, there you go.
Frondel to Chicago. Really quickly before we get to Frondel here, and there's a quick snapshot playing in the Allsvenskan this season. So a lot made, and rightfully so, about playing pro hockey and playing amongst men, specifically down the stretch. But give me a hot 20 or 30 on what Jeremy Roenick was like at your camp.
So dominant, it was ridiculous. And he played with a guy named Tony Amonte, who played over 1,000 games in the national. I know who. Imagine those guys were line mates at Thayer Academy.
I know Thayer.
It's just insane. But where Jeremy was so much better than the other kids, he was so physically strong in the puck for a guy that wasn't overly large at that time. It was scary to see the pure hockey strength that Jeremy had at that time.
He always had a drive. We think of Jeremy Roenick and we think, showman too, but I think of the drive and the physicality and the toughness that went right along with that skill. And you remember that rookie season in Chicago
cross-checked in the mouth.
Featherstone. And would not turn around and think twice about it. Just move on and finish his shift.
Spit his teeth out on the ice and came back and played. Tough as nails. That's the one thing. Jeremy could have gone to Boston College and cruised because his girlfriend, who eventually became his wife, went to school there. But instead he says, you know what, this isn't for me. And he goes to play in Hull. And he plays for the Olympic. Yeah. And the rest is history.
He really did. And that was rare too, like an American kid going to play in the in the QMJHL. Really I remember talking to Eddie Olczyk about that, like the different decisions he had to make. Mario Lemieux's team in the Q, and there was, I think, the Marlboros in the OHL made a significant pitch as well. Anyhow, so last year at the draft, Artyom Levshunov, playing in Michigan State, drafted by the Chicago Blackhawks. Sasha Boisvert, who's a really good player, off to BU this year to the transfer portal. That is a major score for Marek Vanacker of the Brantford Bulldogs.
Yes,
Jack Pridham in the third. Who started with the Kitchener Rangers this year. Ty Henry, we just talked about the Erie Otters. He was a 6th-round pick. Real nice defenseman there. Like the Blackhawks, I know they're not there yet. And the year before that it was Bedard and Oliver Moore and Nick Lardis. They're not there yet. They're not close. But you can see how they're going to get there, Pierre. Like when you look at what Kyle Davidson is putting together here, what comes to mind?
I'll tell you what comes to mind. Alex Vlasic, Ryan Green, Drew Comesso, Kevin Korsinski, Frankie Nazar, Sammy Rinzel. I can go down the line. Sasha Boisvert, who you already talked about, he's going to BU. So think about it. Vlasic's BU, Ryan Green's BU, Drew Comesso's BU, Sasha Boisvert's going to BU. So they're taking players, putting them in one program where they think they're going to evolve from, which they are. And you know what? You got a coach at BU and Jay Pandolfo, who's just phenomenal because he played for so long. He's a Stanley Cup winner, coached in the NHL. I can't stop talking about what Chicago's doing right now. Vastly underrated. I think there's going to be a little bit more pain there, but once they turn the corner, probably in a year from now, everybody's going to be like, holy mackerel, these guys are good.
Let me ask you a question. If his kid didn't make the program and wasn't going to BU, would Jay Pandolfo be the head coach, with all due respect to Marco Sturm, of the Boston Bruins right now?
I would say there would have been major discussions about it. I
don't think Jay wants to go because, listen, how many chances do you get to coach your kid in college?
Well, there's another player.
You mentioned Pandolfo, like that guy, another guy. I just talked about Lazary. Pandolfo is going to coach in the NHL, and if he didn't have a kid involved, he probably would be there now.
So his son Sam did make the program. I watched his son play for the Rivers School, coached by one of Jay's old college teammates, Freddie Meyer. So I watched them this year, and Freddie Meyer's boy, Carson, is a tremendous player, and he's in the program too. So I think Jay's sticking around to coach those guys at BU, if you want to know the truth.
Yes.
I think Boisvert will be one and done at BU, by the way. But think about it. Cole Hudson, Lane Hudson's brothers there. Like, you go down the line, they just got a murderer's row of players at BU. Yeah, you just don't stop. So
they're going to be really great. One thing we want to get to here is Michael Misa goes second overall, Matthew Schaefer first, Anton Frondel to Chicago. The Utah Mammoth are now on the board. But one thing we want to share with you here, and this is presented by our friends at the Ninja Crispy, which is an all-in-one system that includes 4-quart, 6-cup Tupperware glass containers, 2 storage lids. And Ninja Crispy is thermal shock resistant, can go from frozen to crispy in minutes. With the Crispy Power Pod, you get the power of a full-sized air fryer in the palm of your hands. 4-quart container fits 4 pounds of chicken or veggies. Cook a personal-sized meal in 7 minutes in the 6-cup container. Max crisp, bake, air fry, re-crisp with the Ninja Crispy. Prep, cook, store anything from crispy favorites to one-dish meals. I want to get in here a couple of moments of our Stephen Ellis, Daily Faceoff draft and prospect guru, in conversation a couple of weeks ago with Michael Misa. Enjoy.
So you've had some time to digest since the end of the OHL season. Obviously, you get the 62 goals this year. Like, have you had a chance to think that's a special season?
Yeah, I think overall it was definitely a good season for myself. I know we ultimately ended a little bit short in the playoffs, but yeah, I was really happy with my regular season, and I think for me it was just trying to leave this year with no regrets.
And you said at the Combine that you really wanted to play center this year. What made you want to be a middleman as opposed to a winger like you played last year?
Yeah, ultimately, it was in minor hockey. I played center growing up. Coming to the OHL, I did switch to a winger. We did have a lot of good centers at the start of my career in Saginaw, so I ended up shifting to winger. But coming to my draft year, it was I wanted to get back down the middle, take face-offs, just feel like myself again a little bit. And yeah, it definitely helped me. I think getting the puck on my stick more, just driving the play, into the offensive zone as a center definitely helped me.
How special was that Memorial Cup run last year?
It was pretty cool. Yeah. That those 10 days were, some of the best days I've ever had in hockey. And, that group we had, it was we had a really tight knit group. So, just being able to, hang out with those guys after the season and stuff, it's friends for life kind of thing. So, I'm really grateful for that.
Do you think the move to center is kind of what helped you unlock that offensive potential this year?
Yeah, I think it definitely was a bit of a help. I think just in general, the experience of playing the OHL is my 3rd year now, that helped me as well. But yeah, getting back to the middle, feeling like myself, a lot more confident with the puck, and yeah.
All right, you can watch that full interview, by the way, on our Daily Faceoff YouTube channel. It just dropped right now, 7:45 Eastern. You can watch the complete interview, Stephen Ellis in conversation with Michael Misa of the San Jose Sharks. All right, on the board, the Utah Mammoth at 4.
Are they keeping this pick? Are they going to keep this pick?
Pick is in, Pierre. The pick is in.
Wow.
Pick is in, so they're gonna. We're curious to see what happens here. There was a lot of noise.
This is going to be very interesting.
This will be because we wonder about Brady Martin. We wonder about, to your point, Caleb Desnoyers as well. I wonder too about Jake O'Brien in this position. But
agree on all fronts, my friend.
We'll see. Do you have to be honest with you, I kind of felt like they would. They kind of felt like they would move the pick. I kind of feel.
I did too. That's why I asked. I really felt they were moving that pick. I want to give credit where credit's due. You're the first person that really called this out. Brady Martin was a fast riser. You nailed it. You told me this about 3 or 4 weeks ago, maybe even longer. And I've been tracking, and you know what? You're spot on.
But you know what put it over the top? What put it over the top? What put it over the top? Oh, who just got selected here? Caleb Desnoyers of Moncton.
So that's going to break the heart of Barry Trotz. I told you before we went on this, he's the fastest riser. Yeah. And so just for those that don't watch Moncton and aren't very familiar with the Quebec Maritime Hockey League right now, as it's called.
Yeah, well done.
This guy is a lot like Jonathan Toews. I go way back with Jonathan when he played at Shattuck, when he went to Dakota, when he was a stick boy for the 05 World Junior team in Grand Forks, North Dakota, winning gold in 06, winning gold in 07. I'm not saying Caleb Desnoyers is going to be as good as Jonathan Toews, but I got to tell you, Jeff, the characteristics and the winning of Caleb Desnoyers are so similar to Jonathan Toews. And I've known the family forever. Father played with Brodeur and St. Hyacinthe. The son was a tremendous player, part of the Philadelphia Flyers organization.
Yeah.
Elliot Desnoyers. So I know the family. This kid's really special. He's really special, Jeff.
You know, I wondered too, like all season long, with all the respect to the London Knights who won the Memorial Cup, I thought the best team I saw in junior hockey this year, when they were all healthy and all together and playing great, was Gardner McDougall's team, and that is the Moncton Wildcats. I thought, like, well, man, this is going to be a tough out. And more times than not, they were ranked number one all the way across the CHL. And a lot of it was due to Caleb Desnoyers, outstanding player. Now he's a member of the Utah Mammoth, 4th overall. But during the Memorial Cup, this guy was banged up bad. There were times in the QMJHL playoffs where flat out he couldn't play. And you saw it in the Memorial Cup where he really tried to gut it out as well. He's got a huge heart. He's got great skill. The thing about Desnoyers, I'm glad you brought up the Jonathan Toews comparison. Other people have said to me, Bergeron light. That good two-way guy, really responsible. Don't expect anything really flashy here from this player, but he's going to be a coach's dream. Like, those guys you had, Pierre, when you coached, that you tapped him on the shoulder and you had no questions about what they were going to do when they got out there. You felt
I had one of them.
Go ahead.
I had one of them named Ronnie Francis.
Of course.
He was a coach's dream. He was pretty darn good. You didn't have to tell him too much. I had another one, number 66, Mary Lemieux. You didn't have to tell him too much. Especially in big games. And I'm not trying to say that Desnoyers is going to be Francis or Lemieux.
He's Mary Lemieux, according to Pierre McGuire.
But this guy gets winning. He understands how to win. And I love the point that you just raised about how tough he is. You got to be physically tough to play in the sport. And he's physically tough. He's not a fighter. He's not a thug. He's just a tough, physical kid.
He is, and he's played for one of the most interesting coaches that we've ever seen in Gardner McDougall.
Yes, I agree.
He is the winning machine from UNB, the Reds. And we all know about the records. He was a hired gun with the St. John's Sea Dogs when they won the Memorial Cup as well, and has this real charm about him. Kids love him. He does things a little bit differently. Like when they were eliminated from the Memorial Cup, before they did handshakes, they did a circle all together as a team. And McDougall talked about, what all of this means for them and to cherish it and understand what they achieved. Like he's just a different thinking guy. Like there's a first of all, that organization is run first class, right? First class. And they have a real special one there in Gardner McDougall, whose son Taylor also happens to be the general manager. He used to be an agent with Elaine Waugh. Before that, he was a player. Like when it comes to hockey in Moncton with the coach and the general manager, it's bred in the bone. It's bred in the bone.
All you got to do is bring the kids to Magnetic Hill, and you're all good.
and then
I spent a lot of time in Moncton back in the. I spent a lot of time in Moncton back in the day.
Well, they have a beautiful rink and they have a wonderful organization too. And now they have a player in Caleb Desnoyers who heads to Utah. And listen, last year at the draft, it was TJ Ginla, drafted by the Utah Mammoth, son of Jerome Ginla, plays with the Kelowna Rockets. They're hosting the Memorial Cup next year, and don't forget, like there's still plenty of players. I think it's like, Pierre, correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's like 4, maybe 5 first-round draft picks from the Arizona Coyotes, Simashev, Daniel Boot, who still haven't played in the NHL. Like Utah's got players coming, and right now they're filling out the roster. They have cap space.
I agree with that.
They just got Paterka. Like this is a team that's go for
it. What happens if they get Aaron Ekblad and they play him with Sergachev?
Well, then you have the Florida-Tampa connection. You got the Florida back end in your first pair.
You understand what I mean.
I know.
They become a formidable force.
So
they're going to be tough.
It seems to me like they're like the Mammoth here for next season, looking for a right shot first pairing D. That's why we wonder about Aaron Ekblad and we wonder about Vladislav Gavrikov if they can't get him. Like there are 3 teams trying to get Gavrikov. There's the LA Kings that are trying to keep him. There's the Rangers that are trying to get him. And there's Utah that's trying to get Gavrikov as well. The other place that they're looking, and I always say, like, good luck with this market, they want a goalie. Utah
that's not going to be that easy.
Still wants a goalie. It's not simple at all. That's going to be a challenge for this team. But they've added up prospects. TJ Ginla had the injury this season, which really, sort of dampened his performance, obviously, but they got a real good one there. Like, this is a team that's set up, and now they got these wonderful new jerseys that I think we're all going to adore next season.
Yeah.
Even though I wanted Yeti, Pierre, I'm not sure where you were on this one. I wanted Yeti, and I understand why the mom's coffee cup, the mom's youth hockey cup. The Yetis couldn't be used because of gimmick infringement, I suppose. Threw a wrench into that one, but I'm good with Mammoth. You good with Mammoth?
I'm good with Mammoth, especially from Utah. One of the better Winter Olympics I've had the privilege of covering was 02 in Salt Lake, and they're getting it back in 30.
I know, right?
They're getting it back in 30, so yeah, it's good.
Ryan and Ashley Smith have done a marvelous job there already.
Oh my gosh, what a good ownership group, and just. From what I understand, Jeff, I haven't been to it, but I understand the practice facility that they're building or have built is unbelievable.
Oh, really, eh?
Yeah.
It doesn't surprise me. Nashville is on the board right now. So the Preds are picking 5th. I just wonder if this is going to be like, all right, there's a lot of talk before, and then they just
I think they're
mad
because I think
the
they're
pick
mad.
is
They
in.
wanted Desnoyers. They wanted Elliot Desnoyers, or not Elliot, that's his brother. They wanted Caleb.
Caleb's not there, so we wonder. I mean, Jake O'Brien is still there. Brady Martin is certainly still there. We wonder if it could be James Hagens. Like, I have a hard time.
Do they take Roger McQueen? Barry Trotz likes big guys. I know it's early. I know it's early. He's a Western guy, Barry. I don't know.
So he plays with the Brandon Wheat Kings. Barry Trotz is an old Regina Pat defenseman. Yeah. I know what you're
I don't know. I'm
just
wondering. I don't know. I think he really wanted Desnoyers, and I think he's probably pounding the table.
Is it just like Bobby Clark when he wanted Trevor Lewis, but then Los Angeles picked a couple before him, and Bobby was so hot he forgot Claude Giroux's name and had to say, "Hey Homer, who
remember
we
that
in Vancouver?" Yeah,
Vancouver.
one of the greats of all time.
Yes.
By the way, Gardner McDougall is going to be joining us here in a couple of moments. I'm just texting with his son, the general manager at Moncton. When do you want GMAC on? Put him on now. His kid just got drafted, but. Brady Martin just got drafted by the Nashville Predators. Brady Martin, by the way.
That is your guy. I'm putting him on you the rest of his career.
That's a lot of responsibility, Pierre.
No, because you nailed that. I'm a huge fan. Huge fan of the player.
Here's the thing about Brady Martin. Brady Martin is not from the old school, Pierre. He's from the school they burned down to build the old school. He is a farm boy. His parents own a farm in Elmira, and he takes a lot of pride working on the farm. And right now, that's where his draft party is. He didn't go to Los Angeles. You know why? Because there's work to do on the farm. You know those old pictures that we've all looked at and been shocked by? Bobby Hull, Gordie Howe, where they didn't do lat raises and Bulgarian split squats, worked on the farm. That's Brady Martin. I remember talking to Matt Nickel, for the first time Brady Martin went to Matty's gym, which is state of the art. He's like, this kid hasn't worked out, and he's better than everybody. Those strong tendons, those farm boy tendons, like that is Brady Martin. And at the U18 this year, and Matthew Turcotte led the charge as the head coach. Brady Martin really did a real number physically and sort of got everybody's attention. And the other thing that I thought that he did, and this was really wise, at the combine this year, Pierre, you see the kids that get it. And he's a physical guy, and he was asked, who his favorite players are and who he models his game after. Said Tom Wilson and Sam Bennett, who just got 8x8 today, by the way. Yeah. The second Stanley Cup ring. Give us your thoughts on Brady Martin of the Sioux Greyhounds.
I'm going to ditto everything you said, but I'm going to go to a Northwest Ontario guy. His name is Mike Richards. I see a lot of Mike Richards in Brady Martin. the winning component, the physical component, the fearless component, the component that makes the players around him better. I got to know Mike so well when he was with the Kitchener Rangers, playing for Peter DeBoer and Steve Spott. Got to know him so well when he was playing in Philly. He and Jeff Carter were a 1-2 tandem. But more than anything else, the time I spent with him at the World Juniors, whether it was 04 in Helsinki or 05 in Grand Forks, North Dakota, I couldn't say enough good things about Mike Richards. Mm-hmm. I see a lot of Brady Martin from what I saw in Mike Richards. And that's a really high compliment because I am the biggest Mike Richards guy. I just have so much respect for Mike and how he played.
You know, he's a physically robust player. We mentioned. Oh, by the way, I was telling this story on the sheet today. My favorite Brady Martin story. So he gets drafted by the Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds, and he goes to the Sioux, and they're trying to sort out the billet situation. And it says, "I have one request." And they say, "What's that?" He says, "I want to bring my cow. Can we find a billet? Can we find a billet that can take my cow?" You imagine that you're Kyle Rafus, general manager of the Sioux Greyhounds, like. Yeah. I've heard some interesting requests before, but this kid wants to bring his cow for the milk. Wants to milk his cow every morning, and
I'm not sure that worked out, though. Did it? I don't think it worked out. Did it?
No,
I didn't think so.
No, not at all. But Brady, like the thing that they're gonna love about Brady Martin in Nashville, and you know this about the Preds, not that he's like a slugger in like the Darcy Hordichuk sense, but the Nashville Predators have always tried to have tough physical players in their lineup. They've always gone after that. So congrats to the Nashville Predators. They get Brady
and congrats
Martin.
to Brady Martin and to Jeff Marek, who called that a long time ago. You did.
Everyone, but you know what? The first time I saw Brady Martin that really popped for me was a Waterloo Toronto Marlies game at the OHL Cup, and he went off for 4 goals, 4 different ways. Remember Jeff Carter against Finland when he scored 4 goals 4 different ways, and everybody went, "You were there, you called it, you called the game, of course," and everybody went, "Oh, there's something there with this kid," and that was the same thing with Brady Martin. And just got on the radar, and the Sioux have themselves an absolute gem. Charles Barkley is talking to Commissioner Bettman right now in Los Angeles on the big screen as the Philadelphia Flyers are poised to make their
that would make sense. Pick. Philadelphia 76ers, that would make sense.
Now, last year, the Flyers drafted someone who played 4 games, and we wondered about if he was going to stick or not in Jet Luchenko.
Yep.
Which turns out to be one of the better. This Macklin Celebrini stole the show, and rightfully so. But I think Jet Luchenko, considering he wasn't someone drafted in like the top 2 or top 3, really turned a lot of heads. So we'll see which way the Flyers go. I wonder about Jake O'Brien here with the Bulldogs. But your thoughts on the Flyers, where they're at, what they need.
Well, I like the fact they brought Rick Tocchet in to coach. You know, I had the honor and privilege of coaching Rick and winning with Rick, and I'm a big fan of Rick, the way he composed himself around the league.
Porter Martone.
So they went big. So they went Flyer. Look, he's not Tim Kerr. I get it, but they're Tim Kerr qualities to the way Porter Martone plays in terms of slot presence, board presence, physicality. If there's one thing that Porter needs to do better, and he'll do it, he needs to get quicker. But that's going to happen. All these teams have great skating coaches. He'll get quicker. But his hand skills are elite, as you know. His board play is outstanding. His slot area play is really good. And I think it's a really good pick for them. I really do.
Do you have a quick thought on this one? We're 6 picks deep, and 5 of the 6 are from the CHL. Like, we know this is going to be a big year. I believe the record is, I got to check on this, either 22 or 23. For the CHL in the draft, and that was 2013. I got to check this with the Nathan McKinnon.
Yeah, I think you're close on that
one.
So
I don't know if they're gonna come close to tie or maybe break the record here, but this is, and specifically the OHL, who had a
4 of the
tough year.
First 6 are OHL. 4 of the first 6
are the first 6 are from the Ontario League, which shut down. During COVID as well, and you saw that, and there was a lag in player development. But this is kind of a return now with Porter Martone of the Brampton Steelheads getting selected by the Philadelphia Flyers. Kind of a return for the OHL in some senses here, Pierre.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's a great point. What's going to be interesting is going to be the influence of college hockey and the ability of players to leave major junior
Yep.
and go play college. But I think what's going to happen, because I spent a lot of my life in college hockey before I got to the National Hockey League, I think what will happen is it's really difficult for 17 and 18-year-old players to play college hockey. I think you're going to see a lot of Ontario League players stay until they're 18 and then maybe leave when they're 19. And some will even leave when they're 20. And so I don't think it's going to be that devastating for major junior hockey. And I still think the best players are going to play major junior hockey before they go to college. I believe that. I really believe that.
So 2013. So that's the New Jersey draft. That's the that's Nathan McKinnon, and that was 22 players from the Western League, OHL, and QMJHL in the opening round, most ever from a single league in one draft. We'll see how the rest of it goes here. But players going to NCAA, it's changed the entire landscape, right? Like everything has changed. I think Dan McKenzie, and by the way, Dan, who's the president of the CHL, he's going to be joining us towards the end of the draft. Right away, before we get more on Porter Martone here, Daniel Briere, the Philadelphia Flyers choosing the winger from James Richmond's Brampton Steelheads, joins us. We have someone real special on. We were just gushing about him a couple of seconds ago. He's Gardner McDougall. He's the head coach of the Moncton Wildcats. Caleb Desnoyers goes to the Utah Mammoth at 4th overall. Gardner, do we have you? There we go.
Yeah, I think so. We'll get it the right way here.
There we go. We figured it out. Technology's our friend. Technology's our friend,
like
Gardner.
running the power play. I don't do it, so.
Yeah, dude, you're like me. I can talk a good game. Ask me to frame something up, not a chance.
Exactly.
Listen, congratulations. When one of your players gets picked, it's an accomplishment, certainly for the player, but great for the organization as well. Great for the coach, great for the general manager. Your thoughts on Caleb Desnoyers becoming a member of the Utah Mammoth?
Yeah, an unbelievable moment. Certainly for Caleb and his family and the Moncton Wildcats. He's got a lot of excited people in Moncton, New Brunswick, and the province of New Brunswick. He's in 2 years, he's been the passion of all the hockey fans in New Brunswick. I've just loved him as a person and certainly him as a hockey player. And it's just an outstanding opportunity for him.
Hey, Coach, how underrated is his offense? Because you see him every day.
Yeah, you got to think about this guy at 17 years old, the top player on their team that ended up winning the Quebec Maritime Junior Hockey Championship. And you got to think from about October onward, he couldn't play center, his natural position. Yep. With a wrist injury, he played through it. He got a tremendous amount of grit. And then in January, he hurt the other wrist. So he's playing with 2 injured wrists. He could be the best face-off guy in our league if he takes them all the time. And he just finds different ways to contribute to the success of our team.
Pierre was talking about, we were just talking about Desnoyers, and we're talking about players like Jonathan Toews, and there's elements of Jonathan Toews in that game. I wonder about, I reference like, Bergeron light with the Boston Bruins. As Pierre mentioned, you see him game in and game out, and you coach him. Like, whose game do you see in Caleb?
Those are great comparisons. Obviously, legends of NHL and Canadian legends at that. And, Kelsey Tessier is one of our coaches in Moncton, and he played in Shattuck when Toews was 1 year older, and he got to watch Toews, and he says that Caleb Desnoyers reminds him a tremendous amount of Jonathan Toews.
I agree with you. I was there watching those guys play, so I totally agree with that 100%, Coach. I know the family really well. The dad was a tough guy when he played in St. Hyacinthe. How much has a father interacted with Caleb over time?
Yeah, I think, we're all products of our families and our environment. And both, Caleb's dad, his mom, just means so much to him. And, obviously his dad has that fire and that passion. And, anytime they come, the family, and we want the family there as much as possible, Caleb would find that extra notch, that type of stuff. So they'd be very, very proud of him today.
Gardner, you're a very unique coach. You connect with people, you connect with players. There is a real sort of maritime charm about you. On what level, like, how do you connect specifically with Desnoyers? Is there anything that really works? Like, you have to build relationships with all the players on your team, but what was it that really clicked between you two?
I got a head start. I got to coach him at the under-18s in Finland, and even though I didn't know I was going to be a full-time coach with the Moncton Wildcats, I developed a tremendous relationship. We had an assistant coach there, Bruce Richardson, that also connected really well with him. And he wasn't supposed to play a lot of games. He ended up playing our first-line center, and that was the start of an unbelievable summer at Holinka as well for him. But the thing about him, he just, when we took the job in Moncton, the first thing my general manager, my son Taylor, first guy he called was Caleb and said, "Listen, I'm flying to Montreal tomorrow to meet with you." And that's how much he means to our organization. And he has just a strong belief and a strong passion. And, I think I've been quoted, he changes our team every day he walks in the dressing room. We had 280 days as a group, so our team certainly got better every time he walked in the dressing room.
Real quick note, James Hagens just got drafted by the Boston Bruins. Pierre?
Well, I thought that the Boston Bruins might hook up with the New York Islanders and make a little deal, but that didn't happen.
Yeah.
The reason why the Boston Bruins know James Hagens so well, plays at Boston College, and Dean Letourneau, who was their first-round pick last year, is a teammate with James Hagens. I'm not sure there was any team in the National Hockey League that saw the Boston College Eagles play more than the Boston Bruins last year. No surprise.
Real quick, Gardner, before we let you get on with your evening, give me the 30-second elevator pitch. You're talking to someone from Utah. Sell us on Caleb Desnoyers.
I'm going to start with the changes. He'll change your team right from the day he walks into your development camp. Utah, we're visited him a lot, and Caleb spent a couple of days this week in Utah and met all their organization and their general manager. And we had more. We had a number of NHL players, but we had more people from the Utah Mammoth at our rink this year than any team, and they did a tremendous job with Gabe Smith, and I'm sure they'll do a tremendous job with Caleb Desnoyers.
I heard Barry Trotz was around the team a lot at the Memorial Cup specifically. Is that true?
He did watch every game we played. Yeah, correct.
So he's not. I'm sure. Listen, I'm sure they're happy getting Brady Martin, but I was told that Trotz was around a lot.
Yeah, no
to watch you guys. Listen, looks great on you, great on the organization, certainly great on the player. Gardner, thanks so much for stopping by. Enjoy the rest of the evening, and best to your son Taylor, who's your boss,
Thanks,
by the way.
Yeah, Jeff, much appreciated. Pierre as well. Have a great rest of the evening. Go CHL, go.
Well, they're
Thanks,
cranking.
Gardner,
Yeah, they're cranking about go CHL, go. So it's Schaefer, Misa, Desnoyers, Martone, and now James Hagens breaks it up from Boston College at 7. Go ahead.
I'm a little surprised, Jeff, that the Islanders couldn't pull it off with Boston to get up. I'm a little. That's where I thought. I think at the beginning of the show I said to you, it's going to be Boston. He's not going past 7, and Boston took him. And I'm really surprised that those 2 picks at 16 and 17 weren't enough to get it done.
So here's what I wonder about. If the Islanders didn't think that they'd be able to get Hagens with those 2 picks, would they still have made the trade? We're all wondering about this. Like, okay, so this is the setup, right?
I see.
You know that Noah Dobson is going. Okay, the trade at the draft, they got the 2 picks. Okay, what's the second domino here? Like, this must have been just a frantic afternoon for the New York Islanders to try to put all of these pieces together. Yeah. But I really do wonder if Darsh didn't know, like if he thought, you know what, I'm not going to be able to move up and get my guy, would he still have made the trade? I'm not so sure about that.
Well, so here his choice was he could have done that trade, or he could have done the trade with Columbus, and he takes 14 and 20 and he gets Voronkov. So I just don't know. I think they valued 16 and 17 a lot more, Jeff.
Right.
Because I think once you get past there and you get to 20, I just don't know. This draft is really different. It really is. And we've seen a little bit different. I mean,
Yeah.
when the season started, did you honestly think Brady Martin would be a fifth overall?
I did not.
No,
I thought
I'm
chance
telling you, I did
he
not.
may have slipped low into the first, but I thought second round.
So I thought Brady Martin before this, like in the last 2 weeks, based on what you were saying and based on the tape I was watching, I thought Brady Martin might slip into 11 or 10.
Right.
But it just shows you there's a value. People watch Florida a lot. You know 100%. That, and I know that.
Yep.
The Florida footprint is all over the league now. People know they need those players.
Yes, they do. And with that, let's get to the head coach and the manager of the Brampton Steelheads, JR, our man, James Richmond, to talk to us about Porter Martone, who's now the latest member of the Philadelphia Flyers. First of all, JR, thanks so much for stopping by alongside Pierre McGuire. Glad to have you here. Your thoughts on someone that you helped shepherd through his junior hockey career is now a member of the big, tough team in orange.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. Yeah, I mean, what a great fit, right? I mean, he's going in there. They've got Talkett as a coach there.
Yeah.
He's going to see this kid come in here, and I think he's going to be looking in the mirror. So the way that Porter plays, I mean, every night, every practice, he's coming in, and he's going to make his presence felt. And he is a very, very skilled offensive guy, but he'll play it any way you want to play it. So I think Rick would like him. And obviously Owen Tippett's there, who's a Steelhead as well. And I've already texted back and forth with Tippy, so I'm sure he's on the call with him right now. And the funny thing is that they both had the same billet family when they were in with the Steelheads. So Owen Tippett, yeah. So it's pretty cool. So that billet family is. I haven't seen them yet. I'm going to head down to the back there and meet with Porter, and I'll probably see Cam and Tracy there. And they've been great billets for a long time. They had Nick Hag, and now they've got two guys on one team. So when they go down to Philly, they can see two of their kids.
I love it. Pierre?
Pretty cool.
James, James, I'm just curious because he's one of the players physically that's ready to play in the NHL physically. How far away is he from playing in the NHL, James?
Yeah, I mean, pretty darn close, right? I mean, he's a big body, 6'3", plays the game any way you want, and I think going over and playing with Canada at the Men's World Championship showed a lot of people that he's not far away. So, you know, we could have a whole show of whether or not guys are ready at 18, 19 years old to play in the big boy hockey league, but he's pretty darn close, I would say. Now, if you're going to ask me as the GM and coach,
I was going to say, I'm waiting for you to throw in. You know, he probably needs one more year of seasoning, Pierre. Well, you don't want to rush these kids.
No, you don't. You want to keep working on their game and working on their details and let them get a little bit bigger and stronger. But, yeah, I mean, I couldn't be happier for Porter and his family. His family's a wonderful family. So, hey, he's going to go there with a chip on his shoulder because he'll want to prove everybody that he's ready to go. And I thought he had a heck of a world championship for Canada there. So
I have someone that's quite close with his father. I'm curious about the family, and his dad has always been described as, hey, I'm having a problem with my plumbing. He'll show up with a 6-pack and he'll fix it for you, and then he'll stay and he'll make dinner for you at the same time. Do you have a thought? On the family? By the way, Seattle's just drafted Jake O'Brien from the Bulldogs.
Terrific. That's great.
What a night for the OHL, James.
OHL,
you guys are ripping it up.
The OHL's doing pretty well.
Ripping it up.
We're all partners in it, so good for him. Good for Jake. He's a heck of a player. And, I mean, the Martone family is just terrific. Mom and dad and sister. And, Mike and I talk every now and then, and he was a hard-nosed player, and he's okay. You know, when I've talked to him, he's one of those parents that say, hey, be hard on him. You be JR and take it to him. And I have. We have pushed Porter, and he'll come in and sit in the coach's office, and we'll do some video, and he'll have some questions, but he'll always go out there and try to execute what we're talking about. So the family is second to none. They are a beautiful family, top down. And obviously it starts with Mike and Angela. Just terrific people, and couldn't be more proud of them.
Well, listen, we're proud of their son. Listen, it looks great on you, JR. You've sent another one to the show, James.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you count, but I mean, you've sent a lot of guys into the NHL. You mentioned Noah Tippett, so it's another notch for you. Thanks so much for spending time with us tonight. Really appreciate
Thanks for having me. Thanks for having me.
Thanks,
There he
James.
is.
Thanks a lot.
Take care. Take
There
care.
he is, JR, James Richmond, the head coach and the manager of the Brampton Steelheads. Yeah, so Jake O'Brien of the Brantford Bulldogs goes to the Seattle Kraken. This kid is just loaded with potential.
Oh my
this
gosh.
kid is like, and he looks lean, and he is. He still has to fill out, but he's got size, he's got skill. I think Spencer Heyman, Jay McKee with the Bulldog, keep this kid eating as much as you can because he has a frame that can handle more weight, and really that's probably what he needs here.
The more I watched him play this year, the more I said, this is Dylan Strome. When Dylan Strome was playing in the Ontario Hockey League. Dylan Strome was such a great offensive player, Jeff, especially when it came to the power play. And, if you're Nick Lardis and you're seeing this, you're going, man, that 100%, this guy's an unbelievable playmaker. He's got peripheral vision. He's got awesome sense with the puck. He's going to be a power play specialist to start. But I'm looking at the center ice position in Seattle now, just off the top of my head, with Matty Beniers, with Shane Wright, with Jake O'Brien. Like, now it's starting to slot properly.
Yep.
Eventually I could see Wright being in the 3-hole, Beniers being in the 1-hole, and O'Brien being in the 2-hole.
It looks good.
And then it starts to balance.
It really does. But bracket that for 1 second. I think we're going to have Spencer Heyman come up here in a couple of moments. But first, I want to rewind and get to Brady Martin. We have his general manager with us, Kyle Rafus, longtime GM of the Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds, who joins us now. Kyle, thanks so much for stopping by today. Much appreciated. Your thought on Brady Martin, now a member of the Nashville Predators. Like, I don't need to tell you how unique this story is and how unique this player is. Pierre and I have been talking about it, but your thoughts on Brady Martin, new Pred?
Well, I think just looking at my background here, you can kind of see how unique this story is. Because as we
you're at the farm,
stage, exactly. The stage looks a little different tonight, but I think it's a match made in heaven. I know he's super excited about it. He's already getting a lot of ribbings about cowboy hats and boots already, but no, I think it's going to be awesome.
Pierre?
Kyle, the one thing that really blows me away about Brady is his tenacity. Is there any one player you see him reminding you of?
I don't know. It's tough. Every elite player has an ability of wanting to win, can turn it on when they need to. But with Brady, what's so fascinating is he doesn't need to turn it on. As soon as he's playing, that's just who he is. He competes like that at practice. I think if he was playing men's league down the road, he'd be that same guy, just competing, working incredibly hard. And it's not something that he flips the switch on and off when he wants to. And so I don't know. He just has that ability to will himself to win. And when you see him on a day-to-day basis, it's no mistake why he can get himself to that spot.
You're at the Martin farm. It seems as if he brings like that type of work ethic to the rink every single day. Like what I do when I wake up in the morning, and this is what I do in the afternoon. This is what I'm going to do at the rink. This is how I'm going to behave. Like this guy's just wired. Like would it be accurate, Kyle, because you know him better than I do, to say that he has like a farm boy mentality when he goes to the rink? Like, this is my job and I'm going to put in an honest shift every single day. Is that too simple?
No, definitely. We kind of joke that it's almost like we're being soft on him when he gets to come up and just focus on hockey. He gets to sleep in. He's ready to go. Like I know his mom and dad were always like, get him up, get him doing something. If he needs a job before he has to go to the rink, make sure he's doing his stuff. But no, I think when you see how much love he has for the game and how much passion, and he definitely comes there with a work-like mentality, and he just elevates, whether it's in the weight room with the guys, on the ice, practice, whatever it is. He just wants to be at the rink and pushing the guys. So, no, definitely brings that mentality for sure.
Kyle, what's the next step that Brady has to take to get to where he wants to be?
For me, I think you watch him as a player, and he's incredibly strong. On his skates, he's incredibly strong from working on the farm, doing those things. But truthfully, and I don't mean to put this he hasn't spent a ton of time in the gym. And I think just, making sure his body's ready for that next level, I think is going to be the biggest thing for him, because the way he plays, I don't know how much you guys have watched him play, Like you got to make sure your body's in proper shape, ready to go. And obviously he's in excellent shape, but I just think really shaping that body to make sure you can take that kind of, punishment as you go in, because as I said, he can only play one way. And I think that's, the next step for him for sure.
Are there times though, because I remember talking to Matt Nickel about this when he went to Matty's gym. I was like, he's got that farm boy strength. He's got like those strong farm boy tendons. It's not like your new age hockey body. Are there some things, Kyle, that you look at and you see and you're like, hockey players aren't supposed to be strong like that, but this guy is. Like, go climb a rope.
Well, even a couple guys were talking about it when he first came to camp. Like there's some exercises that you worry about your technique, how you're going to do it. And he's just like, could somebody show me? And then all of a sudden he's really good at it already. He's one of those annoying guys that's just like, oh yeah, you're really good already. And without any work, it's some of these other guys that have been going to super expensive gyms over the last few years going through it. But no, but I think for him, I think he has that natural strength. He continually works at it every day. And I think just kind of rounding that out is going to be an awesome step for him.
Hey, Kyle, as somebody that's really involved in the Ontario Hockey League like you are, this has been a smashing debut this draft year so far for the Ontario Hockey League. What does it mean to your league?
No, I think it's huge. I think there was a couple years, coming out of COVID where I think everybody wasn't sure where to place a lot of the Ontario players, where they weren't playing, that type of thing. But, it's funny when you see these players play their U16 year, which is the draft year for the OHL. There's always a lot of talk about this guy's going to be a good junior player. This guy's going to be a good pro, and at 15, how do you know? But that's always kind of seems to be a narrative. But I think you could kind of see this group coming, and there's going to be a couple years after this as well. I think it's going to be a good run for our league, and it's incredibly encouraging because I think for us, obviously we're all competitive against each other, but as a league, I think we've got to be really proud and take a step back and really see the work that's got to do over the last few years for sure.
Buffalo Sabres just drafted Radom Murka, so the CHL run continues as well. Last question for you here. I'll let you get back to the party at the lovely farm in Elmira. I love it. I was telling Pierre about the story that I heard about when he showed up for the Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds. He wanted to bring his cow with him. Were you ever able to find a billet that could house a cow, Kyle Rafus?
I don't think that would have been an issue. It didn't become the breaker for him actually signing with us, so we kind of went on that way. But no, I think it was more so them just trying to see how much they could kind of get out of me of like, yeah, we're super excited about you. Sure. If you want to bring up the cow, you can bring up the cow. Yeah.
I love it.
It's a unique one and it's not a high maintenance one. So what can you do? Because he's going to take care of it himself. So why not?
I just love it. Listen, looks great on you. Looks great on the Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds organization as well. You've sent another one to the show. Congratulations to the Hounds. Thanks so much for this. Much appreciated. Enjoy the rest of the night in Elmira.
There's apparently a big spread coming here, so I'm looking forward to it.
All right, chow down. Here we go.
Thanks, Kyle.
Thanks, guys.
There he is, the general manager of the Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds, Kyle Rafus. Spencer Heyman's going to join us in a second here. Quick, give me like a hot 20 on Radim Murtka. Look up, look way up. Seattle Thunderbirds defenseman, now a Buffalo Sabre.
Size is not a factor, that's for sure. I see a little bit of Travis Sanheim in his game. A little bit of Jay Bouwmeester in his game. There's a stopping power to his game that's really important. I'm not seeing huge offensive upside once he gets in the NHL, but I do think there's going to be some there, but I'm seeing more stopping power than anything else. It's kind of been interesting for the Buffalo Sabres. They went out and got Michael Kesselring yesterday,
right shot
the
D.
JJ Peterka deal.
Yeah.
So, you look at it, Murka's a right shot D as well, so they're trying to recognize that they definitely need depth on the right side for their defense.
Absolutely. Okay, let's get to Spencer Heyman, the general manager of the Brantford Bulldogs, one of the busiest general managers around the OHL these days. Jake O'Brien. Spencer, first of all, thanks so much for stopping by. Your family buys a team this year, and you're sending one to the show already. Seattle Kraken grabbing Jake O'Brien. First of all, thanks for joining me and Pierre. And second of all, your thoughts and what should we know about Jake?
Yeah, no, thanks, guys. Jake's first and foremost an incredible human being, so we couldn't be more proud that he's now the highest ever Brantford Bulldog drafted into the NHL. So we couldn't be more proud, to see Jake get picked at 8th overall by Seattle.
Pierre?
Spencer, the biggest thing to me is when I see Jake play, it's the peripheral vision, especially on the power play. Is that something you guys are aware of as an organization?
Yeah, I mean, The one thing I'd say about Jake, I think at 8 overall, they got the smartest player in the draft. I mean, he makes plays on the ice where you think there's the right play, and then he does another, transition move, and then you think that's the right play, and then eventually he makes the right play, and you're just like, how did he even do that? So, I mean, Jake is one of the most skilled hockey players I've ever seen in my life. His brain is off the charts. He thinks the game unbelievably well, and Seattle got a steal at 8.
It's funny hearing you talk about Jake like that. The one thing I remember, Mitch Marner's draft would have been, well, it wasn't the McDavid draft, but when Marner went to the Maple Leafs at 4, would have been 2015. One scout, I was like, "How would you describe Mitch Marner?" And he said, "Here's how I describe Mitch Marner. He doesn't make the right play; he makes the better play. He makes the play where we all go, no, no, no. What do you do? Oh, okay. Now I see what you're doing. Is that Jake O'Brien?"
100%. And I got to see a lot of Mitch when Zach was in Toronto. So, he's just an unbelievable player. Like I said, he thinks the game on a different level. His brain is right there amongst probably the top in the NHL right now. We're lucky that he's a Brantford Bulldog.
How much is Zach hanging around the team? Does Zach have any opinion on the team?
Yeah, Zach and I talk about the Bulldogs every single day. Obviously, he was a little bit busy for the last few months in the playoffs, but he's the best support system. For me, for our players, all of our players in the organization have Zach's number, and he's there for anything they need. And so, he's just an unbelievable support system, not only for me, but for our whole staff and all of our players.
Real quick point too about the Bulldogs. One headline that came out a few weeks ago, really. Gary Roberts now retained by the team, and when we look at Jake O'Brien, the one thing we look at is he's got the height, he's got the skill. Just give me the size for the NHL. How much work would Gary Roberts be doing with Jake O'Brien already?
Yeah, I mean, Gary's humongous for all of our players. Obviously, the best in his industry at what he does, and what's incredible about Jake is that there's just so much growth ready to happen there. He's not even close to hitting his full potential. I really believe that when it's all said and done out of this draft, he's going to be the best player that was taken here. So Gary's going to be massive in terms of helping Jake with his growth off the ice, so that it transitions on the ice. And obviously Gary works with Zach, he works with Connor, he works with a lot of NHL superstars, and really excited to get him into working with all the Bulldog players, and I know he's excited the opportunity to work with Jake directly too.
You've done a lot of work recently, and a lot of it has really been noticed about putting together a team that looks like it's going to compete not just for a Robertson Cup, but also a Memorial Cup as well. And the one name that jumps out, if I can just detour away from Jake O'Brien for 1 second, Caleb Malhotra. Manny Malhotra's son. Manny just won the Calder Cup with Abbotsford the other night, so a real family affair there. Would Caleb play? I mean, I'm guessing that he'll play with Marek Vaneker and Jake O'Brien. Would you put, and this is a Jay McKee question perhaps, would you put Jake O'Brien with Caleb Malhotra as he comes to the OHL?
Yeah, I think we want to develop Caleb as a center. I think we'll maybe be here next year this time talking about Caleb Malhotra as well. We're really excited about him. So, but Caleb, the sky's the limit for him. I know he's going to have an incredible role model in front of him and Jake O'Brien to learn from, not just on the ice, but off the ice as well. He's an unbelievable kid. I say that first and foremost, the hockey player, as well, obviously, but he is, he's a culture kid, and you can tell that from the second you meet him. So we're incredibly excited that Caleb Malhotra is now a Brantford Bulldog as well, and no better person to learn from than Jake O'Brien.
Well, listen, this has been great. Congratulations, Jake O'Brien, the newest member of the Seattle Kraken. Looks great, not just on the player, but on your entire organization. Spencer, thanks so much for stopping by today. Enjoy the rest of the night.
Appreciate it, boys. Thank you.
There he is, Spencer Heyman,
Spencer.
from the general manager of the Brantford Bulldogs. Jay McKee is the coach there, and we talk about, it's interesting. Jay McKee interview with the Philadelphia Flyers. There's obviously an association with Danny Briere that goes through the Buffalo Sabres organization. Mm-hmm. That's another one that I look at and say, you know what, Jay McKee one day, and he's done a really good job with the Bulldogs so far. That's another guy who's going to get more NHL attention, Pierre.
Agreed. I got to know him really well when he was a player. I couldn't agree with you more. He's a guy that wants to be at the rink all the time, and if you want to make it, you got to want to be at the rink all the time. You don't look at the clock.
Yeah.
You just want to get to the rink. Yeah.
Quick thought on the Heyman family. Oh, by the way, Anaheim got your guy Roger McQueen.
Oh, did they?
Yep. Big forward, Brandon Wheat Kings, Western Hockey League. Some would say, like, listen, if I told you at this time next year that Roger McQueen was going to fall to 10, you probably would have said no chance. But there was a significant injury this season that hampered him, that gave a lot of teams pause. But listen, Pat Verbeek is the general manager of the Anaheim Ducks, and he wants a big, strong, heavy team, period. This goes a long way to answering that question about, do you have a big, strong, heavy center down the middle? They got it in Roger McQueen.
You know what's amazing about their team right now, Jeff, and you know this as well as anybody. This is for the viewers at home. You look at their depth chart. Start with Ryan Strome, excuse me, and then you go down to Leo Carlson, and then you go down to Mason McTavish, and then you go to the recently acquired Ryan Poehling.
Yeah.
They're setting up the way you want them to. They're Florida-like. I'm not saying they're Florida yet, but they're getting Florida-like down the middle. And so that's what you have to have. The biggest question on McQueen, and I think you know this, and again, this is for the folks at home, how healthy is he going to be? How's the back going to be? I obviously know, we all know that's the one question mark about Roger, but this is an amazingly talented person, and the future is extremely bright if he can stay healthy. There's no question about that.
Absolutely, too. And let's not lose sight of one thing, too. And this is a big part of the recruiting process for the Anaheim Ducks that makes things a lot easier. And I don't know whether Chris Kreider would have waived his no trade to go to Anaheim if this guy wasn't the coach. But let's not forget, like, whether it's Roger McQueen, Ryan Poehling, who you just mentioned, who was in the Trevor Zegras deal, or whether it's Chris Kreider, these guys are all going to be coached by Joel Quenneville. Like, that's a calling card. Like, when Pat Verbeek goes out to market and says, I want to talk to Darren Ferris of Cortex about Mitch Martin, and one of the things he has in his hip pocket is, does Mitch want to be coached by Joel Quenneville?
Such a smart comment, and I can tell you, I'm very comfortable telling you this, Matt Cater is the agent for Christopher Kreider. And I can tell you right now, he also owns Ian Moore. That's a young prospect in their organization, Anaheim. Chris Kreider's not going to Anaheim if Joel Quenneville's not the coach. I'm just telling you right now, there's no way he would have waived. So I think Joel is a huge asset for Pat Verbeek. And by the way, Pat and Martin Madden Jr., they have done a fantastic job retooling this team. They have done, Martin Madden Jr. and the amateur scouts in Anaheim really have an amazing record. They should be really proud of that. And Pat's done a real good job stabilizing things as a manager.
Pittsburgh Penguins are on the clock now. They've got 2 picks coming up, 11 and 12. I wonder if Kashani.
You surprised they still have them? Are you surprised they still have them?
I am. I thought that they would jump a little bit higher, to be honest with you, and not just because he's Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds, but I thought that they'd be all over Brady Martin, and if not, Porter Martone, because his dad was born in Sault Ste. Marie. But
so we agree. I'm surprised they still have their picks. I really
100%. Everyone talks the game before the draft, and then everyone just keeps their picks and makes their picks. Like, that's the reality of it here. So I do wonder if, within Braden Yeager's turned into Rutger McGroarty, that was their first round pick in 2023. Owen Pickering, like it hasn't been. They've had a tough time replenishing the prospect shelves here. Now they've got 2 picks to do it. I'm gonna guess, and I don't think I'm going out on much of a limb here, that Kashan Aitchison is going to be one of these players. Big, hard-hitting defenseman with the Barrie Colts. I'm not sure what they're going to do with their other one, but I can really see them taking Kashan Aitchison of Barrie.
Do you think they take Aitchison ahead of Cameron Reed?
I do. You know what?
Okay.
Because Aitchison, here's why I like Cameron Reed, Kitchener Rangers defenseman. I like Cameron Reed because Cameron Reed is someone that is not going to jump out of his skates at you, but he's going to be smooth, steady, reliable for 10 years and maybe longer with your organization. With Kashan Aitchison, he brings that wow factor, and he does have some offense as well from the point, but Kashan Aitchison brings that hard-hitting, in-your-face, and let's face it, the Metropolitan Division's tough. Like if you look at any division in the NHL that's loaded up, and you can look at like the gunslingers they've loaded up with too, but also that's a really physical division, right?
So
and
because you're saying that, what about with their second pick? Do they stay in the Ontario Hockey League and do they take Jack Nesbitt? Because of that nastiness you're talking about. Yes.
100%. I can see them. And it's funny, too, because we tend to think of Kyle Dubas, and we'll see which way they go here. We tend to think of Kyle Dubas, and it's just about foot speed. And when he was the manager of the Toronto Maple Leafs, he would say to his staff, if the kid can't skate, put him on the do not draft. I think the Florida Panthers have shown that you don't need to outskate someone to win a Stanley Cup. And I do wonder if the Pittsburgh Penguins here evolve for Nesbitt, who's the big center for the Windsor Spitfires, and the hard-hitting defenseman in Kashan Aitchison. Kashan, I'm next to positive is going to go here.
I got to think it's going to be Ontario Hockey League driven too. I just have to believe that. Their intimate knowledge is all about the Ontario Hockey League, and they're really good on it. They got sources all over the league, so I have to think that.
Getting back to the team that just selected Roger McQueen a couple of seconds ago, if we could put a sort of a ribbon around the conversation. Anaheim's close, man. Like Anaheim's got key players at key positions. Lucas Dostal has taken the net from John Gibson. Yeah. Jackson Lacombe, I don't know about you, Pierre, but every time I watched Anaheim last year, I said to myself, this guy's going to be a star. Like in the Pavel Minchikovs and Olin Zellwegers we thought would pop. Here's Jackson Lacombe, who's your best defenseman. And you mentioned
don't forget Ian Moore. Ian Moore coming out of Harvard, they just signed him, and he's already played some games in the NHL. No, you're absolutely right. It's a great point. To me, the biggest thing about Anaheim is they're big, they're getting bigger, they're going to be really well coached. And I think their owner wants to make a splash. He sees what San Jose is doing. He knows where LA is, and he sees where Vegas is, and now he sees what Utah's doing. I think Dr. Samueli in Anaheim wants to make a big splash.
Okay, let's get to our next guest, Marty Murray of the Brandon Wheat Kings, here to talk about Roger McQueen, who goes 10th overall to the Anaheim Ducks. Marty, thanks so much for joining us here today, me and Pierre. Much appreciated. What should, outside of the size and the skill and all that, we've talked about the injury this year, what should we know about what Anaheim or who Anaheim just got?
Well, thanks for having me on, guys. Yeah, Roger's an exceptional person. Obviously, we know what he is as a hockey player, but he's the type of kid that just loves coming to the rink every day and getting better and being around his teammates. And, that's what it's all about, is having fun, working on your game. And Roger's a guy that, he loves coming to the rink, and a guy you have to kick off the ice almost every day.
Pierre?
Marty, how hard was this year for him because of the injury?
Yeah, it was a tough year, Pierre. Obviously, everybody knows the circumstances around it. And, the kid wanted to play, obviously a big year, being his draft year, and it really hurt him to not be in the lineup and be around his teammates and helping us on the ice. So it was a tough year. In saying that, I think he handled it exceptionally well. I thought he showed extreme leadership throughout the process and grew as a person. And, he helped our young kids along that, going through the trenches, going through the first year of junior hockey. I thought he's a real asset to them as well.
For Anaheim Ducks fans that are either watching this right now or listening to this on podcast, what should they know about Roger McQueen? Because they'll look at him on stage and they'll say, wow, we just got a big center. What else should they know about him?
Well, he's, I think he could potentially be one of the steals in the draft here. I think, obviously, teams are maybe a little shy with his injury history. But in saying that, I think he has the ability to be a really good NHLer at some point. What really amazes me is how quick his hands are for a big guy, how quick he can get the puck from one side of his body to the other and use it to an advantage. To me, I'm astonished every day watching him in practice. And, I think he's a real hard competitor. I think he developed kind of an edge to his game here over the last year. And I think he has the ability to be a real good NHLer and fit in well with the young Anaheim forwards they have in-house.
Pierre, really quickly, the Pittsburgh Penguins have just drafted someone that you would know quite well, Marty. Benjamin Kindle of the Calgary Hitmen just went to the Pittsburgh Penguins at 11. Pierre?
Well, Marty kind of touched on it with Roger. I was curious, Roger, because I've seen so much of them on tape. Are the hand skills as good as what they appear?
Definitely Pierre. Again, just watching him handle the puck in practice and his release. We've been talking about him having an NHL release as soon as he arrived in Brandon. He's a 16-year-old, and he can rip the puck. And I think he's also established some playmaking ability where now he freezes the opponent, he freezes the goaltender, and he can thread the needle with the pass too. So he's a dual threat offensively, and I'm real excited for him and the Ducks and Rod, his family, and the Richmond organization here today.
Let's close with you on this one, Marty. We'll let you get on with your evening. What should we know about the family? We've talked plenty about the player. Yeah. A day like this, a lot of it is about the family and the support staff, and sitting on the shoulders of those that came before. What should we know about the McQueen family?
Yeah, great people. Prairie type people that support their son throughout the. Like Pierre touched on, it was a difficult season for Roger, and they were incredibly supportive to Roger and us and whatever we needed to do. So real happy for the McQueen family. It's a huge day. I think he's got a large contingent of family here, so it's great for everybody to share this day together.
That's awesome. Listen,
hey, Marty, this is so cool to see it. No, I was just going to say it's so great to talk to Marty again. Really nice to see you, Marty.
Absolutely, Pierre. Good seeing you too.
All right, you be well, Marty. Thanks so much for hopping on.
Thanks for having me on, guys. Take care.
There he is. So Roger McQueen goes to the Anaheim Ducks. Benjamin Kindle just gets drafted by the Pittsburgh Penguins. We'll stand by for Paul McFarland, who's the head coach of the Calgary Hitmen. They get a really skilled player here in Kindle from the Hitmen.
So we were talking about how big and hard and nasty everything is in the Metro, and then Benjamin Kindle goes to Pittsburgh. We don't know what we're doing. Oh,
nice player though.
Oh, yeah. I was just going to say the talent level is excessive. There's no question about that. So my biggest thing on him is when you watch Benjamin Kindle play, and you're so good at this stuff, I think Marco Rossi. What do you think?
Ooh, the thing that I've always, and I'm not saying that Kindle doesn't work as hard as Rossi, but to me, the calling card of Marco Rossi is just that motor, and that goes back to the days when he played with the Ottawa 67s, yep. And he just had a work ethic, and actually a workout routine that was quite unique too. But he just had a work ethic like nobody else. But this guy, listen, Paul McFarland is one of the most demanding coaches in junior hockey.
Oh, is he ever?
And I know Paul. We used to work out at the same gym, and even when he wasn't playing, like he would still lift heavy. And I remember I'd pull him aside. I'm like, "Are you still playing, Paul? Like, are you like? Is there another league that I'm unaware of here?" Like, and the things that he demands of players, like he puts himself through too. He's like that guy that does it along. But the thing is, like McFarland demands that from players. Like that is his expectation. And I find that a player like Kindle meets that expectation for McFarland. Does that make sense?
That's a great endorsement. Yeah, it does. It's a huge endorsement for Benjamin coming from you like that, because Paul is a stickler for guys working hard. There's no question.
Yeah, that's Paul McFarland. We have a trade in the NHL here. We'll see what this one ends up being. We thought the Pittsburgh Penguins were going to make 2 picks. Instead, we have a trade. We will stand by to see what the trade is. Pittsburgh, in true Kyle Dubas fashion, Pittsburgh's moving down.
Okay. To where?
They're moving down from 12, Philadelphia for 22nd and 31st. So Pittsburgh moves down from 12, Philadelphia with the pick. For 22, 12
so
for 22
they take 22 and 31. Yep. Pittsburgh takes 22 and 31, correct?
Yep, for 12.
Okay, got it.
12 goes to Philly. Now, is this a place where I blather on about Kashawn Aitchison and how good he'd look in orange on that Philadelphia Flyers blue line? Is this the part where I say this, or is this the part where you talk about Jack Nesbitt? No,
but this is, with Dickey, he wants a tough team. Rick wants a tough team. He does.
Of course.
I mean, he does. So.
This will be interesting.
This is going to be interesting.
This will be interesting to see which way the Philadelphia Flyers go on this one. Let's not forget too, it's a Keystone State trade. Remember, once upon a time, like this didn't happen. Like the Penguins did not deal with the Flyers, the Habs didn't deal with the Nords, the Oilers didn't deal with the Calgary Flames, and the Islanders didn't deal with the Rangers. Remember those days, Pierre?
I do, but I was in the league when it actually did happen, and Craig Patrick, masterful traded Mark Recchi and Paul Coffey to Philadelphia. We got Kjell Samuelsson, Kenny Reggett, and the aforementioned Rick Tocchet. We ended up winning the Stanley Cup. Coffey and Recchi both ended up going to the Stanley Cup years later with different teams and both being inducted into the Hall of Fame. But in that year, 1992, we needed Tocchet's toughness and the ability to play with Mario Lemieux. And we needed Kjell Samuelsson to be a shutdown guy, which he was. And we needed Kenny Reggett to be a goalie in case Tommy Barrasso got hurt, and he was. So even though we didn't get the bigger name players in that one, Craig Patrick won the trade because our team won the Stanley Cup.
So a real quick reset here as we're waiting for the Philadelphia Flyers to execute pick number 12 here in the first round. Hang on, let me do a quick screen check here. Oh, matter of fact, before we get there and do the reset, let's bring on the head coach of the Calgary Hitmen, Paul McFarland, who joins us just after Benjamin Kindle gets selected by the Pittsburgh Penguins. Paul, first of all, thanks so much for joining me and Pierre. It's great to see you again. I was just extolling your gym virtues to Pierre a couple of seconds ago, saying everything this guy asks his kids to do, he'll do as well. What can you tell us about?
Getting a little older now. I don't do it as much anymore.
Farley, I used to watch you squat with plate after plate after plate. I won't listen to anything of what you're saying here. Tell us about Benjamin Kindle. What should we know? And does he work as hard as you in the gym?
Great kid. Fantastic player. Obviously had a great year for us. I think what separates Ben, which has been talked about a lot, is his hockey IQ. He seems to be a step ahead, both with and without the puck, quite honestly. So he was a player that we moved around, played center in the wing for us, but his hockey sense combined with his competitiveness made him an exceptional player for us this year, and I have no doubt he's going to be successful at the next level.
Paul, where do you see him fitting in more, on the wing or as a centerman?
I'd probably like him better at center. I know this year we had Oliver Tulk as a 19-year-old center, and we ended up playing both of them together, and they really took turns alternating each night, like center and the wing, just to make everyone happy. But I like him more in the middle. I think he gets the puck more. He's able to build speed from the defensive zone better than most young players for me, and he's able to get to the right spots. You know, today's D zone, I think a lot of teams now are playing a layered system where it's not necessarily having to wrestle a guy one-on-one in your own end. So the more he has the puck, the better.
Is there, I'm sure there are, but like, what are some of the things that in order for him to take the next step to the next level, what does Kindle still need to work on?
Well, I think all young players, I think just having a little bit more pace, like consistent pace, you know, at the next level, the game's fast. You have to be able to, you know, beat people with playing with that pace with the puck, whether it's making a play quickly or obviously having the puck on your stick and having to skate. So I think that'll come with time and just with reps. You know, at the end of the day, I think Ben, because of his IQ, the better players that he plays with, he's only going to get better.
Jack Nesbitt, by the way, Farley, Jack Nesbitt just got drafted by the Philadelphia Flyers. I apologize. Continue. Just want to make sure I got that out there.
Yeah, no, it's good. That's good. So, yeah, I think he's going to be a guy that, you know, only gets better with the experience of going to his first NHL training camp, obviously getting an opportunity to see some of the great players they have there in Pittsburgh, and it's going to be a great learning experience for him.
Pierre?
Can you imagine going into Pittsburgh and get to learn from Sidney Crosby as a center iceman? It's a pretty cool thing.
Smokes.
Nothing better, probably, right, as a young player. I mean,
so, Paul, I just wonder, when he comes back from camp, what do you pick off his brain when you talk to Benjamin?
100%. I mean, hey, coaches can learn. You know, we always said that even my time in the NHL, you know, you're always learning from the best players. So I'm sure, you know, what's great about seeing some of those top players for me, as much as it's the little details in the game, it's also their habits, right? And how they prepare, how hard they practice, you know, their routines, both on and off the ice on a daily basis. That's usually the things that the young guys get wowed by. You know, even watching the Four Nations, seeing McKinnon and Crosby go out there, you know, by themselves, basically working on their game, right? Those are the little things that I think you learn from the greats. And obviously he's going to have a great experience there in Pittsburgh to do that.
Before we let you go, always want to ask about the families on draft night. What can you tell us about Kindles?
Yeah, great family. Super athletic. I know it's been talked about a lot, but mom and dad deserve their credit as both great soccer athletes. Sarah and Steve, and his sister is definitely a great athlete in her own, playing, I guess, miles ahead in her career. I think they're probably sounds like they're going to have a tough decision for her soccer career as to what's going to be next for her as she moves forward in her career. So a family that, is surrounded by athletes and really down to earth people, great parents. I don't think they put too much pressure on Ben other than just to have fun and be himself. And this is a great day for them, and I really hope they enjoy the moment.
Absolutely. And he's in good hands in Calgary. Thanks for doing this, Paul. Much appreciated. Enjoy the rest of the night.
Thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate it.
There he is. Paul McFarland is the head coach of the Calgary Hitmen of the Western Hockey League. Jack Nesbitt goes to the Philadelphia Flyers. So
we were a little bit right. We were a little.
You
bit
were
right.
I'm still going on about Kashawn Aitchison.
We're a team. Come on.
Then I'm not pulling my weight here because I keep waiting for Kashawn. Every year there's one guy that slips, and you say, like, when is it? Remember where did Jacob? Remember that year that it was the Buffalo draft, the Austin Matthews draft, where Jacob Chikrin just went down, and we all felt like there was a time where Jacob Chikrin was going to go second overall. I mean, it happens all the time. Cam Fowler's another one.
The one that I really
Cam Fowler to Anaheim.
Cam Fowler really slipped a lot.
And this year, does it not feel like Aitchison might be that guy? Like, here we are at 12. Let's actually park a little bit of time here. I mean, the Philadelphia Flyers now, you mentioned Rick Tocchet a second ago. The Philadelphia Flyers now, you want to talk about picking up size? They pick up Porter Martone from the Brampton Steelheads, 6'4", and now they pick up Big Jack Nesbitt, center for the Windsor Spitfires. That is a large team, by the way.
So what they did was, which is really kind of neat, it shows how aggressive they want to be. They traded 22 and 31 to move up to 12 so they could get Nesbitt. And it speaks to your point, Jeff, about the size quotient of the Philadelphia Flyers. They want to have an organizational identity. They're tired of being a small team that gets pushed around, and they're addressing it right now at this draft. It's pretty interesting to watch. It really is.
Yeah. Is this the like Daniel Briere has final say? He's the general manager. I do wonder how much of this is. And you mentioned, like, and rightfully so, the Rick Tocchet effect. How much is this the Keith Jones effect? Like, when Jonesy played, it was the land of the Giants.
So I worked with Keith for 16 years, and the one thing that I know was really important was when he worked with Mike Milbury, they talked about size a lot. As people working on TV, and they weren't wrong. The NHL was changing, and a lot of fast guys were coming in, but you still saw when push came to shove in the playoffs, you needed to have size, you needed to have grit. I think Florida's speaking to that right now, and I think people are seeing that, and Philadelphia sees where they are. And you made the great point before about the Metro. The Metro's a whole lot of nasty. Your neighbors aren't nice.
Oh, yeah.
Like, your neighbors are mean people. They are.
Yeah.
So if you're Philly, you're looking at Jersey, you're looking at New York, you're looking at the Islanders, you're looking at Carolina, you're looking at Columbus. Hey, Columbus is no pushover anymore. Like, you start looking at it all. Washington Capitals, you've got to take the train to go down there or the bus and play them. That's not a whole lot of fun to go down there and play anymore. Yeah. So I think what Philadelphia's doing actually is really smart. Now, did it cost them an extra pick? Yeah, it did. It cost them 22 and 31 to move up. But they got a guy that I thought would go at that position. I thought Jack Nesbitt would go at that position. But I thought Pittsburgh would take him. I didn't think Philly would.
Well, you got the wrong team in Pennsylvania. Here's the other thing, too. We mentioned his name earlier on the program, and that is Jet Luchenko's coming, too.
Great point.
Jet Luchenko's on the horizon as well for the Philadelphia Flyers, and he played a handful of games for them last season. Do you have a thought on this one now, Pierre? You brought it up a couple of times, and you're bang on. 10 of the first 12 picks for CHL.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by what's gone on with the Canadian Hockey League. I'm really impressed by what's gone on. Now Nesbitt, another Ontario Hockey League guy, goes. They had back-to-back Western Hockey Leaguers with Kindle and McQueen. It's really impressive. It's really, really impressive. It's not a good year for Europe. I think you would agree. I know that Frondell's gone, but it's not a good year for Europe. It's a real good year for the CHL. Really good.
It's and again, like the number is 22. That's the record for the CHL back in 2013 in the Nathan McKinnon draft. The Detroit Red Wings are on the clock now, and
this could be Sweden.
Their pick is
this could be Sweden.
I was gonna say, don't be surprised here.
This could be Sweden.
With the one thing we know about the
This could
Detroit
be
Red
Victor-
Wings, listen, we
This
may,
could be Victor Eglin. This could be Victor Eglin.
it wouldn't surprise me. Listen, I think they're making way now for Axel Sandin Pellikka to make his way to the Detroit Red Wings roster. This is one that's always had the pipeline to Sweden as well. We'll see if it ends up being Eklund here. The other guy, and I really like this pick, and you started to see it this year specifically, just how good a center Marco Kasper is and is going to be further at the NHL level, like right behind, like they've got their number 2 center there. If you're looking at our board, it's a 2022 first round draft pick, 8th overall, Marco Kasper, who, again, we talk about players that are well mature beyond their years. Kasper was that guy, and boy, did he have a really good season.
I watched him play in Sweden before he got drafted, and I'll just tell you right now, you could tell that kid was going to be good. That's a combination of guys working hard for the Detroit Red Wings, whether it's Chris Draper watching them, whether it's Sean Horkoff watching them, whether it's Steve Yzerman watching them. Yeah. They did a really good job as a staff identifying on Marco Kasper. There are not a lot of Austrian guys that come in and play, as you know.
True.
And he's a kid that left home to go play in Sweden, and he did. He's done spectacular stuff.
Pierre,
really
I think he left. Correct me if I'm wrong. Was he 14 or 15 years old when he did that? He picked up and left really young.
He was young. He was really young when he left. Yep.
The Detroit Red Wings have drafted Carter Bear.
Oh, there you go.
They did not go to Sweden.
There you go. Well, you know what? What's pretty cool? They go with a WHL player. That's really good. Good.
He is a really nice player who is really miserable to play against. There was the Achilles injury this year for Carter Bear.
Yeah.
Here's my question. Is he this year's draft version of Brandon Hagel? Because when I look at Carter Bear, I see Brandon Hagel. Do you see that too?
Well, that's a good one. I like that. That's a good one. I was thinking along the lines of a pugnacious guy. I thought Cirelli a little bit, but no, I think Hagel's a better comparable. I like that a lot.
Wow.
Good.
Carter Bear's a real nice player, tenacious player, and
yep.
Am I oversimplifying? Okay, let me just oversimplify something here for you, because we're waiting for the Red Wings to take their next step and get into the playoffs. And Ottawa got there, Montreal got there. That stings for the Detroit Red Wings. They got this beautiful building that hasn't seen a playoff game yet. Is it too simplistic to say the only issue they really have is goaltending? They have like all the other pieces are in place, but they're getting scotched by goaltending. Is that oversimplifying this?
Right now, I don't think it is. I think you're actually telling the truth. Now, what happens with Sebastian Cossa long term? Does he evolve?
Yeah.
It's fair to ask. I mean, are they deep enough on defense too, Jeff? That's another question you got to ask. I know Simon Edmondson is really good. We know about Mo Sider. I mean, there's some really good pieces there. But how deep are they on the back end? That's another part of it.
They're not, and that's why I wonder about this. And Axel Sandin Pellikka was a standout again at the World Juniors. I don't know if he gets in. The Detroit play, which is always you're going to GR for at least a year, son, and then and then we'll call you the season after. But Pellikka looks fantastic. We'll see if that and how quickly that translates in North America.
Yeah, I agree.
I just wonder, like, at what point, and maybe we're already there now. Like, at what point is there real pressure from the Ilitch family? Like, hey, this has to end now. Ottawa got there, Montreal got there. This has got to change.
So here's the one thing I think that's going to save them long term. Trey Augustine is owned by them. Yes. I was really surprised he went back to Michigan State this year. But I think in goal, there's going to be a long-term battle between he and Sebastian Cossa. But I'm surprised that Augustine didn't leave Michigan State this year to do what you just said, to go spend a year in Grand Rapids and then be ready for when this team's ready to take the next step.
Yeah.
Just hasn't happened yet. Hasn't happened.
Let's bring aboard someone who knows Carter Bear very well. He is Steve Hamilton from Everett. He joins us now on the Sheet Draft Special. Steve, thanks so much for stopping by today. So I kind of framed it this way. Maybe you've heard this before. I'm sure you have. Carter Bear is the new Brandon Hagel. Agree, disagree?
Well, I think there's some similar characteristics there for sure. I'd say he's got a bit of grit. Well, he's got a ton of grit to him, and he's competitive. And, I'd say that there's a lot of similarities, and, Carter's really grown in the last couple of years, and I think he's got a very, very high ceiling.
Steve, what's the next step for him? What does he have to do to take that step? You talk about a ceiling. What does he have to do?
I just think physically he's going to start to fill out here. Everybody at this age got to get bigger and stronger. I think his competitiveness is elite, and that's probably the strength of his game. And the number of puck battles he finds himself in, he's able to score from distance. He's able to score around the net. There's no battle he's not interested in getting involved in, which is a pretty cool attribute for a player. And so much to like about him. And then I would say over and above all that is he's an amazing young guy, and he's a leader and a huge fixture in our dressing room.
Steve, what's he like day to day? I'm curious about, so many coaches will talk about, what are the habits? We were Pierre and I a couple of weeks ago. We're talking about Marco Sturm, and he takes over with the Boston Bruins. And this is a coach that prides himself and focuses so much on consistency, not so much like achieving greatness, but like achieving consistency in your life. What's Bear like day to day?
I would say humble and hardworking would be like two of the best traits you can have as a player, is just show up, understand what needs to be done, and do it. And don't look for a shortcut. Don't look for anything easy about it. And he just has a quiet presence about him. And he is very often a man of few words and just does his talking on the ice. And I think he's almost got a bit of an alter ego once the puck drops, and that quiet, reserved, respectful young guy, he kind of throws it out the window and gets right into the trenches. And it's impressive. He's such a joy to coach, and he's such a mentor for, the guys in our room, and his younger billet brother, Landon DuPont, who you may have heard of.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. Can we do a quick detour there? Cause it's not going to be too long from now that he's going to be the belle of the ball. I got a chance to meet him at the CHL Awards, and I feel like I already know him because I have a 2010 who's in love with junior hockey, and he sends me all of his clips all the time. So I feel like I already know Landon DuPont, but give us a quick sort of elevator pitch on Landon DuPont.
I just ran a skate today that he was at, and he's just an impressive guy. He's an impressive player, but he's an impressive young man. He just is the real deal. And I just think it comes so much from what he puts into his day-to-day work, and he's special. There's a reason he is who he is. He's special.
Hey, Steve, what does Carter Bear being drafted in the first round by Detroit mean to the Everett Silvertips?
Well, I think that Everett's commitment is to make sure that our players have everything they need to be successful, and Carter has been such a driver for us and an advocate for Everett. I mean, he's come out and publicly said how excited he is to come back, and we're thrilled to have him, and really feel like organization's in a good place right now where we're competitive and we're developing players, and to have a first rounder like him. And I think it just speaks to the work that's been done here in Everett for many, many years. It's been a model of consistency, and guys like Carter are difference makers. And, we've got Terrence Smith and, Landon DuPont, and the list goes on and on. There's a lot of really good things going on in Everett.
And it's perfect that someone whose last name is Bear wears that logo.
Kind of very fitting, eh? Very, very fitting. Yeah. It was always meant to be a tip, I guess.
Born to it. Steve, thanks so much for stopping by today. Congratulations. Certainly congratulations to Bear, but also congratulations to you and your entire organization. Appreciate your time today.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, guys.
Thanks, Steve Hamilton of the Everett Silver Tips. By the way, right now, Meredith Goudreau is on stage.
Oh, wow.
Announcing the pick of the Columbus Blue Jackets, just the model of strength and beauty and decency and everything that's good in hockey. Jackson Smith of the Tri-City Americans just got selected by the Columbus Blue Jackets in a very emotional moment on stage in Los Angeles. Western Hockey League defenseman, large defenseman. So the CHL run continues. Jackson Smith, 14th overall.
You know what,
Columbus.
Jeff? I got to tell you, I thought Jackson Smith was the second best defenseman in this draft, right behind Matthew Schaefer. I know that Radim Mertka went ahead of him, but I thought Jackson Smith. He's going to play for Guy Gadowski at Penn State University. And I had the honor of working with Guy when he was a player in our organization in Ottawa. He was down in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island back then. And Guy's a heck of a hockey guy. No pun intended. He's an Edmonton guy that went to Colorado College. He will help Jackson Smith so much. I think it's a perfect fit, and this is a great pick for Columbus. This guy's big. He's rangy. He can play. He can shoot. He's a really talented player, very talented player.
How close is Columbus right now? Like, Jackson Smith's not going to walk into the NHL tomorrow. He is going to play in the NHL. Tremendous size, tremendous skill. Already has a gold medal playing with Team Canada. Nice vest as well with the Canadian Maple Leafs as well as he drops the hat. That was just handed to him in a great 17-year-old moment for a hockey player. How close are the Columbus Blue Jackets?
I think they have a chance to be a playoff team next year. Jackson Smith won't be the guy that puts them over the top, but I think Adam Fantilli takes another step next year.
Yeah.
I think, you look at their defense. Werenski was a runner-up for the Norris Trophy. I think they'll stabilize their goaltending situation. You see how aggressive Donnie Waddell is trying to be.
Yeah.
He was in, on a bunch of different things over the last few days. I think they're a playoff team next year. I would be very surprised if they weren't.
It's interesting with the Blue Jackets. Like, there's I'm glad you mentioned Adam Fantilli. Talking to Don Waddell this year, one of the things that he brought up, and we talked about it at the end of the season, was the development of Adam Fantilli specifically. Yep. And the thing about Fantilli was he joined the NHL, and this is not a knock because this is a hard thing to get out of your game. Especially when it's successful. And this one thing was really successful when he played at Michigan with the Wolverines, Brandon Naruto. He did everything at one speed, super fast. Like, that was everything that he did was super fast, super fast, super fast. And Don Waddell talked a lot about how the staff there, of course, led by Dean Evison, went out the door and around the block to make sure that this guy understood the value, not of playing everything the exact same way. Do you know what I'm getting at? Like, you've seen plenty of kids come out of college, and they're doing
change the tempo.
Everything, high tempo. Needed to get that out of Fantilli's game, and you started to see that by this year when the calendar flipped and he turned into a different player and started. And I guess that's what they mean by when they finally figure it out. They figure it out, and he figured it out.
So when you think about it, Adam Fantilli was a freshman and he won the Hobey Baker. Paul Correa did that. Jack Eichel did that. Macklin Celebrini did that. Like, that's not easy to do. And I've said this to Scotty Bowman, and I've said it to a lot of different hockey people because they asked me about Fantilli because I saw him so much, whether it was at Kimball Union Academy where he played for Tim Whitehead, whether it was with the Chicago Steel, whether it was at the University of Michigan. The thing that stood out to me about Adam Fantilli, one player. And when I tell you this, you're going to say, McGuire, that's heresy. He reminds me of Mike Modano.
Yeah.
He really reminds me of Mike Modano. And I said that to Donnie Waddell. And Donnie said, now that you say that, I kind of see some of that. But like, Modano to me was one of the greater forwards I'd seen in my coaching career. He was an amazing player. I see Fantilli having a lot of the same characteristics.
Can you get the jersey to flap like Modano did, though? That's the one thing that always distinguished
You
Modano
got to
away from
move real.
everybody.
You got to move real fast. You got to move real fast to get that to happen.
Modano was just crazy with that. Now Vancouver's on the board now. Now the Vancouver Canucks really raised eyebrows this year at the Combine because Jim Rutherford and Patrick Allvin weren't there. Now, this was around the time where everybody in the organization was running all over Surrey, BC, trying to find a practice facility for the Vancouver Canucks, which became a headline around the time that Rick Tocchet exited the Vancouver Canucks and showed up in Philadelphia. And one of the first things he talked about was how great the practice facility was. In Philadelphia, it is like, oh, turn the knife, and how much this is, and how it's going to be great to work here. I mean, the Vancouver Canucks are in a really interesting spot here right now. You know, they made the JT Miller trade last year. As of right now, they've still decided to keep Elias Pettersson. His no trade kicks in July. There was a lot of talk about the Vancouver Canucks not making this pick, that they wanted to use this as an asset to get a player or as a package to get players. The Quinn Hughes question is out there, right? A couple more years and he's an unrestricted free agent. Jim Rutherford has talked about this. What's it going to take to keep Quinn Hughes in the mix when there's the lure of his brothers in New Jersey? Vancouver is always a fascinating team. Right now, you could say maybe Vancouver's in its most confusing position that we've seen in a long time, as we try to figure out if they're going to do this, whose timeline is it going to be on?
They're all great questions. They are really in a moment of flux. It's going to be interesting to watch. The one piece of good news, and you talked about it, their American Hockey League team just won the Calder Cup.
Yep.
There are players there that are obviously going to help. Lekaramaki is one of them. Shelov's in goals, another one. I know Tom Wilander really well. He's a really good defenseman at Boston University, represented Sweden at the World Junior. He's slick. He can move the puck. He's more than robust enough. He's going to help Vancouver a lot long term. Lekaramaki is a player that can score. He can dominate the puck. There's a lot to like. There's guys coming through the system. But what are they going to do? How is it going to all work? This is a huge coaching test for Adam Foote, I think. It's a huge coaching test. One of the things I like that Adam did, he brought in Kevin Dean. Kevin Dean is a tremendous guy when it comes to teaching defensemen. He's outstanding. I also like the fact they brought in Brett McLean. Brett McLean's really good working with young players. And finally, I think bringing in Scotty Young, a former first-round pick, a 3-time Stanley Cup winner. I think Scotty helps that staff a ton. So, you know, players are going to have to go there and get better, Jeff. They're not just going to be ready-made products. And so I think that coaching staff addresses making players better. And if they don't, then they're going to have a problem. But I think they will make them better.
They do have one problem, and it's a good problem to have, and that is too many netminders. Thatcher Demko, who we know has had the injury issue for the past couple of seasons, and you mentioned Artur Shelovs a couple of seconds ago. Kevin Lankinen really did great work last year. Lankinen was outstanding for the Vancouver Canucks. It's the waivers question. Shelovs needs waivers. I don't think for a second, and it might just be a matter of timing, and you coaches and managers know when the right time to try to sneak someone through waivers is. But they're going to have to make a decision here because someone's got to go. Braden Coots, by the way, just got drafted by the Vancouver Canucks. Let me throw that. Yeah. Coots goes. So that's another Western Hockey League player.
Yeah.
So that's 13 of the first 15 picks are CHL players. Now, they're all Western Hockey League and Ontario Hockey League. No, sorry, Desnoyers is the one.
Quebec.
Desnoyers is a Quebec league.
Yeah.
So we're waiting for Carbonneau to go there too. But 13 of the first 15. So Braden Coots is now a member of the Vancouver Canucks. Do you have a thought on this one?
Energy, competes, not overly large, got to get bigger, get stronger, but he's a guy that definitely competes. I think they're looking long-term on this. This isn't a player that's coming in next year and playing. It's a couple years down the road,
This is the second Seattle Thunderbird player. Radim Murtka goes, and now Braden Coots goes. So a defenseman and a center go here. We are hoping to get Matt Odette, their head coach here, coming up in a couple of seconds to talk to us about both these players, really. So Coots goes.
I'll be honest with you, Jeff, though. I'll be honest with you. I did not have him rated this high.
Did you have him rated in the first round or low first round?
I had him rated at the bottom of the first round.
So the draft a center.
Yeah.
This is not exactly a look. I think Lekkerimaki is going to play next year with the Vancouver.
He has to. I think he has to play next year. So
and we'll see what Jim Rutherford can do and Patrick Alvin in the offseason. Coots, as you mentioned, is not stepping into the NHL anytime soon, and that pipeline isn't exactly robust. I mean, this is, I'll be blunt, like this is tough sledding for the Vancouver Canucks, trying to get back to prominence here. But 13 of the 15 CHL players.
Amazing.
In the draft.
It's awesome.
It's
fantastic. Yeah.
It really has been a run. Really quick, we're seeing a sort of run on Western Hockey League players right now. Outside of Jack Nesbitt, it's been Radim Murtka, it's been Roger McQueen, it's been Benjamin Kindle, Carter Bear, Jackson Smith, and Braden Coots goes to the Vancouver Canucks. It's a run on the West.
Guess who's on the clock now? Back-to-back, Jack, the New York Islanders. They got those picks from Montreal.
The Montreal picks from today. I keep going back to the same question, man. If they only knew that it wasn't going to be enough, would they still have made the deal?
It's one of those that I'm sure the media is going to ask Matthew Darsh.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say they probably tried with Boston. I felt that all along. I really felt they, and I told you when we opened the show that I thought he'd go at 7, and I thought is either going to be Boston or the Islanders. That's what I thought. So,
could Sean Aitchison go here?
He could. One of these two picks, I believe he could. Absolutely.
Especially with the Islanders, who are now listen, this is they're making 3 picks. Oh, speaking of which. One thing that I did want to mention, and there's one thing that I really wonder about. So the Philadelphia Flyers, who traded picks 22 and 31. One of the things that I wondered about with the Philadelphia Flyers, and they went out and selected Jack Nesbitt and also took Porter Martone. They seem to be one of the one team that perhaps was most aggressive on someone that I really wonder about in this draft. He's a defenseman for the Oshawa Generals, Chinese-born Simon Haksoi Wang. It seemed like if they were gonna keep those 3 picks, that maybe with pick 31, Haksoi Wang was gonna go, because it's probably gonna be a team that has multiples, that takes a flyer on the kid, loaded with potential, massive defenseman. Showed up in Canada at the age of 12, from China, played the OJ with King, and then got signed by Roger Hunt with the Oshawa Generals. I really wonder if he's, because I thought Philadelphia was going to be that team. I wonder if there is another team out there that takes a flyer on Simon Haksoi Wang.
Where did you have him rated? Did you have him rated anywhere?
Low first round, bordering on the second round.
I have him in the middle of the second round, but that doesn't mean I'm right either. But I get your point. I think it's a very good point. You take it's a little bit like Big Zdeno Chara when he went to Prince George. Mike Milbury took a chance on him, and they got this guy that was a workaholic that was 6'9" that just didn't want to quit the game. And look what happened. 26 years later, he's in the Hockey Hall of Fame.
Is something happening here? Hold on one second here, Pierre.
Unless Islanders are making a move with Boston to get Hagens.
we have a trade.
Okay.
So let's see what's going on here. Or is this just the formalization of the Montreal trade?
It could be, but I would have thought they would have had a trade call before, so they would have got that done.
Yeah, so they had it that Montreal had the pick, and then they traded.
Yeah.
So the picks are going to be 16 and 17,
Right.
both with the New York Islanders. I don't know that there's picks here for the Islanders to hit home runs.
No, I think the home runs are gone. Now you're looking long term. You're not. No. I will say this. Columbus getting Jackson Smith, as I told you, I thought he was the second best defenseman in the draft. That's not to take anything away from Radim Mertgen. But that's a good pick for Columbus.
Mm-hmm.
That's a really good pick for Columbus.
Okay, so as we have a second here, I want to get to something. We were just talking about defensemen a second ago.
Yep.
I want to play this interview that Stephen Ellis did with Sam Dickinson. Zach, do we have this one? As we stand by for the Islanders to make one of two picks here. This is Sam Dickinson from a couple of weeks ago in conversation with Stephen Ellis. Sam, of course, a first-round draft pick last year at the draft in Las Vegas of the San Jose Sharks. Here it is.
From a personal level, would you say this was an easier season not having to worry about the draft?
I think it's a yes and no. Obviously, it feels like there's added stress going through your draft season and worrying about all of that stuff. But at the same time, for me, every time I go out on the ice, I want to do my best. I think everybody does. So, every time I step out, sometimes you just got to block out the outside stuff. My draft season, it was blocking out, whatever stuff was going on there and focus on playing hockey.
Even though you were the top defenseman, some guys had to get past you at some points this year. Who would you say is the toughest player you had to defend against?
I hate that I have to say this guy, but it's Beckett Seneke. Everybody saw the one goal he scored on me. But yeah, I grew up playing with Beckett, so I've stopped him a lot in practice when nobody's seen it, but he got me that one time, and when we played in the finals, it's not fun matching up against him.
What are your thoughts of his reaction at the draft when he got taken? He seemed surprised.
Yeah, that was funny. Knowing him as well, it's just like such a reaction you get out of him. But I mean, you look back now, people were really surprised, but you look back now, you can obviously see why he went that high and really deserving of it.
You see kind of all the success you've had on the ice and all the awards and obviously everything that's gone on of London. Are you thinking about the fact that you might not be too far away from being a full-time NHL player?
Yeah, I think that stuff's always in the back of your mind. I think, everybody after they get drafted is looking forward to the potential chance of being able to suit up for, the NHL team that's picked you. And for me in San Jose, it's always been, wanting to be there as soon as possible. It's been a dream of mine to play in the NHL. Everybody who gets drafted, it's their dream. So it's exciting to think that, like you said, it could be pretty close, but at the same time, I know there's a lot of work to come.
Okay, that the full interview, by the way, is available at our Daily Faceoff YouTube channel right now. With Stephen Ellis in conversation with Sam Dickinson. In the meantime, just talking about Seattle a couple of seconds ago, they have 2 first-round picks already in their hip pocket with Radim Mertgen going to the Buffalo Sabres and Braden Coots going to the Vancouver Canucks. Joining us now is Matt O'Dette. Matt, first of all, thanks so much for stopping by today. And Walt, you sent 2 into the first round. How does that make you feel?
Well, it's a great night for the Thunderbirds. Obviously, we're very proud and happy for our guys. Obviously they worked really hard to achieve this goal, and it's nice that they get to celebrate and enjoy this with their families.
Matt, what does Braden have to do to take the next step to get to the National Hockey League?
Well, I think in my opinion, there's no real deficiencies in his game. He's a very well-rounded player, but I think he can improve in all areas and, first and foremost, get bigger and stronger, faster, to get himself ready to compete with the men. But, this is a very high-end player with high compete, does everything well, a guy that helps your team win and, obviously a great pick for Vancouver.
Where does he shine the most? Like, what's the one thing that you notice that Vancouver Canucks fans should be aware of? Like, what's the one factor that wows you?
Well, I mean, he's got elite skill, which I think is overrated by his elite compete. This guy, works extremely hard. He's like a dog on a bone on the puck. Real 200-foot player with tremendous character and leadership capabilities. It's just a complete package. When I talk about Braden Coots, he's just a hockey player that summarizes him to a T, and a guy that's going to be there for you in the playoffs.
Did you
Matt,
know,
you also,
or did?
You also had it.
Sorry, go ahead, Pierre.
Go ahead, Jeff. No, go ahead, Jeff. Go
I was
ahead,
just going to
Jeff.
say, like, did Braden, did anybody in the organization have an idea that it was going to be Vancouver?
We had an idea. I mean, obviously at this time of year, we're talking to several teams. They're getting intel on our guys. We obviously knew that Braden, went out for dinner with Vancouver, and we, we're in contact with scouts throughout the year. And, I know that several teams were very high on Braden, just a rare combination of skill and compete, very attractive attributes to have that combination. So, we're just a matter of who's going to step up and make the pick. And I think Vancouver obviously did an incredible job selecting Braden, and, he's going to do some big things for them.
Matt, Braden wasn't the only player picked from Seattle in the first round. You had Radim Murtka. Who does he remind you of? Is there an NHL player he reminds you of?
Well, I think as far as compared, you obviously think about all the big defensemen. I think Radim likes to say Sider from Detroit, which is a very good comparable. Myers, the big players throughout the league. To me, just recency with Florida, Mikkola. I think he's a unique guy. Obviously, a 6'6" player that can move the way Radim does. I mean, that's very unique. Even at the NHL level, there's not many guys that can move the way he can with that size, and especially as a 17-year-old kid, we see big players at that age a lot at our level, but we don't see guys that can move like him. Very mobile, plays a two-way game, and lots of upside there with him.
Well, walk us through his season, because we always talk about risers, and earlier, Pierre and I were talking about Brady Martin, and Radim Murtka fits that mold, to a T.
Yeah, I mean, he's a guy that when we picked him, we knew he was gonna to test out the pro game in the Czech Republic, Czechia there. So we were patient with him. We had we didn't know if he was going to come, so we stayed patient with that, and we're happy that he decided to come join us mid-season there, and I think his game really took off from there. He's well suited to the North American game. I think it suits him perfectly with his ability to move the puck on the smaller ice surface. He can make decisions under pressure, can really manipulate the forecheck. He's got escapability, and with his size and reach, can really fight off forecheckers and make really strong plays with the puck. So the North American game really suited him. He took to it right away, and I think it was a big part of our second half. We struggled in the first half, and in the second half, we were one of the better teams in the league, and made a really big push to the playoffs, and gave the First C Everett a really good run for their money. And I don't think we would have done that without Radim and his contributions. He was exceptional for us.
Is he close?
Close to playing
in the NHL?
Yeah, I mean he's still a young kid, and he's got some development to do, but he's got all the tools to do it. We're gonna work with him on his game. Obviously, I think he's got really good offensive upside that's continuing to develop. I think he needs to work on his defensive or his physical game, and playing with some bite, which came a long way this year. And he's going to be a top 4 guy that's going to play for a long time.
I think in Buffalo they're really happy to have him. Quite frankly, if you want to know the truth, Matt.
Yeah.
And I think one of the best parts about him is they've identified the need for players to play on the right side on that defense. And I think he's going to fit perfectly in Buffalo. I really do.
Yeah, I agree. I just think you look at the successful teams in the NHL playoffs, the Florida Panthers, they've got you know skilled players obviously on the back end, but they're all big guys. Mikkola, Seth Jones, Forsling, Ekblad. They're all big guys that have skill that can play and use their size effectively over a playoff run and 7-game series. So I think Merck is in that mold, and he's a guy that can really help out in a playoff grind.
Listen, on that, we'll let you go. Matt, thanks so much for stopping by. 2 picks in the first round. Looks great on the organization. Congratulations to both the players, yourself, and the entire Seattle organization. Thanks so much for stopping by.
My pleasure, guys. Thanks for having me.
Matt Odette. And by the way, I know why you're smiling, because Sean Aitchison just got drafted.
Yes.
And he's wearing a great pink suit.
So you caught me looking at my phone.
Sean Aitchison drafted. Barry Colts, hulking defenseman, has some upside to, like a really, really strong, physical, old school defender as well. I like this pick for the New York Islanders. They are going to love him on the
Yeah, they will.
They are going to adore
There's
him.
going to be a little bit of an adjustment, though. I think you would agree he's not going there next year to play. But what I do know, he's going to make a difference with the Barrie Colts again. And one of the things I'm really pumped about, Patty Sexton looks like he's going to go coach the defense in Barrie, and he's going to make that young man a ton better. I'm really excited for Kashan. I'm really excited for the Barrie Colts. And I think Patty Sexton helps him a ton, and the Islanders are going to get a real player, a real good player.
Islanders take 2 defensemen in the first round. First overall, they take Matthew Schaefer, and now they take Sean Aitchison, both from the Ontario Hockey League, and 2 very different defenders. But it's interesting too. If I would have told you, they're going to take one guy who's loaded with skill and the other who has the accent on brawn, these would be the 2. I mean, these would be the 2.
Sean's not a shrinking violet. I think you would agree. He's bringing the nasty every single game, and he's not a popular guy on the ice. I think if you did a poll around the league, most players say, I can't stand playing against that guy.
Hate him.
You know what? Good.
100%. He's kind of, he hits he's a more skilled version of Arbor Jacki. He hits like a freight train, and he's got some offense as well.
That is a great call.
They are going to adore him.
I agree.
With the Islanders. Still a project, and listen, Marty Williamson, who's long time run that program with the Barrie Colts, sends another one, and so now that is, as we are keeping tally here to see if the CHL can get to 22. That's 14 of 17 picks.
And again, the Ontario Hockey League is just crushing it tonight. They are crushing it.
Mm-hmm. It's good.
There's more to come too, by the way. There's many more Ontario Hockey Leaguers to come.
I know it's a really good hothouse, right? Like when I know that they're looking to expand. Quebec League's looking to expand. The Western League is looking to expand too. But I've always looked at the Ontario League and said it's kind of the perfect amount of teams to have that. And when you consider the population, the population of the regions that it covers, it's that perfect hothouse, right? It's not too many, so it's watered down. The travel's not that tough. Unlike, we hear about the Western Hockey League road trips can be brutal. It's almost if the OHL is this perfect combination of high skill with players coming out of the OHF, whether it's the GTHL or the OMHA, NOHA, etc., all over, and the right amount of teams as well. It's not overexpanded.
I think you were the first person, though, that I heard break the potential news that if there was Ontario Hockey League expansion, Muskegon, Michigan would be one of those teams.
Well,
I
there were
believe
2.
You did that.
There were 2. I did. So that was earlier on this year. There were conversations. It was both Muskegon, who ended up winning the USHL championship, we should mention as well. There was Muskegon. There was also Youngstown.
There you
that were looking to leave, and like they did arena surveys, site surveys, city surveys, all of that, and the OHL was ready to bring both of those teams in, and they ended up staying. It's a long conversation, but they ended up staying in the USHL.
Spent a lot of time in that rink in Muskegon because our farm team
Did,
used to be there.
Okay, yeah.
When I was in Pittsburgh, our farm team was there.
Like I still do think that the OHL will expand, and I still do think that the QMJHL is going to expand into the United States. And right now, does it not feel to you like everything's just on pause right now until all the other issues get sorted out in this new reality, in the new development reality, which now includes 4 players that go to the CHL, now includes the option of going to play NCAA hockey?
I do. I know 2 different groups that want to buy teams in the Quebec League and move them to the United States as expansion teams. They don't want to move teams from Quebec. They want to buy the rights to a team to play in that league. And these are prominent businessmen in Boston. They definitely want to do that. So
you know, it really is interesting. And then through all of this too, and there are players that are leaving. Through all of this too, you wonder about what happens with the USHL. Through all of this, like in a perfect world, everybody is healthy, everybody's a strong league, everyone has a great development model and a great experience for players. Do you have a thought on what happens with the USHL in all of this?
I think it survives. I think it does well. One of the good things is it's still a major development league for Division I college hockey.
Sure is.
A lot of kids want to play college hockey, and they think one of the ways of doing that is going through the USHL. I don't know if all the franchises survive there, but I do think the league survives. I do. I think the league survives. BCHL, losing Penticton in the BCHL, and again, I can speak to that. My son played there for the great Freddie Harbinson. That's a major franchise to lose in that league. It's going to be interesting to see how things work out in the BCHL. Really interesting.
Do you have a thought what this means? And we're focusing so much on 14 of the first 17 picks are CHL players. Do you have a thought on with this new reality? And we'll talk to Dan McKenzie about it later. What the CHL needs to do, what all 3 leagues need to do as far as the player experience and improving the player experience. So if you have a kid that's thinking about going, you have something that gives them cause for pause.
Well, I think the biggest thing is to show the development that goes on in your league, how enlightened a lot of your coaches are. There's some really good coaches in the CHL. The development ability. Tonight is just a massive sales pitch for the CHL.
This is an ad for the CHL tonight.
It's a gigantic sales pitch. It's massive. So this is the kind of stuff that carries favor. And if you're a Canadian kid, I'm not saying it's always going to happen, but I broadcast 9 World Juniors. It was hard to be a college player and play for Canada at the World Junior. It really was. I think playing in the World Junior is a massive endorsement of being a really good hockey player. And so I don't know if it'll always be that way, but I think junior players have an unbelievable opportunity to represent their country.
Yeah.
And I think that's an important part of it. And I can also tell you this, had the rules been different, my son was drafted by Blainville-Boisbriand. Had the rules been different and they would be like they are today, my son would have started in Blainville-Boisbriand. That's where I would have put him.
Really, hey? Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah. I'm being honest with you.
Yeah.
So,
the Calgary Flames are on the clock. Lanny McDougall is making the pick, which warms all of our hearts. Lanny McDougall was the first hockey player I ever met when I was a kid.
Lanny McDougall is the most amazing man. I worked for Lanny the last 8 years in the Hockey Hall of Fame selection committee.
Yep.
We just exchanged fantastic texts the other day because that was his last meeting that he was chairing.
Yep.
So Lanny's time in the committee is up. One of the most amazing gentlemen I've ever had the privilege of knowing in my life. He's just a fantastic human being.
And it's funny too. We think of like the personality. We tend to forget just how great a shooter when he played that line with Daryl Sittler and Earl Thompson with the Toronto Maple Leafs was one of the best lines we've ever seen. And the Calgary Flames just drafted, I love this kid, Cole Reshny of Victoria.
Going to North Dakota. There you go.
He's going to Nodak next year. I know that really surprised a lot of people when he went, but Cole Reshny, most assists in a single season, record for the Victoria Royals, 66.
Yep.
Reshny goes, not the biggest player, but I've had conversations with people that have coached him before. He's that instant accountability guy with his other teammates. He's not a church mouse. He's loud.
Nope.
He's not shy about sharing his opinion. And this guy works hard, works real hard.
Well, he's going to have the opportunity to work hard because where he's going to play college hockey is unbelievable. University of North Dakota is a special hockey program. It really is. And it's not for the faint of heart. It's for guys that really want to be players. And being a kid that played in Victoria, but he grew up in Saskatchewan, I think this is an unbelievable opportunity for him to be near family and friends, but also to really see where he measures up against older players. I think it's great. Good for Calgary. This is a player that needs developmental time, and I think this will help him significantly. It really will.
He, it's interesting. I was having a conversation last night, as a matter of fact, with Matthew Turcotte, former head coach of Blainville-Boisbriand, who you know. And
very good friend. Very good friend.
Coach of the U18, and he told me this one story. I think it was a game against Slovakia. They were up one. Team Canada was up 1-0 going into the third, and Turcotte was in the coach's office going over something with the power play, and Reshny kind of looks in and says, like, "Hey, do you mind if I come and talk to you?" And Turcotte's like, "Yeah, sure." He goes, "How about on the power play? If I'm not on my strong side here, I go over here and I have stick down, and it's a different look. I'm just not feeling it over here." Next thing you know, come out, power play, open the third period, scores. They end up scoring like 3 third period goals and just cruise. And Turcotte said, "I don't know how many 17-year-old kids would have done the same thing, like wandered in and said, 'Can I participate in your own sort of private video session of the first couple of periods?'" But he said, like, this is the maturity level of Cole Reshny. Calgary's getting a really good, listen, last year they killed it. Zane Parekh, great pick in the first round.
Awesome pick.
Amazing pick. I think they nailed it with Cole Reshny too. I really
so do I,
It's a
because they're not going to
pick.
rush him. Do you know what, Jeff? You just know they're not going to rush him. There's no need to. And they trust the developmental process now. He's had major junior experience in Victoria. He's going to North Dakota. He's going to get pushed around in the NCHC. That's a hard division. That's a really hard league. And that's all good for him. That's what they want. And, one more thing on Matthew Turcotte. Can we break news on this show?
Of course. Why not?
So I'm gonna bet money that Matthew Turcotte is going to be named head coach of Team Canada for the Holinka Gretzky tournament.
That would make sense.
That's
100%. All right.
And he's not coaching in Blainville-Boisbriand anymore, but I'm telling you right now, if you're an owner of a major junior team and you want a high caliber coach, go hire Matthew Turcotte.
Matthew Turcotte, 100%. And no longer is there the he's French Canadian, he can only coach in the queue. That doesn't happen anymore.
No, his English is impeccable.
Happen.
Yeah. No. He can coach anywhere. He's really good.
Turcotte's
there's a little Alain Vigneault in Matthew Turcotte. I worked with Alain for 2 years.
He's got a great turn of phrase about him too. I always appreciated Alain Vigneault saying things like, "Hockey's easy. If your goalie's better than my goalie, you win. But if my goalie's better than your goalie, I win." Hockey's really easy. I do miss Alain Vigneault hearing the quips from Alain. So that's good. Like the Calgary Flames, who by the way, like, listen, we think they're going to trade Rasmus Andersson at some point here. 1 year left on his contract. Looks like he's sort of destined elsewhere. The Dallas Stars tried to get him last year. I think a lot of teams tried to get Rasmus Andersson last season. But this is a team that's building through the draft, building through their prospects. Dustin Wolf just had the most incredible rookie season in nets. Bless Lane Hudson and everything that he did, and congratulations on the Calder. Just fantastic. But as far as effects that a single player had on a team, man, what Dustin Wolf did last year was outstanding.
Really good.
Like, just remarkable.
I just want him to be able to survive long term because he's not an overly large person. How about Matthew Coronado? Coronado in the season he had there?
Yeah,
he's a heck of a player. That was a heck of a pick. That was a really good pick. Kid coming out of, the United States National Team Development Program, goes to Chicago Steel, ends up at Harvard. That was a really good pick by them. Really good.
Once upon a time, and maybe this is too much of the Adam Fox thing, teams were sort of skeptical about players that are going to Harvard. Because if you're going to Harvard, you're going there to get your education, so you're going to stay the 4 years. And guess what that means? If you're staying the full, you're coming out a free agent. Calgary kind of had a little bit of pause about that one. Like, yes, I know it's Harvard.
Yeah, because Jimmy Vesey did it to Nashville.
100%.
Vesey did it to Nashville. He did it to Nashville, no question. But I look at some of the other guys, like Donnie Sweeney didn't do it to Boston. Donato didn't do it to Boston. Teddy Donato. There are a bunch of them that came out. Hey, Neil Sheehy, you remember you were a kid growing up on the prairie.
Oh boy, loved him.
Neil Sheehy was as tough as they came when he Calgary Edmonton series. Like, he was a tough cat. There are a lot of guys that came out of Harvard that were really good players. Really good players.
I love Neil Sheehy. Neil Sheehy was the last player in the NHL to wear the number 0.
00. The 0 or double 0? 0.
Was it 0? I think 00 was John. I think John Davidson was the last to wear 00.
JD, you're right. JD
was last.
He was 0.
Sheehy had 0. And I remember I interviewed him once a million years ago. I said, why did you wear a 0? And he said, my skill level was the furthest you could find away from Wayne Gretzky. So I tried to find a number to represent that. He's 99. I'm 0.
A really good friend of mine, his name is Alan Litchfield. He's a big guy like Neil Sheehy. They were defense partners at Harvard. And I think Coach Cleary had to do everything in his power to get them to behave the night before games.
Oh, is that right?
This Alan Litchfield is a huge man, and he's as big as Neil. They were playing defense together. It's unbelievable to think about now. It really is.
That's amazing. Congratulations to the Calgary Flames. Congratulations to Cole Reshney. This is a wonderful achievement for this young man. The St. Louis Blues are on the clock right now. This is, you know what this is, Pierre? This is Doug Armstrong's last pick as general manager of the St. Louis Blues. Alex Steen.
Steener's taking over.
Takes over next season. You know what I wonder? And I don't know. I don't know. Even if it's true, I don't know if he'd ever cop to it. I was having a conversation with someone in St. Louis the other day about they redid the logo and the colors and all that. And, Alex Steen, when he was in St. Louis, always maintained that, those colors and that logo was his favorite. And he thought it was the coolest look. I don't know if this is something that Alex Steen pushed for, but would it surprise you if he did?
Wouldn't surprise me at all. You know what's amazing about Steener? And I sent him a long note about it. When he accepted the demotion from Craig Berube from the first line to the fourth line in 2019 when they won the Stanley Cup, Barbashev was one winger and Sundqvist was a centerman. That line basically dominated huge portions of games. But Alex was a driving force of that, and it just showed you. He checked his ego at the door. It's a big reason why I do think he'll be an amazing manager. And he comes by, and honestly, wasn't his father one of the most underrated players in the history of the NHL?
Great Winnipeg Jet. Great Winnipeg Jet.
Don't you think he was one of the most underrated players?
Yes. Absolutely.
So how old am I? I'm old enough to say I coached when Thomas Steen was playing. So
by the way,
I'm just telling, Steener was a heck of a player. He was a heck
absolutely.
Of a player.
We just talked about Matthew Turcotte a second ago. Guess we just got picked by St. Louis.
Oh no, Carbonneau.
Justin Carbonneau. Justin Carbonneau just got picked by the St. Louis Blues. Alex Turcotte. We think of Matthew Turcotte here. Sorry, we think of Matthew Turcotte, his former coach with Blainville, Boisbriand. When you think Carbonneau, you think of the shot.
Offense. Yeah,
this guy can shoot flat out.
Yep. So here's my big question to you, my friend. He can rip it. He grips it and he rips it.
Yep.
Is he going to stay or is he going to Boston College?
That is the $1 million question.
He is not committed yet, Jeff. He is not committed. And there's a big thing going on. They're not sure.
So Blainville is in go for it territory.
Correct.
They are going for it next year. And I don't know that this team can afford to lose Justin Carbonneau to Boston College. That whisper is no longer a whisper. It's been out there. It's been openly talked about, and still nothing from the player official yet. But this is a big year for the Armada. Make no mistake about it. You're closer to it. You know it better than I do.
Yeah, no, you're bang on. Everything you said is spot on. I know one thing. Greg Brown's the head coach at Boston College, and I know he flew out to LA this morning. Part of it was to see James Hagens, and I guarantee the other part of it was to see if Justin Carbonneau was coming to play for him. Because you got to remember who he lost. He lost Ryan Leonard to Washington, and he lost Gabe Perreault to the New York Rangers. Yeah. And so I think he was envisioning Carbonneau coming and playing on a line with James Hagens. And then you're talking about double trouble. That's a big problem for the opposition in Hockey East. Huge problem.
James Hagens getting Carbonneau the puck. And the thing we know about Carbonneau, too, is when he's like, I don't want to say he gets pouty when he doesn't score, but with goal scorers, something happens when they don't score. Right? Like when the puck's not going in for guys. I'm sure you've seen it before with a lot of guys. And so Justin Carbonneau is not that different. But if you have someone like James Hagens feeding you grapes,
that's what I'm talking
every single night.
So, and look at Hagens got a lot of experience. Ryan Leonard's not exactly an easy guy to play with. So you got Ryan Leonard, you got Gabe Perreault. So if you're not getting those guys a puck at the right time, you're going to hear about it. Yeah. And the truth of the matter is, he didn't hear too much from those guys because he got him the puck on time. James only had 11 goals last year, but he had 37 points in 37 games. In Division I college hockey, to be a point-a-game player, and especially last year in Hockey East, which was a murderer's row, every night was like the Super Bowl in that league. It was crazy how intense the games were. So for Hagens, if I'm Carbonneau, I'm looking at that, but you made the best point. I think Blainville's loading up, and I think it's going to be very tough for him to leave.
Let's go for it. Let's go for a season there. Do we have? Can you, Zach? Can you flash up the prospect board for the St. Louis Blues? I'm curious what's going to happen with this team next. Really good season this year. Lost a tough series to the Winnipeg Jets. If you have a look at some of the players who jump out right away, Jimmy Snuggerud and Dalibor Dvorsky. Right, like those are the two here that really jump. How frisky do you think St. Louis is this offseason? Last year was the offer sheets. Last year, Armstrong stole the show with the two offer sheets of the Edmonton Oilers. What do you think happens this offseason?
I don't think they're as frisky. I think one thing they need to look at though is depth in goal. I think they're worried about maybe Hofer moving on. And I think that's a bit of a problem. So you got to look at that.
Do you think he might get offer sheeted? Just as an aside, do you think Hofer might get offer sheeted?
He could. That's why I'm saying that. And I think Snuggerud will take a huge step, and I think Dvorsky's going to be a really good player there. So I think internal development's really going to help them a lot. But we'll see. We'll see. I don't know how frisky they'll be this year. I think they were real frisky last year. That's the Edmonton Oilers.
That what did you make of that, by the way? And here's the one thing I wonder about this year. Like this year, considering how much of a jump the salary cap is going to have in the next 2 years, it almost feels like this might be the last summer of offer sheets because everybody's going to have room for a couple of years.
I thought last year when they chose to bring in Arvidsson from LA and Skinner from Buffalo, I said they're getting redundant at that position with the scoring wingers. And it's going to cost them players. That's what I said at the time, and it did. And I think, obviously, St. Louis, I don't fault them at all. They were trying to make their brand better. Broberg was a heck of a pickup, and we've all watched Holloway a ton.
Oh, boy.
And I just remember talking to the former coach at Wisconsin, Tony Granato, about Holloway, and he's like, Pierre, this guy's unimpeachable. Like, he's fantastic. He's just a great player. And St. Louis figured that out. And I think Edmonton figured it out too. But they handcuffed themselves, and Stan Bowman wasn't there when they did it. when they brought in Arvidsson and when they brought in Skinner, they put themselves in a tough spot. They really did.
Yeah. Do you think the Oilers were just? I mean, obviously they were just concerned about like, look, if we're going to do anything, if we're going to get back to the Stanley Cup, we need depth, and we need guys.
Yeah, I think that's what they
can
looked
produce
at
on the bottom.
And I don't think they ever thought anybody's going to offer sheet those two guys. I just don't think they did.
Because offer sheets aren't a real thing until they are. Until Doug Armstrong says, "I don't care. I can offer sheet the pair of them."
Yeah,
that's fascinating. Okay, so a quick little go over as we're at pick 20 now with the Columbus Blue Jackets. Going to get there in a couple of seconds. The story has been the dominance of the CHL, the three CHL leagues so far. I always hate to do that, like who's winning, who's losing, because you don't know. This is development time here. Yeah. But has anybody really turned your head? Has anybody done something?
Philadelphia. Porter Martone at 6. And then making the trade with Pittsburgh and getting Jack Nesbitt. They're trying to create an organizational identity. We're going to be big. We're going to be mean. We're going to be hard to play against. And we brought in a coach that did all those things. He was mean. He was hard to play against. And he had an identity. And we want players that are going to be just like him. So Philadelphia's one. I can't say enough about the Islanders. I think Matthew Schaefer's, I think you agree with me. He's he's special. He's special. So they made their team better. And I also like what they did with Aitchison. I do. I like that. So I look at the Islanders. I like what they did. And San Jose.
You like the Metropolitan team so far. You like the Flyers and you like the Islanders.
Yeah, so far.
Good players going into the Metro.
That Michael Misa, to me, you put him in that situation in San Jose with some of the skill they have.
Yeah.
Buckle up.
How'd you like
it's not going to happen this year, but it's going to be in a year from now.
How'd you like to run that power play, Pierre? What do you do on that power play?
So you do what we did in Pittsburgh when you got Ron Francis, Joey Mullen, Mario Lemieux, Paul Coffey, and Larry Murphy. You let them figure it out.
You go to the NHL and you say, are we allowed to play with 2 pucks? Because 1 puck's not enough for all these guys.
Unbelievable. We used to have this big problem because Mario didn't want to be on the one-time situation. He wanted to play on the icing line. He didn't want to play on the hash mark. And we're like, no, we're going to put you on the top of the circle for the one-timer. That was the underrated part of Mario's game that nobody talked about. He could really hammer a puck. Like, watch him hit a golf ball. He could still do that, but he could hammer a puck. And then finally we convinced him, and it worked. It worked pretty well. It had nothing to do with us. It had to do with him.
So let's see what has. Oh, Pyotr Andrianov is the first goaltender selected.
Wow.
By the Columbus Blue Jackets.
And they just traded a goalie too to Florida.
Danil Tarasov, yes, to make way for Jet Greaves, who looks like he's the goaltender of the future. Had a great back end of the season for the Columbus Blue Jackets. This one is. I thought Joshua Raffensbergen would go first.
I thought he'd go on first. I did. Yeah,
this one is
off the board.
Interesting.
A little off the board.
Wow.
Yeah. That's a little off the board.
Remember when Jarmo Kekalainen drafted Yegor Chinnikov? And we all went, who's that? And he's like, that's our guy. That's our guy. I don't care if you don't think he belongs in the first round. That's our guy. Now it's a different general manager. It's Don Waddell. And clearly they've identified an organizational need. If you have a look at some of their first-round draft picks most recently, Caden Lindstrom last year, who had the back issue and didn't play until the end of the season with the Medicine Hat Tigers. We've talked about Adam Fantilli. David Jurasek is now a member of the Minnesota Wild, and Denton Matejchuk we had waited for a long time here. Clearly they've identified net minding as an issue here.
Yeah. It's interesting for sure. Trevor Timmons, if I'm not mistaken, is still a major part of their amateur staff there in Columbus. He's not afraid. He doesn't run with the herd, if you know what I mean. He's not afraid to go out and pick players that other people don't have rated that high. But this is definitely interesting. There's no question.
You know what sometimes happens too, and this normally happens in the second round with goaltenders, is once one team takes a goalie, then it's like there's a run on goaltenders. Oh, the first goaltender's been selected. I got to make sure I get mine. Right? So maybe the goalie from PG, the goalie from Michigan goes now. Like, I really wonder about Jack Ivankovic too. I really do. And here's
we'll
why
see. I don't know.
Well, here's why. I know he's not a big goalie. Okay, we know that he's not a big goaltender, but I think everybody looks at his dad, who's 6'5", and says like maybe he's gonna have like the late growth spurt here. He's a competitive goaltender, the real battler, great anticipatory goal, like all of it. He's a really good goalie. Dorado's got himself a good goaltender with the Wolverines next year. We should have asked JR, and we had him on talking about Porter Martone, about Jack Ivankovic, just waiting for him to grow into that size. But you do wonder if you start to maybe see a little bit of a run on goalies here. Do we or don't we? What do you think?
I'd be surprised. My first draft was 1990, and it was really interesting because there was a guy that went at number 20 named Marty Brodeur, and there was a guy I think that went at number 11. And then was Trevor Kidd. And then I don't remember any other goalies going after that. Brodeur was so darn good. And Kidd back then, and you remember, he was playing for Brandon at the time.
Yep.
I saw a couple games. He went into Moose Jaw one night. I think he made like 65 saves and a 2-1 loss. He was just unbelievable how good he was.
All right. The Ottawa Senators are up next. Steve Stais' team. Listen, this was a good year for the Ottawa Senators. That's an organization.
It was. It should have been. They were on time finally.
Yeah, it took a while. I mean, holy smokes!
It did.
But they got there. Where are you at with the one of your old teams?
I really like the direction they're going. You can see what's happened. I think the biggest thing is the development on defense. They need to definitely add on the right side of their defense. They're a little like Buffalo. They're not deep enough on the right side. I think eventually they'll get there. They're deep enough, especially down the middle now. I don't know what they're doing with Claude Giroux. Brady's really taken another step, which is hugely important for them. Ridley Gregg is a vastly underrated player. I think he's going to have another real good year. There's a lot to like. There's a lot to like up there. Shane Pinto's, he's a Patrice Bergeron type player, not as good.
Can I ask you about Shane Pinto? Is he as a third line center? Do you consider that? I mean, the term that I always use is luxury item. Like I look at Brad Marchand, like he's a third line winger for you. That's a luxury item.
Yep.
Can Shane Pinto play higher?
He can. He can be a second line center. He really can. And I think eventually he will. But right now, look at Anton Lundell. Let's do that. Let's do that experiment. Made a massive difference playing with Luostarinen and Marchand. Would you agree?
100%.
I think that's what I think Pinto does for Ottawa right now until he's ready to take the next step. But I love what you just said, Jeff. He's a luxury item. There's no question. He's a luxury item.
Okay, so trade here between Ottawa and Nashville.
Okay.
So pick 21 goes to the Predators in exchange for picks 23 and 67.
Okay, so 23.
Is there a set formula for this, by the way?
In terms of
teams understand, like, okay, if I'm gonna trade for your pick, I'm gonna move up to like this is what the comp. Like, is there already like an agreed upon compensation, or is it still done by vibes?
Yeah, it's just vibes. Some guys, I'm sure, have analytic equations now, where they say, well, your percentage of getting this will be that, and whatever. I'm sure they do. I didn't work in any kind of system like that, but I'm sure that there are systems like that.
Okay, as we pause here ever so briefly here, Zach has a CHL draft board that he has for us. Okay, so here's what we're looking at. 16 picks in the first 20 so far. 7 from the OHL. The OHL got added early in the top 10, and then there was that run by the Western League as well, which was quite impressive. And the QMJHL, Justin Carbonneau going to the St. Louis Blues, and Caleb Desnoyers going to the Utah Mammoth. So 16 of the first 20. So CHL still on track here to break their record of 22.
They are. They definitely are.
Or come close. We still have some names here. We'll see which direction the Nashville Predators go. So this is Nashville's second pick in the first round. They took Brady Martin, who's having his draft party at his farm because he was working.
That
at
was
the farm
such a great.
today.
That was awesome, Viz. By the way, that was so good. That was so good.
That really was excellent. Well, we'll tell you what. Let me blast that trade board on. Pierre, take a pause for a couple of seconds here. We're going to get back to Nashville for a couple of seconds, but Zach, let me talk over this board here a little bit while Pierre goes to get a quick drink of water. So Ottawa has traded this pick, so we're going to get to Ottawa in a second. Zach, if you could flash up the CHL board really quickly. Carter Yakimchuk, by the way, maybe we should have asked Paul McFarland about him. Coaches him with Calgary, the Hitmen. So the CHL right now has been on an impressive run. It started off with Matthew Schaefer of the OHL's Erie Otters, Michael Misa of Saginaw. By the way, that is 2 American-based OHL teams going 1 and 2 in this one. So there we go. So 7 for the OHL, 7 for the Western League, and 2 for Quebec. 16 so far from the entire CHL. Like the run was Schaefer, Misa, Anton Frondel goes to Chicago, Desnoyers, Martin, Martone, Hagens to BC, and then the run between the OHL and the Western League just kept going. Jake O'Brien to Seattle, Radim Murtka to Buffalo, Roger McQueen from the Bandon Wheat Kings goes to Anaheim. Ben Kindle from the Calgary Hitmen goes to the Pittsburgh Penguins. They trade that pick, the next pick, the 12th pick, to the Philadelphia Flyers. They take Jack Nesbitt, big center for the Windsor Spitfires. Carter Bear goes to Detroit. Jackson Smith goes to Columbus. Braden Coots goes to the Vancouver Canucks. Victor Eklund, the Swedish forward, goes to the New York Islanders, who had that pick when the trade with Noah Dobson, the 2 first-rounders. Kashawn Aitchison is the second pick in the Noah Dobson trade. He also goes to the New York Islanders. And then Cole Reshny to the Calgary Flames. I really, really love that pick. Justin Carbonneau from the Q, that's their second pick in the first round. Goes to the St. Louis Blues. Pyotr Andropanov goes to the Columbus Blue Jackets, the first netminder off the board. And now we await the selection for the Nashville Predators. Do we have a pick yet? Cameron Reed. That's a really nice pick. So Cameron Reed is a defenseman for the Kitchener Rangers. Cameron Reed is a really good, safe sometimes sounds like a pejorative, but he's a really good, safe defenseman. Highly skilled. We're going to try to get Mike McKenzie, the general manager of the Kitchener Rangers, on the program here in a couple of seconds as Cam Reed goes to the Nashville Predators. Kitchener's done a great job under Mike McKenzie. Joe Birch is the president, the team president there, and he's coached by one of the most interesting coaches in all of junior hockey. His name is Jussi Ahokas, who came over from Finland, figuring the way to get his name known in North America, specifically in NHL circles, was to come to North America and coach junior hockey. And he coaches the Kitchener Rangers. He's a big believer in the future of hockey is positionless hockey, and he's been the coach that's helped to shepherd Cameron Reed through his time with the Kitchener Rangers. Nashville, Pierre, while you were we were out for a couple of seconds there. Nashville drafting Cameron Reed, the defenseman from the Kitchener Rangers. I was just going on, and one of my favorite coaches to gush about is Jussi Ahokas. I think this guy's going to make a marvelous NHL coach one day. Do you have a thought on Cameron Reed? Real good, smart, safe defenseman.
One-man breakout, can really skate, needs to get stronger. Michael McKenzie's done a great job with the Kitchener Rangers. I spoke with Michael the last couple of days. One of the biggest things that's gone on with his organization was the hiring of UC Ahokas, as you correctly said, and he's made a massive difference for Cameron Reed. You know, Kitchener's a really good program. It's a blue blood program in the Ontario Hockey League. They've developed so many good players over time, and Cameron Reed's one of those players. He's going to play in the NHL. How long he plays depends on how strong he gets, how big he gets, but he's going to play in the NHL, and this is a really good pick for Nashville. They're not afraid, by the way, in Nashville to take undersized guys that can move the puck. I think about Sammy Girard being one of those guys. Alex Carey is another one. Ryan Ellis is another one. Yeah. So, you go down the line and, hey, Roman Yossi's a heck of a player, but he's not getting any younger. And so, you look at it, this is a really good pick for Nashville. Barry Trotz has had a good day so far, too. When you look at it, I was just thinking about it. He gets Brady Martin and he gets Cameron Reed in the first round. Okay, those are two players that are going to help his team a lot.
You know what this is? This is sort of, and maybe this is just a stereotype of the Nashville Predators, but for the longest time, as you can recall, they did all their shopping in the Western League, especially with defensemen. And now, so far in this draft in the first round, they've done all their shopping in the Ontario League between the Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds and the Kitchener Rangers. And now
they added character.
What's that?
Both guys are character players.
Yeah, they really are. They really are. We'll endeavor to get Mike McKenzie here on the show to gush about Cameron Reed. I had wondered. I'll tell you, Pierre. I had wondered about him at 15 to Vancouver.
Really?
That was. I wondered if it was going to be between Cole Reshney and Cameron Reed with the Vancouver Canucks at 15. He ends up going 21st to the Nashville Predators, the Pittsburgh Penguins on the board next after they made that trade with the Philadelphia Flyers.
Yes.
Who ended up taking Jack Nesbitt. So the Pittsburgh Penguins back on the board, as Kyle Dubas doing one of the things that he always loves doing, trading down. That used to be Brad Treliving's, by the way. The one thing that you could always guarantee in the draft was, no matter what happened in the draft, the one thing you could guarantee was Brad Treliving was going to trade down. For the longest time, that was always Brad's MO. I'm going to trade down and pick up more assets.
If it works, it's good.
If it works, it's good.
If it doesn't work, it's not so good.
I know. Where do you feel the Pittsburgh Penguins are at? I mean, Malkin is going to play one more year. After that, it's going to be either retirement or a contract somewhere else. Erik Karlsson's name is very much out there. There was a time where, I think there was a couple of years, when Bill Zito first took over the Florida Panthers, there was a belief that, for a couple of years, he was really trying to bring in Erik Karlsson into that mix. I wonder if that gets revisited. We'll see, as we don't know what's going to happen with Aaron Ekblad, but most likely he's probably leaving. But where are you at on the Pittsburgh Penguins right now?
They're in a rebuild. No question, they're in a rebuild. What's going to happen with Sidney Crosby? You think he's going to want to stay to go through the rebuild?
I think that's a big
question. Big question.
It's a massive question, and look like the goalie of the future, because I think they're probably going to end up moving Tristan Jarry. Joel Blomqvist is going to be their guy. I like Harrison Brunicky a lot, but the thing about the Penguins is, like, one of the jobs now is to restock the cupboard. For so long, specifically under Jim Rutherford, it was, we have Crosby, we're going for it. We have Crosby, we're going for it. And now, Bill Zonin. Bill Zonin from the QMJHL just got picked
from Rouen.
From Blainville now too, right? He's gone from. Oh wow! Look at that. All right, Bill Zonin.
That's who Pitt took, huh?
Yeah, Bill Zonin. So that is from the Q. So now it's.
You know what's interesting about that? I was going to run a name by you. I was going to run a name by you. I know, it's amazing. I was going to ask you, is Lakovich from Moose Jaw going to go to Pittsburgh? I was wondering if he wouldn't go to Pittsburgh. I got to think he's coming close here pretty soon.
He's a real nice winger. Bill Zonin here, who has played in Rouen for the last 3 years. I want to say, Pierre, and now
I think it's 3.
Blainville, Boisbriand Armada, the team that we just talked about, who are in go for it mode with Justin Carbonneau. Good for him. That's a real nice spot for Bill Zonin. So look, the Pittsburgh Penguins picking up draft picks, picking up prospects, and stocking the shelves. But back to your question about Sidney Crosby, it's one that we wondered about last year, even before trade deadline. You remember the day where things got a little bit crazy and the Colorado Avalanche suddenly traded Mikko Rantanen to the Carolina Hurricanes. Yeah. And we knew that Taylor Hall was on the move, but didn't know that he was going to be involved in that package and it was going to be a three-way deal. And then there were all kind of rumors about Erik Karlsson, which I checked on, that got shot down. And then there are all sorts of, various media members tweeting out pictures of Denver and wondering about Sidney Crosby. I think it's a legitimate question. I honestly, Pierre, I go back and forth on the Crosby question. One, he's super competitive and wants to win. And it was great watching him at the Four Nations. Crosby playing games that were meaningful was awesome. We'll feel the same way next year at the Olympics in Italy. And the other side of me says, as intensely competitive as Crosby is, he's also intensely loyal. And I think if you're Kyle Dubas, Jason Spezza, the entire management staff for the Pittsburgh Penguins, if something is going to happen with Sidney Crosby, he has to initiate it. I don't get the feeling that anyone there is going to go to Sid and say, would you like to go somewhere else? I think if something's going to happen, it has to be initiated by him. I don't think the organization would go to him proactively.
No, I agree with everything you just said. And here's the cool part about what you just said. He hadn't played a playoff game in 3 years. That's significant for somebody that's as competitive as he is. I think the Four Nations was a great respite for him. The fact that they won was huge. But knowing the intensity of the player and the person, I have a hard time believing he wants to go sign up for this the rest of his career and not have a chance to win the Stanley Cup again. I have a hard time believing it.
Yeah, there are just some guys though that don't you think that just, I don't know, maybe it's they want their hockeydb.com just to have one team.
So let me I hear what you're
in the
saying,
queue, and then as you mentioned Mike Modano earlier, it was Minnesota, Dallas, Detroit.
So let me throw this one at you.
Okay.
Was Raymond Bourque a great player?
Of course he was. Hall of Famer.
Look at his career.
Mm-hmm.
Boston. Oh, Colorado. And then Colorado again.
Yeah.
2 Colorados.
Yeah. Listen, Dave
he picked how he wanted to go out. Raymond did. Yeah. I have so much respect for Raymond. When you draw up a game plan, whether it's in the playoffs or the regular season, and heated rivalry type situations. So when I was in Pittsburgh, Boston-Pittsburgh was a whole lot of nasty. And we played them 2 years in a row in the Eastern Conference Final. When you help draw up a game plan to basically annihilate another player, and you see how the guy comes out of it with so much class and decorum and athleticism, you say, man, oh man, that guy's special. And that, to me, that's what Raymond Bourque personified. And then I had to do it again when I went to Hartford. And trust me, in those days, and I think you remember, Hartford-Boston was not for the faint of heart.
Oh, no, those are great games. Those were intense games.
And so I'm just telling you, I have so much respect for him. If he could do that, Jeff, if he could do all that time in Boston and then go to Colorado, I don't know why Sid couldn't do that in Pittsburgh. And I'm not trying to run Sid out of Pittsburgh. When it's all said and done, I'm a Penguin, okay? I'm not trying to run him out of there. I'm just telling you the truth. That's what I see myself as. But I just know how intense Sid is. Sid's really intense.
Yeah, he really, again, that's going to be by his hand, and that's going to be his decision. And if he wants to stay, I'm not going to fault him, and if he wants to leave, I'm not going to fault him either. Let's get to our next guest. We just talked about him a couple of seconds ago. He is Mike McKenzie, the general manager of the Kitchener Rangers. Cameron Reed, now a member of the Nashville Predators, selected 21st overall. Mike McKenzie is poised to join us now. Mike, are you there?
I'm here. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah, I think we kind of got you. Okay. So Mike, first of all, congratulations. It's always good when your player goes in the first round. Can you share a thought or two on Cameron Reed, defenseman, Nashville Predators.
We're just really happy for Cam and his family. He had an unbelievable season for us, and he's such a great kid that we thought this would be the end result when we picked him a couple years ago, but it's been a long journey for him and his family and everyone that supported him. So we couldn't be happier for Cam, and we're super excited to see his name pop up there.
Michael, as an NHL player, who do you see Cam Reed being like?
There's a couple guys that come to mind. Pretty high praise, some of these guys, but guys like Josh Morrissey, Duncan Keith, Gustav Forsling, they're all guys that maybe aren't the biggest guys in the world. They're not 6'4", 6'5" defensemen, but they use their feet extremely well. Such fluid skaters. They can provide some offense. They can move the puck. They have a bit of bite to their game. So I think he's in the mold of those guys. And obviously, if he can be one of those guys, he's going to make a lot of money and be in pretty good shape. But those are the kind of profile of players that I would put him in.
I think I speak for Pierre. We respect how you think. By the way, Ottawa just drafted Logan Hensler from Wisconsin. So
there you go.
2 goals, 10 assists in 23 games with Wisconsin last year. What can you tell us about? Because we've talked so much about Cameron Reed, the player. What can you tell us about the young man that he is, and what can you tell us about the family?
He's an awesome kid. He's a kid that guys in our locker room gravitate to, even as a younger player. Very mature, very comfortable in his own skin. And I think that's a big reason why he's just continued to get better. Comes from a really good family, Bill and Tanya. Real good support system, great people. So it's no surprise that he's a character guy. He's going to be a leader on our team this coming year. Wear a letter for us for sure. But yeah, really mature beyond his years and just an overall great character kid.
Hey, Michael, you were a star player at St. Lawrence University. Now you're running a major junior team. How are you seeing things evolve between the CHL and the NCAA?
Star player is you must be using star very loosely.
Nobody knows your game better than me, Michael McKenzie. So I'm going to call you a star player.
I'll take it. Yeah, it's definitely interesting times. So there's no doubt. I think it's one of those things that every month or two it continues to change, and it's a very fluid situation. So we'll see how it shakes out. It's it's obviously important that when we get players in Kitchener, our job is to develop them and make them love playing for Kitchener and want them to stay. But I think everyone now in the CHL is going to be forced to really do a good job with their players and treat them the right way. And that's something that we've always tried to do, but we're going to have to up our game here and make sure that Kitchener's a place they love to play and they develop when they're there.
It's interesting that you mentioned that, because I was going to come back and talk about, as far as player development goes, now more so than ever, it's important to have the right coach. And you and I have talked about this before countless times. I have all the time in the world for UC Ahokas, your head coach in Kitchener. Do you have a couple of words about someone who has as bright a future as someone like Cameron Reed has with the Nashville Predators? Ahokas has a very bright future in professional hockey one day.
Yeah, he's done a great job for us, and he's a great person and a great coach, and we're lucky to have our whole staff. UC's obviously the leader of that group, and kind of the man in charge, and gets a lot of the recognition. But we've got great assistant coaches, great strength coach, great goalie coach, and the list goes on and on. But yeah, UC's been great for us. He obviously won Coach of the Year, but coming over from Europe, that was a really big step for him and a big risk that a lot of guys, aren't willing to take. And he put himself out there, and he's done a great job for us. And it's shown in our results over the last 2 years, winning a lot of hockey games and being right in the mix every year. So we're really fortunate to have him and the rest of our staff.
I just want to tell you how proud I am of you. What a program you're building there. You've already built there. And I love the fact you don't run with the herd. That means a lot to me.
Thanks, Pierre. I appreciate the kind words.
Well, listen, Mike. On behalf of all of us here, thanks so much for stopping by. It's a great day, certainly for Cameron Reed. Great for his family, and it's always a great reflection on the organization from top to bottom. Yourself, Yussi Ahokas, Joe Birch, everybody involved. Congratulations to everybody at the Kitchener Rangers today.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys, and enjoy the rest of the draft here.
Awesome, thanks, Mike McKenzie.
Thanks, Michael.
Who's the general manager of the Kitchener Rangers, the son of legendary hockey insider who invented the position, Bob McKenzie. But I'm pretty sure everybody.
Michael was a heck of a player, you know.
So
Michael was a heck of a player.
I saw him a little at St. Mike's. I didn't watch a ton, but you've obviously watched him a lot more than I have. Give us a scouting report, Pierre.
He was a good grinding winger. He got to the front of the net. He was not afraid. He had an amazing Old Lang Syne tournament with now Hall of Fame coach Jack Parker saying, "I can't believe how good this McKenzie kid is." It was unbelievable. Michael had a really distinguished career. He played in the East Coast League, played in the American League a little bit. But Mike was a really good college hockey player. He really was. And a leader. You always knew he was going to be involved, whether it was coaching or managing, because he was really into the game. Not, his father was an insider. Michael was into the game. He was really good at it.
I remember talking to Bob about Mike once, and he talked about, Mike never cut corners. Mike, tried his hardest. Like, he gave this everything. So at the end of it, he really couldn't look back with any regret. There's a belief that I always have. I'm just getting a little soapbox here. There's a belief that I have that when it comes to sports, hard work doesn't guarantee you anything except for one thing. Like, hard work doesn't guarantee you championships, doesn't guarantee that you're going to get drafted, doesn't guarantee anything. Hard work doesn't guarantee you anything except the answer to one question, and that is, how good am I? And if you completely apply yourself and go for it and do everything like at your ultimate ability, you're going to get the answer to a question that a lot of people who don't apply themselves will never get. And that is, how good am I? And how many players have you seen, Pierre, that they may have been skilled and all that, but they didn't apply themselves completely, so they'll never really get that answer. They'll never really know how good they were. And I remember talking to Bob about this with Mike. Like, he gave everything. So he got the answer. But generally, a lot of guys don't get the answer because they don't apply themselves 100%.
Well said. That's so perfect. So perfect. We have a trade. Let's get to the trade.
What do we have? Do we know what this trade is here? Hang on a second. So the LA Kings are up on the board, 24th overall. So Pittsburgh goes into this spot. So Pitt goes in 24 for 31 and 55. 31 and 59, apologies. So the Pittsburgh Penguins, who have drafted Bill Zonin most recently from the QMJHLs at Blainville, Boisbriand.
And
Benjamin
Kindle.
Benjamin Kindle from the Western Hockey League. They make the trade with the Los Angeles Kings. And so the Pittsburgh Penguins will select again.
Speaking of Michael McKenzie, you know who one of his teammates was in junior before Michael went to college? Brendan Smith. Brendan Smith.
Oh, no way. So, when I used to watch him? I used to watch Brendan Smith. I had a men's league Thursday nights in Don Mills. And every now and then, and the Don Mills Flyers, minor midget team, a U16 now they're called, would play right after us. And every now and then, the Toronto Marlboros would float through. And that was a team with Brendan Smith and John Tavares and Sam Gagne and Justin Vive and Akeem Alou. I think they only lost one game that year. That Brendan's John Tavares.
That's crazy.
John Tavares was the underager.
So listen to this. So in their draft year, Kyle Turris, they were all going to Wisconsin. Kyle Turris was drafted in the first round. Ryan McDonough was drafted in the first round, and Brendan Smith was drafted in the first round. They all ended up at the University of Wisconsin. They all did.
Wow, that's awesome. I do want to get your thoughts on Logan Hensler in a couple of seconds, but we have Bill Zonen's coach
Speaking of Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Speaking of Wisconsin.
We have Bill Zonen's coach joining us now. Steve Hartley joins us on the program from Rouyn-Noranda. Steve, first of all, thanks so much for stopping by today. And did you have a feeling that it might be the Pittsburgh Penguins for Zonen?
Well, you know what? Their regional scout with that Scouts Our League has always found a way to get our guys through in the first round. And did we know it was going to be them? Obviously not. But with them adding a third-round pick, it's obviously not very surprising to see Bill come out there. So we're extremely ecstatic for him. Obviously, he's moved on to Blainville-Boisbriand for next year. But, he was developed in our organization, spent 3 years in our organization, was drafted by our GM, Yannick Gaucher, and we're extremely thrilled. It's a big night for our organization.
Sure is.
Hey, Coach, what is it about Zonen that stands out to you?
For me, it's just the maturity to his game that he. Obviously, I was there for the last year and a half with him. Had the pleasure of working with Bill on a day-to-day basis. His ability to drive plays. He moved from the wing to center this year in his third year in the league. Wanted to get him some more responsibilities, and you know what? He made the change with flying colors, and he was dominant. I always told him, "You're our bus driver. You need to drive the play for us. You need to drive our team. Our team will go as far as you will take us." Obviously, he had help, but you know what? He was outstanding for us. Led us all the way into the Final Four, where we ran into a very good Moncton Wildcats team that was much deeper, older than us, but he was outstanding for us. Drives plays. You know what? I think he's got a shot that is very deceptive. And he's got a lot more skill than people can think that he has. And I think just the move to center allowed him to be closer to the puck, allowed him to be much more in motion. Some people say he's not a very good skater. For me, his skating is fine. And you know what? The change to center allowed him to be much more involved, much more close to the puck. And I think probably led to him being picked by the Penguins.
Tell us about the person.
Outstanding person. You know what? And just from what I heard when he was 16 to what he is today at 18, he was always in the gym, always leading activations, always the first one to be there for cool down. On days off, he was always at the rink. You know, for treatment, taking care of himself. Just the evolution from even when I came in early February last year to now, to see just the evolution of and the growth that Bill displayed. He was great for our young players this year. He was a great example. He wants to be a pro, and I wouldn't bet against him.
Hey, Coach, what's your favorite place to stop in Saint-Jovite, Quebec on your bus trips?
We always stop in Mont-Laurier. Always stop in
That's
Mont-Laurier.
too soon. See, I'm from Saint-Jovite.
It's right out of the park.
That's why I asked you.
Right out of the park, but you know what? We stopped at the is it La Vieille Marmite in Saint-Jovite?
Oui, c'est ça. Oui,
yes,
vous avez raison.
We did stop there this year on the way to Blainville. Down the stretch, we had to allow our players to go to school in the morning before heading out, and we wanted to get a good dinner. And Denis Gauthier had actually suggested that place for us. He's He's got a condo in Mont-Tremblant, and I had the pleasure of working with Denny in Drummondville for the 7 years that I was there. So we stopped at that little restaurant. It was outstanding.
Yeah. Hey, Coach, I just want you to tell my friend Jeff Merrick how hard some of those road trips are from Rouen to wherever you have to go.
You know what? Obviously, like we do Cape Breton, which is our furthest trip. It's 24 hours. We do it. We split it over 3 days, and it really doesn't seem to be that bad. But you know what? For me, it allows our team to be closer to bond. We had an extremely close team this year that probably didn't have the talent level to get to the Final Four, but all that time spent on the road, all those times on the bus, the hotel rooms, I think it brings the team closer, and we embrace it.
Do you find that
I
you know
love
you grab the schedule when it comes out, and if you have a younger team, like this is true at a lot of levels, do you find that if you have a younger team, you want to get a big road trip in early so all the kids can bond as opposed to later on in the season?
You know what? We try to get we go twice to the Maritimes. Obviously, it's going to change a little bit now with Newfoundland, but we try to get our 2 road trips out before Christmas. We want to get to the Maritimes as early as possible to get our team together. We were traveling this year on Halloween from Cape Breton to Halifax, and to get on the bus, you had to be wearing a Halloween costume. And
That's
you know
awesome.
what? I think it just allows us to get it's a good bonding activity for our team, and it allows us to grow closer as a team, and we certainly embrace it.
I love it.
Hey, so when you get to Halifax, get to the Midtown Tavern and go look at some of the pictures on the wall there.
I coached in Halifax with Dominic Ducharme for 3 years. That's where I started in the league, and the Midtown was my go-to for pregame meals.
See, there you go. All us hockey guys stick together. That's perfect. There you go, Coach. That's awesome.
That is outstanding. Well, listen, we'll let you get back to your evening. I know he's with Plainfield now, but it's a great reflection on you and your entire staff. Thanks so much for stopping by, Steve. It's a wonderful accomplishment. Thanks for parking some time with us today.
Thank you guys for having me.
Steve. Merci
Have a good
beaucoup.
one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There he is.
Bye-bye.
Steve
Oh,
Hartley,
isn't that awesome?
Yeah,
that's awesome.
That's fantastic. And one thing really quick too, I'm always impressed with, and maybe I shouldn't be, I'm always impressed with goaltenders who become head coaches. Because as a goalie, growing up and playing through your career, and he would have played at Miami, Ohio for a couple of years, you're kind of like on your own. You're there to stop pucks, and you have to really sort of pay attention to everything around you if you're going to go on to be a head coach. It's rare to see head coaches that have a background goaltending because you're not growing up with the rest of the team, and goalies are always sort of out on their own. Maybe I'm making too much of this, but is there something there for you too?
Yes, there is. So I think, and I had a chance to work with him, I think Jerry Cheevers might be the best goalie that was ever a coach that worked. You can't really say, oh, yeah, there were a bunch of great goalies that ended up being great head coaches in the NHL.
Emil Francis.
Can you think?
The Cat.
Emil. He was. But was Emil a great goalie, or was he just a guy that played the position? I can tell you one thing. I worked for Emil. Yeah. He was the most amazing guy to work for. I loved working for Emil. Yeah. Someday there's a story for you and I to talk when we don't have a microphone about Emil. He was so good to me. I'm so grateful for the time I spent with Emil. He was an amazing person to work for.
We're getting ahead of ourselves here. Surprise, surprise. Chicago Blackhawks are picking, but before we get there, the Pittsburgh Penguins at 24. While we were talking to Steve, selected William Horkoff.
Great pick.
Yeah,
I like that.
He goes to the Pittsburgh Penguins. One of the youngest players, I believe, in NCAA hockey this year, I want to say.
Yeah. At Michigan he was, and he's smart. Where he's really good, though, I got to tell you, Jeff, he's outstanding defensively. The numbers aren't gaudy, so that's part of why they're not gaudy. His father was a great player, and it must pain his father because his father played at Michigan State, Sean, before he went on to a really good NHL career. But Will's a really talented kid. He really is.
Hey, you know who's making the pick for the Chicago Blackhawks right now? He's calling it a career.
Who?
Gary Mahar.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Why would he be doing Chicago, though?
I don't.
He's a Montreal guy. Gary Mahar is a Montreal guy.
I'm not. Maybe he was going to do Montreal, and then they traded those 2 picks. I don't know. but Gary Mahar.
His family is a legendary sports family in Montreal. They all went to Loyola High School, which is a rival high school of where I went. So the Mahars are a legendary family in Montreal. Really good people.
Nice man. Václav Nestrasil goes to the Blackhawks. All right. How far away, by the way, do you think Chicago is? And this by the way is the first, we talked about the USHL earlier. He plays USHL in Muskegon. This is the first USHL pick.
Yep. So I'll say this: they're not going to be. I don't believe they'll be a playoff team this coming season, but the year after they're going to push. It's a lot like what Columbus did last year, and I think Columbus is going to really push to be a playoff team this year. I see Chicago kind of on the same trend, if that makes sense to you.
Mm-hmm. You have a look at the prospects and like, listen, these guys are already going to be graduating into the Blackhawks organization right now. Hey, here's another one that I was speaking on the Blackhawks. I was having this conversation with someone in Buffalo at the Combine. July 1st, Connor Bedard can sign a contract. I don't think he will. I think he'll probably wait to put up more numbers throughout the season. But as you sort of blue sky, considering all this is being built around Connor Bedard, what do you think a contract like what should they be looking at coming out of the entry level?
Great question.
Because this person I was talking to said, is he going to get $10 million?
Well, so here's what I'd say. Timmy Stützle in Ottawa is a little over 8.5, I believe.
Yeah.
And I think Connor's going to get more. So
10?
You're probably looking at 10.
Is there
looking at 10.
Is there a point, and we see this now, I'll tell you what, we see this with the Buffalo Sabres right now. There comes a point where you say, we've got a lot of prospects and we need to start using our prospects as capital to get players. All right, now
a lot of teams are there.
They've done a great job drafting. Right? They've done a great job identifying and drafting, and we all know the names and the guys that are the guys that are coming in. And now there's another one in Anton Frondel. At a certain point, you're running the Chicago Blackhawks, you're Kyle Davidson. Do you not need to say, okay, now it's time to make the team? We've got all the ingredients. We need to use it in a way to make the team. And are the Hawks
Didn't they do that last year? Didn't they do that last year when they traded Seth Jones to Florida for Spencer Knight? They identified that they weren't good enough in goal, so they wanted to get a guy they thought could be. So they go get Spencer Knight. And I told you before about Drew Comesso. I still think Drew has a chance to be a real good goalie in the NHL. I watched him grow up playing in Boston, and I'm telling you, he's a tremendous athlete. I think he's got a chance. So they identified that in goal. They've drafted fantastically well in defense. We talked about Vlasic. We talked about, Krasinski. We talk about Rinzel. They got guys in defense. So you look at it, they're starting to come now, and they're going to have to, I think, take one of those forwards or one of those D and turn it into whatever they think is a weak point.
Yeah.
They're going to have to utilize one of those players to address their weak link. I was shocked, and I say this in a complimentary way, Ryan Donato got a 4-year deal there for $4 million.
I was happy for him. I was really happy for him.
I'm going to be totally transparent. I'm really good friends with the family, and I'm really good friends with him. And his wife's family allowed my son to be a billet at their house. So, I've known the families forever. And I think the world of him. And that kid, Ryan Donato, couldn't wait to go back to Chicago. He wanted to stay there because he sees the potential for greatness in their organization.
You know who still hasn't gone? I just got a text from someone here a second ago, and I'm a little bit surprised at this one.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Jordan Spence.
And you were talking about Jordan before. I know
Riker Lee just went to Nashville.
Okay.
Speaking of US, so that's back-to-back USHL players.
USHL guys, yep.
Jordan Spence still hasn't gone.
Riker Lee was a heck of a player, Madison. He was a heck of a player there in terms of points.
Sorry, not Jordan. I'm thinking of the defenseman. Malcolm Spence.
Yeah.
Michigan. From the Erie Otters. Malcolm Spence, who if he went back to the OHL next year, had a shot at maybe being the best player in the league. Malcolm Spence still hasn't gone.
No. You know what? I had Malcolm. I'm just looking at it now.
Yeah.
I had him just on the tip of the first round and the start of the second round.
He did, eh? Well, there's
So
still time.
maybe I didn't rate him properly, but that's where I got him.
Maybe I had Jordan Spence on my mind because I think LA's trading him. I think Ken Holland's moving him. I look at either Boston or Ottawa.
He's such an efficient player, though, don't you think?
I
Jordan
like
Spence
him.
on defense?
First of all, I like the
So do
person.
I.
I really
Yeah.
love watching Jordan Spence play hockey.
Yeah.
But it sounds like Holland's going to move him in the LA Kings. Right shot defenseman, third pairing.
Yep.
Right side.
Well, we're getting down to
good.
the short strokes. You got 6 picks left in the first round.
I wonder if Malcolm Spence. So we still have Malcolm Spence on the board. To me, that's probably the big one here. That's still
You know what? I'm gonna say that I think Sasha Boumedienne's going to go at some point here in the next 6. The defenseman from BU.
Yeah.
And I think Blake Fiddler's going to go, the defenseman from Edmonton.
Oil Kings, yeah.
Yeah. And I think Jack Murtaugh is going to go. I'll give you 3 that I think will go in the next 6.
Above Malcolm Spence?
Yeah.
Do we see another goaltender here?
I hope I'm wrong too, by the way. I do. I hope
About
I'm
Malcolm
wrong.
Spence? Yeah, I
I hope
him
he
a lot.
breaks through. I know you do, and I hope he breaks through. I really do.
Hang on here. I wonder if someone's taking a goaltender here. I wonder if Josh Ravensbergen's going.
Well, that's the only goalie that I would think would be. Don't you think? Or would you have somebody else? That's all I
Did you
got.
think Andrew Panoff was going to go that high?
No.
Ravensbergen seems to be the one.
That's what I think too. But
I'm always stunned at how, I'll be honest with you, Peter, like I'm always stunned at how it's such a premium position. It's such an important position. And I mean, outside of, DiPietro going first overall and Flower going first overall, generally teams kind of have a meh, I'll get my goalies later approach to it.
think about like where Dominic Hasek was picked.
Oh, wasn't
And
he
was
sixth
traded.
round? Or was he even later than
but
that?
he was later. I think he was traded by the Chicago Blackhawks, and this is no disrespect meant to Stefan Beauregard, but it was a one-for-one deal. He was traded by Chicago to Buffalo. Think about that for 1 second. But the one that blows me away all the time, and I talked to you about it before.
But he was
Brodeur
playing behind
went at
Belfour.
20.
He was playing behind Belf. Like he wasn't
I
going
know.
to get the opportunity.
They pulled Eddie twice in the Stanley Cup final that I coached in with Scotty, and we won in 4 straight. And Hasek went in game 2, and Hasek went in game 4, and he was so good. It was ridiculous how good he was. Like, it was unbelievable how good he was. We were like, whoa, this guy's good. But I still go back to Brodeur at 20. Can you imagine? 19 teams passed on Marty Brodeur.
Why do you think that was?
I don't know, because I tried to recruit him he played for a midget team called Montreal Bourassa, and other goalies that played there, Roberto Luongo, Jose Theodore. There was one other one that played in the NHL. I'm remiss right now. But they had an amazing program. And we almost got Marty to come to college, but he ended up going to St. Hyacinth. But I'll tell you what, Marty was so good. It was ridiculous how good he was before he got to the NHL.
You know what? When you think about goaltender development, specifically in Canada, where it's crisis time, do you find that the way the Canadian hockey is structured, where essentially you're making all-star teams, will never develop the greatest goaltenders, because the best goaltenders that get identified end up on the top team, and when you're on the top team, you might get a dozen shots a game?
Well said. I totally agree with that theory. It's a really smart way to look at it. How do the Finns develop so many good goalies?
So here's what I've been told about all of it. Like the goalie factory has gone from Quebec to Helsinki and is now in Moscow. And there's a brief stop in Stockholm.
The Russians are good. The Russians are really good at that.
The Russians are so
Russians
good.
They
Like my producer Zach has heard me mention this before countless times. I swear they have had their hip bones removed. When I look at the way that they play around the posts, Russian goaltenders are freakish. I'm like, bodies don't move like that. But the thing about all of it is, as I'm told with the Russian goaltenders, and you see with Shesterkin, Lyndon Lakovic, by the way, goes to Washington.
Hey,
think of the
did
thing
we just
about
talk, did we
Lakovic,
talk about him before?
Moose Jaw.
Yeah.
Remember how tough?
Well,
his
that's
Uncle
Ross
Sasha
Mahoney.
was?
That's
Yes,
Ross Mahoney.
Yes. 100%.
That's a Ross Mahoney pick. That's good. It's a good pick, though. He can skate and he's big. Washington likes those guys.
Do you remember how tough his uncle was, Sasha?
I do.
Boy. He was good.
Do.
I'm kind of surprised that he's gone this late. Real leader with the Moose Jaw Warriors of the Western Hockey League. So that's 19.
You're gonna get there.
That's the 19th.
It's gonna be over 22. I think you're gonna get to there.
Well, we need Malcolm Spence to help us out. Lyndon Lakovic goes to the Washington Capitals. So once again, if we can, Zach, do you have the first round board for the Washington Capitals? Because this is the second year in a row that they go shopping in the Western Hockey League, in the first round of the NHL draft. We'll get Zach to pop that board up here in a couple of seconds. But the thing about and that's Lakovic, because we get the Washington Capitals there we go. Tarek Parasak, last year again, Western Hockey League the year before, Ryan Leonard, Ivan Miroshnichenko, Hendrix Lapierre, who, by the way, can I say one thing about Hendrix Lapierre? He was probably the best combine interview I've ever been part of. Just like eloquent, charming, funny, all of it. Hendrix Lapierre was it. And Connor McMichael, first round draft pick, playing with the London Knights. Previous played Ajax Pickering, the Raiders. And what I love about McMichael is, and you remember this, Pierre, remember how he was rushed? Washington had like a slew of injuries.
100%.
Slew of injuries, and it's like, and McMichael, he didn't belong, and he struggled, and he went back to the Hershey Bears, Great American Hockey League organization, stuck to it, and the kid never quit and hung in there, and now he's one of the most productive players on the Washington Capitals. But how many times have you seen a player get rushed too early, and that's it for the career? I got to hand it to Connor McMichael. He hung right in there.
Yeah.
And
I
didn't
couldn't
allow
agree
himself
more.
to get wrecked.
He's an impact player in the National Hockey League right now, and he can play center or wing, and his skating is phenomenal, and his puck possession skills are awesome. Hendrix Lapierre is going to be very much the same. He's going to be a very good player for Washington. Ryan Leonard, he didn't have the kind of playoff I thought he would have for Washington. I thought he'd make a bigger impact, but I do think the fatigue factor with the World Junior, with Boston College got upset by Northeastern University in the Hockey East playoffs.
Yeah.
And then they had a real tough time in the NCAA tournament. And I just think mentally and physically he was just knocked out. I really do. I just think it was too big an ask this year for Ryan Leonard.
When you see his game, anyway, when I see his game, and you've seen him a lot more, I say to myself, that game is going to translate into the NHL eventually. Once he gets strong enough, that's going to be a great game in the NHL. But watching him make that transition from BC to the Washington Capitals towards the end of the season, like you can see it. Okay, it's going to work eventually, but he's not quite there yet. But having said that, I would watch him at BC this year, or watch him at the World Juniors, and I'd say this guy should probably be in the NHL by now.
Yeah. He should have been. I was surprised he went back. I think that he and Gabe Perreault made a pact because they had been upset the year before. And I think they made a pact saying, we're going to go back and we're going to get BC a championship. And they were hoping Will Smith was going to come back. And Will Smith was a late defection. He was a late defection. And so I think that kind of upset the apple cart. And, you know, Jacob Fowler's so darn good. So darn good. And,
yeah, you've talked about him a lot.
You know, just he's a real deal. And I don't know what happened down the stretch at BC, but it looked like they were all mentally and physically tired. That's what it looked like.
The Winnipeg Jets are on the clock right now, and the most recent story involving the Winnipeg Jets involves the signing of Jonathan Toews. in a bonus-laden contract that protects the team but could really, really pay the player well. I know Taves is one of your favorite players. You've covered Jonathan Taves like his entire career, specifically on the international stage as well. Just as a quick thought before we get back to the draft here and Winnipeg's pick, I have no idea what to expect. I really don't. I have no idea what to expect for Jonathan Taves. I'm crossing my fingers and hoping that, he'll start off. Lowry's injured to start the season. Taves probably going to third line center spot. And by the end, I hope he plays right behind, plays second line center.
Behind Scheifele.
Behind that, thank you. I'm thinking of Matthew Schaefer in the draft. It's been a long night. Mark Scheifele.
Yeah.
That's what I hope happens to Jonathan Taves. But really, I have no idea. I have no idea.
Here's what I would do. Mark Chipman's a phenomenally proactive owner in Winnipeg. He does a great job. If I were Mark Chipman, I would have Brian Trottier and Jonathan Taves meet this summer. I can tell you from firsthand experience, we win 2 Stanley Cups in Pittsburgh in the early 90s. Everybody said Brian Trottier was done. He was far from done. He was a guy that put us over the top. He was an amazing leader. He was at the end of his career, and he knew what he had to do to help guys get better, and he knew what he had to do to survive on the ice. I think Jonathan Taves is very much in the same position. If I were the Winnipeg Jets, I'd do everything in my power to try to hook up a meeting and even a tape session with Brian and Jonathan. I as soon as Jonathan signed there, I was saying, oh, man, Trot's got to get in touch with him. Now, maybe I'm biased because I won with Brian, but I'm telling you right now, that guy's a pure-on champion human being and a pure-on champion player, and he gets how to coach people. And if I were Winnipeg, that's the first thing I'd do is put Taves in with Trottier. That being said, I think Jonathan's going to kick butt. I think he's going to do so well. I really do.
I hope
I'm so.
Excited
for him.
I hope
I
so.
think the world of him.
He's an easy guy to cheer for, and what a Christmas card decision it was for him to go to Winnipeg. Like going away, like if you pick any this destination in the NHL, the local boy goes home. Sacha Beaumedienne, by the way, goes to the Winnipeg Jets.
Hey, what did you say? Told you. There's one of my 3. He's gone.
Just got selected. Boston University, played at the USHL before that. Was it Lincoln? No, Youngstown. Youngstown Phantoms before that, the USHL.
So, hey, you know what? Winnipeg's got a history taking guys out of Boston University. There's a guy they took in 1990. His name would be Keith Tkachuk.
Tkachuk, yeah.
Played on one of the best college lines ever. Tony Amonte, Keith Tkachuk, and Sean McEachran. You should have seen those guys get to work. Two of those guys played over 1,000 games in the league, and one of them played over 900. McEachran played over 900.
Yeah. I thought McEachran was an underrated player. Loved them. Just loved Sean McEachran. Real good player.
He could skate. He went to Matignon High School. Man, could he skate. Wow.
What can you tell us about Sacha Beaumedienne?
He is really good player. Very good on the puck. Makes great outlet passes. Definitely needs to get stronger. That'll happen at BU with Pandolfo there. He's going to play in the NHL. Good player. Great hockey sense. He's not as good as Villander, who's going to Vancouver, but there's some similarities there. This guy's a good player. He just needs to get stronger, but he's got great hockey instincts.
Want to rewind to the Washington Capitals first-round pick, 27th overall, Lyndon Lakovic, his head coach with the Moose Jaw Warriors, Mark O'Leary, joins us now on our draft special here on the sheet. Mark, first of all, thanks for stopping by today. Were you getting a little nervous as the first round started to wind down a little bit about your player?
Yeah, a little bit. I think I was feeling for Lack a little bit there, but at the end of the day, it's the first round, and I know him and his family are real excited, and the whole organization's excited too.
Hey, Mark, that's a tough family, by the way. How tough is Lyndon?
I don't know if he's that tough, but ask him when the chips are down and the moment is big. Lack's there. There's no question.
Did your organization, do you think, have any idea it was going to be the Washington Capitals? How much were the Caps around?
The Caps were around a little bit. They, there was lots of communication there, throughout the season. But I think there's certain teams that you see every year, and around the rinks, and there's certainly one of them. But speaking with Lack, I don't think he had any inkling that it was going to be Washington per se. But certainly, I know he's real excited about going there. That's for sure.
So when a player like that goes to Washington and he goes to the big camp in particular, do you tell him, hey, try your best to hang out with Tommy Wilson, see how he plays, see how he prepares himself? How do you handle that, Mark?
Well, first and foremost, I think from my perspective, I just want them to go there and be themselves. I don't try to get in the way that way in terms of what they're going to see or hear when they're there. But that is one of my first questions when they come back. We've had a lot of really good players the last little while go to some NHL camps, as highly touted first round picks, and that's one of my first questions is what did you see from the star guys, and not just on the ice but off the ice, how they are. And that's a question for me, and my personal preference to find out what they're like. But for them, I just think it's a great experience just to be around those guys and what it takes to be a pro.
Your player's family has a strong hockey background. Have you seen evidence of how that has helped him? Whether it's protocol for checking in the hotel or getting off the bus or whatever, has being around hockey in his family his whole life helped him? And if so, where do you see evidence of it?
Well, I think for any player, when you're around hockey, and it's one thing on the ice, but just like you mentioned, all the things that go into being a hockey player, a pro player in particular, the more you can be around that at a young age, it certainly helps. But with Lack, the thing that sticks out is the family connection that he has and how supportive they are. They travel real well. They're from up in the Okanagan, but you see them all over the rinks, all over the place. Obviously, travel out west here is difficult at times, but that family's around and they're supportive, and just a real humble family that has good values, and you see that with Lack. And I think that's real important with a family. It's hard to be a young player playing this game nowadays, and with the pressures and the responsibilities that come with it. When you have a family like Lack does, it certainly helps.
What a great night for the Moose Jaw Warriors. Congratulations, Coach. I'm sure you're really proud of what Lyndon's done. Really happy for you.
Thanks, Pierre. Appreciate that. I know the whole organization is real proud. Lack's he's a likable guy. He's very popular around the city of Moose Jaw, and certainly with our organization. So real happy for him.
Really quick before I let you go.
Before you go, Coach.
Yeah.
Hold, Jeff. Sorry to interrupt. I just want to ask, is the A&W still near the old crushed can there in Moose Jaw?
I wish the crushed can was still around, but
coldest rink I've ever been in. Coldest rink I've ever been in.
A&W is still a popular spot in Moose Jaw, that's for sure.
There you go. See, Jeff, I know all the fast food spots.
Never mind all this nonsense about hockey questions. Let's get to where you can find the burgers, the fries, and the shakes. Let me close on this. For him to take the next step, and going to go to Caps camp, etc. What does he need to do, Mark?
Well, I think the biggest thing is he's very honest in terms of, he knows what he's good at, but he knows what he needs to work on. And, he's got all the skill to make plays in big moments like we talked about, but, getting the puck inside on a consistent basis. And I know there's pressure on a big guy to be physical, but I really think that he's physical in his own way. He uses his size and his reach so well, and he's certainly not afraid. It's just a matter of, playing against pros, playing against bigger guys. Can you get inside on a consistent basis? And we've seen it enough to know that he can do it and he's willing to do it. Now it's just a matter of doing it consistently.
That's awesome. Mark, congratulations. Big accomplishment for the entire organization, not just the player, but we think of the player, obviously. Mark, thanks so much for stopping by. Congratulations again.
All right. Thanks for having me, guys.
There he is, Mark Lazary, the head coach of the Moose Jaw Warriors of the Western Hockey League. Lyndon Lakovic goes 27th overall to the Washington Capitals.
It used to be one of my favorite stops in the Western
Crushed
Hockey
can.
League.
Yep.
Yeah, I would. So I'd go Regina, Moose Jaw, then I'd head down to Wilcox, then I'd go down. Yeah, then I'd go down and maybe sneak into Dakota. We'll see, a little drive down to Dakota, and then I'd come back and make my way through Yorkton, Saskatchewan, and then back to Regina.
Wow.
Then I'd go the north route the next time, head up to Saskatoon and go that way.
The Western Hockey League road trips in the winter are frightening, Pierre. They are.
I once said a prayer in my car. I will tell you this. I was running out of gas. I was going by Humboldt, and it was late, and it was dark, and it was cold, and there were no gas stations. And I said a prayer. If you get me out of this, Lord, I'll never run on an empty tank again. And he got me out of it. It was scary. I'm telling you, I was probably the most afraid I ever was on any of the road trips.
I listen. Scouts are some of my favorite people in the world, and I always feel for the Western League scouts because there's a lot of white knuckle drives. I got to go to period here. I got to go 2 periods there, and it's snowstorm and ice and whiteouts. I got all the respect in the world for them. I want to get to Stephen Ellis in Los Angeles, but want to remind everybody this segment is a presentation of Budweiser. Budweiser is encouraging buds to make time for hockey, not excuses. Every goal, every check, every win is better enjoyed with your buds. Phone a bud, text a bud, ping a bud, and call out their excuses for bailing on hockey. When it's hockey time, it's go time. Stephen Ellis joins us from Los Angeles, I believe, here on our sheet trade or a draft special. It's late. Steven, how you doing? We have a trade, I understand, going on right now. I just have it off the corner of my eye. Carolina Hurricanes are on the board. We'll see what the trade is. Looks like it's with the Chicago Blackhawks. And this one is going to be, hold on one second here. Chicago moves into Carolina's spots. 34 for 34th, 62nd, and a 5th round pick in 2027.
So Chicago, they must want something in particular.
They really want something here. So we'll see which direction Chicago goes through. Okay, what's been the big story for you so far in Los Angeles at the draft, Stephen?
How long this is taking. Other than that, this is a draft, so of course it's taken a long time. I'd say kind of just what the New York Islanders have been able to do. You go out there and you get Matthew Schaefer. Obviously, that's the big money pick right there. Yeah. But then you go out there and you get Kashan Aitchison, you get Victor Eklund. It's like those to me were 2 top 10 prospects. And you got to look past the flaws. Like Eklund is not big and Kashan Aitchison not the greatest skater. But those are things you can work on with those 2 guys because they got everything else going on. So the Islanders, for me, I love it. Pittsburgh's been aggressive. Will Horkoff standing like right in front of me right now. Let's see if I can get his attention. He's on the phone, so never mind. But the Penguins have been busy. So it's been, the teams that have picked the most are the ones who are doing the most interesting stuff.
How about the Philadelphia Flyers? They identified team identity. They went big. Porter Martone and obviously Jack Nesbitt. They went real big. What's the buzz around the Philadelphia Flyers?
It was really cool, actually. I was right behind Porter Martone when he found out that the pick was traded so they could get Jack Nesbitt. They seem to know each other quite well, so he was pretty happy about that. And I love Porter Martone. I think this is a guy that you'll look at the skating, and that's the big concern with him. But I don't know if I'd be too concerned about it because it has come such a long way since watching him play at the AAA level back in the U16s. And you look at Nesbitt, I think it was a bit higher than I would have taken him, but I think what you're banking on here is that he's a lot more than just that big frame. And I think when you watch him this coming season in Windsor, I think we're going to see a guy that's going to really evolve and take his game to another level. So, so far, so good for the Flyers. Again, I think Nesbitt was earlier than I would have taken, but I think the identity they're looking for, and they wanted a big center, they got it.
1 goaltender selected so far. Columbus Blue Jackets. Does that surprise you?
Yes, because if the one goalie you're taking is a 6-foot Russian guy who is very quick, it's a little bit of surprising that Joshua Ravensbergen is still on the board here. I'm assuming that we haven't seen him get called yet, but with Andrei Anov, he's a fast goalie. very good glove hand, moves very well, like takes up a lot of space for being a smaller goalie. It's only 6 foot, but I know his draft stock really rose the last week or two. That's when people really started looking at him as a potential first-round pick.
Has there been any buzz around the Islanders not getting James Hagens?
Oh boy, yeah.
yeah. That was, I think, the minute Hagens was drafted, I remember just seeing kind of everyone here around the media floor like, whoa, okay, so like all that for nothing. But would they have liked Hagens over the two guys they got? Absolutely. Will they be very happy with the guys? Yeah, and I think actually in the end it might work out better because you get 3 for the price of 2 type thing. So not getting Hagens that second pick, I think that's what it looked almost like a certainty at one point. Like that's what all the talk was. But I think the Islanders are still going to come out of this looking pretty happy.
Chicago Blackhawks just selected a football player.
Mason West.
Mason West going to Michigan State.
I like that. I wasn't as high on him on my draft rankings because it felt like there was such a high expectation for a guy that was on no one's draft rankings like 3 months ago. But you look at it, and when he went to the USHL for that short stint, he was dominant, and that really kind of opened up some new opportunities for him. And he's a 6'6" guy that doesn't have 6'6" player problems. He's not slow. He doesn't have slow. He's got great hands. You put that together, like you look at all the big forwards that we've seen drafted in the last couple of years, and Roger McQueen, obviously today a big one. I'd say Mason West, we could be looking at this being a total steal of a pick.
Well, they better hope he's like Anders Lee when he came out of Edina High School as a football player and a hockey player. And don't forget Blake Wheeler when he came out of Minnesota. That was Mike Barnett that took him 5th overall in Arizona. That was a heck of a pick. Blake Wheeler was one heck of an athlete. But Mason West, obviously, tremendous athlete.
Yeah, like I'm no football fan, but the fact that like you could be a quarterback and you can also be this high-end centerman, and you can juggle that both at the same time without issue, like that's special.
What a fast rising prospect. You mentioned a second ago Roger McQueen. So Roger McQueen goes to the Anaheim Ducks at 10th overall. Is that where you kind of felt McQueen was going to go? Probably would have gone higher. Safe to say he would have gone top 5 probably if he didn't have the back issue this year. 10 to Anaheim. That surprised Stephen Ellis.
I had him going number 11, so I'd say it's pretty close there. But the fact that he didn't play a lot of games this year definitely doesn't help. You look at the numbers there, but he was good for the most part, at least at the start of the year. Like we were talking about him being a potential top 5 pick, maybe top 3. And would he have lasted there? I don't know. But again, talking about a big player that doesn't have big player issues, he moves so well. He can deke out anyone. He's got a great shot, and you put that together. I totally understand the appeal. I just would not have wanted to be the GM to make that pick, knowing there's all the risk. But with it's a pick that I think you look at it and still there's so much upside there.
This has been a draft that last time I stopped. It looks like right now it's 19 CHL players selected. The record is 22 from 2013, the Nathan McKinnon draft. Any thoughts on why? Any theories on why this year has popped so hard for the CHL, specifically the Ontario League and the Western League? Now, the Western League, and this might be the story of the rise of the academy system, but the Western Hockey League is consistently now sending super high-end players into the NHL. But any thought on the predominance of OHL players and Western Hockey League players in this draft?
I think you look at the development levels, you look at things like the GTHL and obviously the academies out west, that there's just so many high level places for people to play now. But you're also seeing guys that aren't necessarily going to play just in the GTHL. There's other avenues of other places. Like Brady Martin's a guy who didn't play in the GTHL, and he played the Waterloo Wolves.
Waterloo.
It shows you, in a lot of cases, just getting the ice time is important, and there's plenty of opportunities for that. And you see the success of obviously the CHL. And it's going to be interesting to see how this evolves the next couple of years of all the players going to the NCAA. And I expect a lot of these guys drafted today will not be playing the CHL next year. But I think it continues to show you just how deep it is and how strong it is. And that you look at what Michael Misa did. You look what Schaefer did in his short span. And it's exciting.
Real quick before I wrap up with you, I want your thoughts on this feels like it's going to be a one and done. we're going to go back to the old way of doing the draft next year. What's the conversation around there? What are your thoughts on how they've tried to make this thing work? Once again, bringing in the celebrities. This is very much in the bailiwick of Steve Mayer. This is how he likes to do things, so that shouldn't come as any surprise. Just thought on this night in Los Angeles as we probably head back to something more traditional next year.
If they were to do this again, I hope they bring us some beds next time, because it has been very slow. I've been here for what feels like 6 hours at this point. But, at the same time, it's like you see some of the technical issues they've had and some of the other things. So it's been tough. It feels like all the chaos we were looking to have for heading in today, we didn't get it. And I wonder if everyone being here would have allowed that chaos to happen. So I say that knowing that a lot of drafts, we just don't get that chaos. So, I think it's definitely something where you look at it. I wish there was more people in the seats. It's a lot of empty seats, but overall, I think the one thing that's been cool is how much closer the players are together. Because if you look at previous drafts, they're kind of all in different spots. Yeah, when a player gets drafted, especially early, they had to walk through the full line of people. And watching Matthew Schaefer in particular, how emotional that was, watching him have basically be embraced from every player that was sitting on the edge of their seats there.
Yes.
I thought that was cool. So that's one underrated aspect, but having everyone here would be nicer.
I'm going to put a smile on your face. Joshua Ravensbergen just got selected by the San Jose Sharks, your second goalie in the first round. Steven.
Okay, so they really liked right-handed big goaltenders, so that's the second one there. So I'd say Ravensbergen was one of my favorite goalie prospects in a long time. My last one would have been Yaroslav Askarov, so I like it. So hey, good for him. More goalies, the better. I think we should have a 32 goalie first round. That's what I would do.
Listen, it's funny too. Before they ended up getting their goaltenders, there was that one year where I wondered about the Detroit Red Wings taking 7 goaltenders. And if there's going to be a general manager who's going to go off the board and not think about or consider how people feel about how he's drafting, it's probably Steve Yzerman. But, Pierre and I were having this conversation about goaltenders before he came on. I'm happy that Ravensbergen went in the first round. Really good goaltender. He was great at the Canada-US the prospects game. The ones in London and Oshawa that we went to, Steven. So happy for him, happy for the San Jose Sharks to get another right catch goaltender.
Yeah, it seems to, I guess, be a thing. I was thinking about when's the last time we had a double right-handed catching goalies? Would it be like Theodore or Matthew Garrett? There's got to be someone more. Like Thomas Vokoun probably had a
Matthew.
Just watch the Washington Capitals. Play. Both their starting goalies are
Capitals.
There you go.
How about was it Matthew Garand and Steve Mason in Columbus?
That'd be a good one, yeah. So Garand probably was on a few teams.
That's a good one. That's definitely I had to think about it first. I think that's a good one.
Is that it? But yeah, you're right. Capitals are the obvious one. Okay, we'll let you go back to celebrating the second goaltender selected in the first round, Stephen. Because I know you're a ball hockey goalie yourself. Thanks so much for popping by today. Much appreciated.
Thanks,
Stephen.
Thanks, guys.
Enjoy the last 2 picks. So we're San Jose Sharks get another right catch goaltender. Prince George goalie, really really good. Joshua Ravensbergen gets selected by the San Jose Sharks. Big. San Jose's fascinating. We think about all the firepower, and now they bring in Michael Misa as well. Sam Dickinson's going to be on the horizon. I really enjoyed watching the Sharks this year, and because there was something in every single game where Macklin Celebrini did something, and occasionally Will Smith did something, and it's like, okay, you get the peek into the future. I just don't know how long it's going to be until they actualize, because as we've seen, when you do the burn it down to the ground rebuilds, takes a while, man, and it's not linear, and it's like I always say, like rebuilds are bunny hops. 2 steps back, 3 steps forward, 2 steps back, 1 step forward. You have a thought on where San Jose is at and what they're trying to build here? Sam Dickinson looks like he's going to be a good one too.
Yeah, they're going to be an exciting and fun team to watch, but there's not going to be playoffs there. I mean, think about the neighborhood they're in. You're looking at LA, you're looking at Vegas, you're looking at Anaheim, you're looking at Utah. I haven't even touched on, Edmonton or Calgary. They're in a tough neighborhood, and, I don't know where Seattle's going to be. I have no idea what the identity of the Seattle Kraken are. I just don't know. I think they're starting to get it down the middle, but I have no idea. I don't know if they're good enough in goal right now. So, look, they're in a tough neighborhood. There's no question. I think it's going to be really difficult for them. But I will say this. They have a bunch of firepower, and they're going to be a ton of fun to watch. They really are going to be fun to watch.
They were last year. Like I don't know how many I don't know how many San Jose Sharks games you watched, but I really enjoyed watching San Jose. Even like at the end of the day, like they were going to lose, and maybe the coach was going to go her bricks on them in the dressing room afterwards. Like that's okay. It was a developing team, and I really did enjoy watching this team last year.
I liked watching Ryan Rosofsky coach, and truth be told, one of his assistants, Brian Wiseman's a really good friend of mine, and
good coach.
I like watching him work. Brian Wiseman was a heck of a player. He's a good coach. He was an amazing player for Red Berenson at the University of Michigan. He was some kind of player. He played for a Chatham Micmac team that was so good back in the day, and Steve Shields was his goalie. Matt, remember Steve Shields?
Of course.
Steve Shields was a goalie in Chatham.
Was Cam Stewart on his team when he was in Michigan? Was he part of that crew?
Cam Stewart was in Michigan.
Cam Stewart part of that squad too? Yeah, I have all day for Brian Wiseman. I think he's going to be.
He's a heck of a hockey coach and a real good person. Phenomenal human being.
Okay, a couple of picks left here in a couple of seconds, but let's pause here and talk a little bit more about Josh Ravensburg, and with someone that knows him very well, of course, from Prince George. He is Mark Lamb, who joins us now on our draft special. Mark, first of all, thanks so much for joining us. Your goaltender goes 30th overall to the San Jose Sharks. Between Askarov and your guy, boy, San Jose likes to right catch goaltenders.
Yeah, I'm very happy for Rav. What a goalie. It was kind of surprising, you just never know what's going to happen in a draft call. And, you really care about your players. You always, worry, how they're going to feel if they don't go in the right spot in the draft. So you're just kind of like a parent when you're sitting back watching, but very happy for him.
Hey, Mark, who does he stand out and look like as a goalie that you can identify over the course of your career, whether it was as a player or as a coach?
Well, I don't have a lot of guys to compare him to. Really, in junior hockey, I think he's a very special goalie. He's the best goalie I've seen, or I've had, and the best goalie I've seen at that age. So, how he plays. Probably he's really smooth, like a Carey Price guy, really composed in there. So that's who I compare him to.
Wow.
At what point did you realize, and maybe it was right from the get-go, his goalies are so unique, that you really had something special with him?
Well, we knew we had something special in training camp, but it's still, it's still so hard to tell with these guys. And what he was is he was really competitive, and that's what really stuck out in him. He didn't get drafted in our league. He comes to training camp. He kind of gets caught up in a little bit of a COVID situation, so a lot of people didn't see him, and we had a guy that had seen him a lot. So he told our scout about him. We brought him to camp, and as soon as we had him in camp, we signed him.
That's amazing. What a good story that is. That gives a lot of hope to a lot of young players.
Yeah,
it goes
for sure.
From being undrafted in the Western Hockey League to being a first-round pick. That's an awesome story. That's fantastic. Mark, what do you think the timetable is for him?
Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we got you.
Yep, we got you. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I kind of went out there. Did you guys? You said something about timetable.
I was just going to ask you. Yeah, I was just going to ask you, what's the timetable looking like for him?
You know what? He's like he surprises me all the time. I think he needs some more time, just like all these other players. I don't think they all need to leave right away. There's a lot to improve on. He's a very competitive kid. I know he has a lot to prove in this league, which is very exciting because, I really think the sky's the limit for this guy. We talked about before his style of play. He's going to be, even last year he grew. I think he's just about 6'6" now, and a guy that can move like that. Another part of his game, when he first got here, he really didn't handle the puck very good at all, and he worked on that. The D were pretty much scared to go back for a while. And he worked on that, and he improved on that. So that just tells me his work ethic and every other part of his game is going to improve. Yeah,
that's awesome. Mark, we really appreciate your time today. Congratulations on getting your guy through in the first round. Looks great on you. Looks great on the Cougars organization. Thanks so much for being part of it today.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys.
Great seeing you, Mark.
Yeah, you too, Pierre. Take care.
Mark Lamb. Of the Prince George Cougars. By the way, Henry Brustevich, the defenseman from the London Knights, went to the Los Angeles Kings at 31.
So that was Pittsburgh to LA, right? Philly to Pitt to LA.
Yeah. Henry Brustevich.
Yeah.
So that would be 21 CHL picks. The Calgary Flames are on the clock.
It's always fun to work with a partner that knows what he's talking about. You've nailed this thing.
How so? I have not nailed this thing.
You said we were going to rival a record, and now we're at 21. 22 is a record.
Yeah. But that's just looking at this and saying, look, man, like there's a lot of great CHL players this year. I didn't, to be honest with you, I didn't think it was going to get to where we're at now at 21. Because you know what it's like. You can plan everything. Like I like all of us, I read all the lists and enjoy it and make my own lists. But teams have their own lists, and teams don't care what's public and what we talk about. That's why I always say grain of salt with all of it. Everybody has their own scouting departments. Every general manager believes in their own staff. But here we are at 21 now with Henry Brustevich. Drafted out of the London Knights organization. Here's another first rounder from the London Knights, Pierre. Oh, another London Knight. Yeah, just go put it over there.
Another London Knight.
Here we go.
It's unbelievable what those guys do. It's unbelievable.
They have an incredible program. Listen, we just talked to Mike McKenzie. Kitchener's got an incredible program as well, right? Yep. And that is
those are two blue bloods. Two blue bloods, and they're both rivals. It's unbelievable. It really is. It's amazing to me.
My favorite Kitchener-London moment was after the World Junior at Grand Forks. Then called Budweiser Gardens, or was it John Labatt Center then?
It would have been Mike Richards and Corey Perry. I would imagine
at Center Ice. Center Ice.
I was going to guess. So that happened with Red Deer in Calgary.
Sure did.
It had Dion Phaneuf and Ryan Getzlaff. They must have made a pack or something in North Dakota.
We're going for it. When we get back,
we're just going to go.
We're all just gonna throw down and what the heck. So in a really nice touch here, as the I just got a text. All those CHL players must be the tariffs. Very nice. And that's from a doctor. Okay, that's from a doctor who just sent me that. Lanny is closing it out in great fashion. Lanny's just one of those people that always puts a smile on your face. I remember the first time I mentioned to you earlier, Lanny was the first hockey player I ever met. I was doing, this is in the years before, power skating. My parents put me in figure skating to help my hockey. And he was married to a figure skater. And they were doing some presentation or something at Keelsdale Arena. And Cullen Potter, ASU.
Yeah, Arizona State.
There you go. So the CHL record doesn't fall. No. 22 in 2013. And Cullen Potter, Arizona State University, goes 32nd to the Calgary Flames.
He can skate. He can really skate.
Wow.
Look at it. It's a project. He's not turning pro tomorrow. But he can skate.
Look at him. That's great. By the way, it sounds very much like, and the NHL and Players Association are not going to confirm it at this point, What do you make of the idea of players needing to be signed by the time they're 22? So if you're drafted at 18, you got 4 years to sign them. 19, you got 3. 20, you got 2. 21, you got 1.
I
What do you
think
think
it's
of that?
better. I think it's good. I really do.
Yeah.
There are not a lot of players that can play in this league at 18 or 19. There just aren't. I don't know if you agree, but for every Sidney Crosby I see 4 guys that fail. I just do.
And I know that, who was it in the 70s? Ken Linsman, who changed everything and changed the draft. But I know people sort of sideways snicker at this and think about all the legalities that would be involved. I still think the draft should be 20. And there should be accommodation for unique players, certainly. But I really do think the draft should be 20.
So we agree. I remember when Guy Lafleur was drafted by the Montreal Canadiens first overall. He was 20 years old. I'm just telling you.
Denny Potvin, same way, New York Islanders.
Kids aren't ready. This league's too hard. I tell this story all the time. Brady Tkachuk, his draft year, had 8 goals at Boston University. 8 goals. Yeah. The next year, he had 23 playing in the NHL.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard. It's a hard league, man.
It's a really hard league. Okay, so the first round is done. We began with Matthew Schaefer of the Erie Otters, and we finish up with Cullen Potter of Arizona State, ASU, as everyone makes their way out. And for the last time, Pierre, we do the draft this way. It's back to managers on the floor. I would love that. I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about the NHL.
Oh, yeah. Well, hopefully they get it right. But I had so much fun with you tonight. You have no idea. You talk about getting somebody's spirits up. Thank you so much. This was a ton of fun. I had a blast.
You're great. It's a thrill to work with someone you've always admired and get a chance to work with finally. And that's what this year has been for you and me. I'll tell you what, Pierre. One of the interesting things about the draft every year and being there live is always interesting. Is just watching managers interact on the floor. I won't say who the 2 managers were. But one of the funniest things I ever saw at the draft was one manager who had obviously called another manager asking for cigarettes, holding cigarettes over one gentleman and watching him try to jump up to grab them on the floor. I'm like, these are grown men. These are professionals. But then you forget at the end of the day, it's hockey, so nobody really grows up that much, right? Yeah. Like at the end of it, you're still there and you're still having fun. And I think the draft is, the draft to me is one of the most fun days. I still remember being a kid, Pierre, and one of my favorite issues of the Hockey News, and I was like a lifetime subscriber. The first subscription I ever got of any magazine, my parents, I think I was like 8 years old, got me a subscription to the Hockey News, and it came every Thursday, and it was cover to cover for me, like and over and over again. And then when the draft edition would show up, like the draft preview, and there was only they would have only had profiles on 20, maybe 30 players. Oh, that was like sacred to me, because where do you get that information? And now the internet is so wonderful, and social media is great, and a lot of information. Like it's become its own cottage industry. Hockey prospect information, but back then it was different, right? Back then it was like Hockey News put out this one edition once a year, and that's what you had. And other than that, it's all whispers here and there, and information you can try to pull from different areas. Now it's all over the place, but that's why I got the draft bug early, and the prospects bug early, and the junior hockey bug early. My dad would take me to Marlboro's games all the time. I don't know what did it for you, but like at what point in your life, Pierre, did you like really click with either prospects, junior hockey, the draft, all of it? For me, it was the Marlies in the mid 70s. What was
watching Gilbert Perreault play for the Montreal Junior Canadiens?
Oh wow!
Watching Ray Jean-Houl and Marc Tardif play. When I was a kid, you get spoiled because you go watch the Junior Canadiens on Sunday afternoons, at the Forum. it was amazing to me just having that privilege and honor to go down there. And they didn't charge me to get in. Let's put it that way. I don't think I get in trouble now, but I was always around the rink and I loved it. And it got to the point where you see these great players and they eventually get to the National Hockey League and you're like, wow. And I think the biggest thing was just growing up in Montreal, how great the teams were. They weren't just great players. They were great teams. Not just the junior Canadiens, the Montreal Canadiens. And so you just were so spoiled. And I was hooked. Right from the start, I was hooked.
Yeah. I love it. Listen, congratulations to all the kids selected today.
Yes.
Rounds 2 through 7 tomorrow. And that's always fun too. Enjoy it, Pierre. It's been a real delight working with you today. As always,
you,
that was a marathon. We went on the air at 7:00 and now it is 11:35. We probably should wrap this one up for the day. We're hoping to get Dan McKenzie. I know he's super busy. So thanks to Zach back at Master Control for handling all of this. Thanks to all the coaches and general managers. Oh, hang on. We do have Dan McKenzie. He's getting set up. So hold on. Before I start to do the thank you, we're going to get Dan McKenzie on. So by my count, and I don't think that I'm wrong here,
21, I think you got it.
Yeah, one shy of the record of 22 set in 2013. But, just in advance of getting Dan on here, so 9 picks from the Ontario Hockey League, 9 picks from the Western Hockey League, 3 from the QMJHL for a total of 21 in the first round, starting with, no disrespect to all the other prospects, one of the most special players we've ever seen selected, the very mature and very talented Matthew Schaefer. As we get Dan set up, do you have a quick thought on the young man selected first overall by the Islanders? Do you have me? Can you hear me, Pierre?
Oh, I thought you were talking to Dan. I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
we're just getting Dan set up here in a second.
Oh, I
Zach's
got a
gonna give me
huge
the go ahead.
thought. I got a huge thought on Matthew Schaefer. He's the best player in this draft. He's going to be a 15 to 17 year player, barring injury. He's a godsend to the New York Islanders. He's a class human being. He's a better player than he is or a better person than he is a player. But the biggest thing to me is he does everything well, and he's going to make a huge impact on the New York Islanders for many, many years to come. Their organization's very blessed to have him.
Does it feel like this is the sort of dawning of a new era? New general manager, first overall draft pick. Does it feel that way around the Islanders right now? Like I'm sure at their draft party, part of it was they were expecting James Hagens.
Yeah.
Didn't happen. It's so tough to make deals when you get there, but nonetheless, you get the best player in the draft. Full stop. San Jose Sharks do again another real nice bit of business. Do you have a thought on maybe I mentioned this when you were off briefly, that this is picks number 1 and 2 come from U.S. based OHL teams.
I don't think that matters.
Oh no, I don't think it matters. I think it's more of a comment on the success of those teams. Like I can still remember, and this goes back to the 80s about how it's the Ontario Hockey League, and what's Plymouth doing here, and what are these junior Red Wings doing in the Ontario Hockey League? This will never work. And here we are. Saginaw 5 minutes ago won the Memorial Cup. The Erie Otters have graduated first overall draft picks, Connor McDavid and then now Matthew Schaefer. You have a sort of comment on the U.S. side of the CHL?
Yeah, I spent a lot of time in Seattle. I spent a lot of time back in the day in Spokane. Obviously, Tri-City's really important franchise. Everett is a really important franchise. We saw Carter Bear go in the first round to Detroit. So I have good feelings about the American expansion of major junior hockey. I don't think it's a bad issue at all. I think it's a good one. Erie Otters have always been great, going back to when Sherwood Basson was there.
Talked to him the other day.
That's right.
Yeah.
I remember when Sherwood took the team down there. So, and he was a legendary Oshawa Generals guy. So I have nothing but great thoughts about expansion in the United States with major junior hockey. And I think there's going to be more. I don't think there's going to be less. I think there's going to be more.
I agree. Let's bring on the president of the CHL on a very busy night for the Canadian Hockey League. He is Dan McKenzie, and he joins us now. Dan, by our count, one pick short of tying the record from 213 with 21 CHL selections. Do you have a quick thought on what quickly turned into here the CHL first round?
Well, first of all, Jeff, again, good to see you. Thanks for having me on. Pierre, how you doing? Nice to see you.
Great to see you, Dan.
You know what? This was I think obviously a great night for the CHL. It would have been great to get the record, but I mean, 21 picks in the first round is our best since the night we set the record in 2013. So it's been a dozen years. And I think it just goes to show, number one, I mean, the commitment of these players. I mean, so nice to see them and celebrate with their families and celebrate the years and years of hard work and toil and what it takes to kind of get to this level and then, have their name called, by the commissioner is such an amazing feeling. It's just great to see. So starts obviously with the players and their commitment, but it also really talks to I think the environment that our clubs create that allows these players to test their skills and get better and go through the grind that is the CHL and a 68 game season and 4 or 7 game series potentially in a Memorial Cup. It really tests these players in terms of getting ready for the NHL, playing the NHL and play pro hockey. And you could hear it in some of the feedback when the player would talk to the team on the screen. They talked about, hey, we've seen you play in multiple situations. We've seen you play, 200 feet of ice. We've seen the fact that you led your team through the playoffs. All those things that are sort of hallmarks of playing in the CHL. And we're just super proud of these kids and their families and their teams and their billets and the whole bit. It's a phenomenal night.
Hey, Dan, how tough was this year for you considering what's gone on with the CHL and the NCAA? How big a difference was that for you as a boss of Canadian hockey?
Well, you know what, Pierre, it's a great opportunity. I really think it is. I think at the end of the day, having players have lots of options is good overall. And I think it's good that these kids, when they're 15 years old, don't have to make a decision that's going to affect, the next 10 years of their life, and they can, make the decision that makes the most sense for them. What we're seeing is we've seen a significant influx of players into our league at the, over the last 6 months at the 16, 17, 18-year-old level. And I think we're going to continue to see that. And then I think making sure that the players understand as they're making decisions in the later part of their career, what makes the most sense for them and educating them on, what the CHL can do for them as an older player. And we feel pretty confident that given our track record of not just, draft picks, but also developing guys in their later years, that we're going to be a great place and continue to be a great place for them to develop and to be at the top of their options when they got to make that decision. I think, again, that some of the things I mentioned earlier, playing, when I talk to NHL general managers, I talk to, player personnel people, what they consistently say is that there's nothing that prepares the player for the NHL grind and the fact that it's a hard league to play in and the travel and the, playing a lot of games and then, getting through the playoffs and being able to perform at that level. And there's not anything that prepares you for that like the CHL. And so I think, we're in a place right now where, there are lots of choices and we'll see where that goes eventually. But we feel pretty confident that we're going to be able to continue to be the place where those older players can develop, and B, it's been tested over time. And so we're pretty confident that we're going to be able to continue to be a part of that decision-making set.
Dan, I know it's been a late night and the draft was long. I don't want to keep you too long, but I do want to ask you about the star of the show, Matthew Schaefer, selected first overall, great ambassador for the sport. And Pierre was just saying, wonderful player, but an even better young man. Man, you have to have the coldest heart not to have a tear or have a lump in your throat when you see him go up on stage and the tears well up as he kisses the jersey and thinks about his mom and he's pointing at the sky and all of it. Do you have a thought on that moment, seeing Matthew Schaefer drafted first overall, the tears with the family, the father, the brother, everything? You have a thought on that one?
yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. You can't help but just, feel for the kid and be so proud of him. I've had a chance over the last few weeks to spend some time. Like, I got a chance to meet his father, who we actually found out we have a common friend that we sort of convinced it over a little bit. But what a great family and what a great kid. Understanding what he's gone through, over the last year and a bit of his life. You can't help but just be just so proud of him and so happy for him and what's ahead of him. It's one of my guys we were chatting with here was telling me about how I think after he had one of his interviews, he went and he shook the hands of everybody, all the tech people who were behind the scenes, to say thank you. Like, he's just that kind of a kid.
The Islanders got a great person. They got a great player, and they got a great person as well. Dan, I know it's busy. It's always a busy time for you, and especially on the first night of the NHL draft. Thanks so much for stopping by, and congratulations for coming this close to snapping the 2013 record. 21 picks, looks great.
Hey, you know what? I think given where the future looks, I wouldn't be surprised if we get there in short order. It's future looks pretty bright, I think, in terms of where all these kids coming into our league are going to be. So thanks for having me on, guys. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Well
Thanks,
done, Dan. Thanks so much. Thanks a lot, Dan.
Dan McKenzie, the president of the CHL. Final thought to you, Pierre, on what we just saw tonight.
Well, Schaefer's a big story. I think Misa going to San Jose is a big story.
Yeah.
Caleb Desnoyers might have stole the show going to Utah. I thought Utah was going to trade their pick. That's a heck of a pick. And I think the biggest thing is I'm shocked that James Hagens is not a New York Islander. I'm going to be totally frank with you. I'm really, of all the things that happened, that's the one where I'm like, I wonder how he didn't get to the Islanders. I don't get that.
Everybody is going to rethink the Dobson trade now. Everybody's going to
it's going to be open for debate now. For 100% it is.
Yeah, it will. But now it's time for us to find our pillows, or for some, a quick drink before bed. Pierre, great stuff as always. You enjoy the rest of the weekend. Enjoy rounds 2 through 7 tomorrow. It's always a delight and a pleasure being on with you. I feel like I've won broadcast fantasy camp. So thanks for being a pro that you are, and look forward to catching up with you down the road, as always.
Thank you very much, my friend. This was an unbelievable pleasure for me. Thank you so much.
The great Pierre McGuire. And thanks to Zach Phillips for playing the keyboards and keeping everything fresh and moving the entire way. Thanks to everybody involved behind the scenes here. This is the first of what we hope are many NHL Draft Watch Alongs here on the Sheet on the Nation Network. Hope you enjoyed it. We'll be chopping up a lot of it for clips to fire out over the weekend. I hope your team got what they wanted and got who they wanted, and that everybody is very happy and everybody thinks that today brought them this much closer to winning the Stanley Cup. Congratulations to the kids. Congratulations to the families. Thanks so much for hanging in there on a very long evening. Bless you. You've earned it too. Marek signing off. The Sheet returns Monday, 3 o'clock Eastern. Have a great night. If you enjoyed that video, and we certainly hope that you do, please hit the subscribe button right there here at Daily Faceoff. I will put this lineup up against any hockey lineup anywhere. It all gets underway at 9 o'clock Eastern with Morning Cup of Hockey. That is Johnny Lazarus. That is Colby Cohen. Then at noon, it's DFO Live. And then 3 o'clock Eastern, The Sheet. Get caught up on everything in hockey.